もしないと王さん勝ち目ないし、だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士だね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、イリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士だね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、イリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士だね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、イリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
And 9 o'clock, which means... means sun to skies time. So I haven't been keeping up. I gotta check out what the Sovereign update is about. Because the very last update at Chapcon was the Bat one, whatever it was called, that gave us that 4th curator. Aren't enough curators in the game. Right then, because we first just got to Albion and just got to London yesterday at Stream's End, and I've already got to sneeze. 1 second. The disadvantage of doing morning streams. Anyway, did you know that London's cheap station, draped in Union Jacks instead of with bronze bust of Her Regal Majesties, is St. Dominic Stations? The platform's crowded with people, at the throne of ours in London's heart. This is its carotid artery. Bleh. What to do first? We could help the amiable vagabond escape, but I think I'll acquaint myself with what's going on first. Like the house without windows. To find the address given in Captain Whitlock's will, you will make your way through a little used street in one of London's lower, smoggier levels. On a secluded courtyard, flanked by backs of warehouses and factories, stands a tall grey house with one door and no windows. When you knock, a blind butler answers, "Yes?" I think I'll wait though. Open the box first, then decide what to do and give it back to them. Silken salon of the generous princess. The generous princess manages many affairs at court. She cultivates alliances, forms opinions, sets trends, makes introductions, suggests promotion that dismantles reputations. She attracts rumors like a lantern attracts moths. It is said that she fears the light of the suns, and that her gifts inevitably destroy the recipients. She can sometimes be found in her salon where she welcomes visiting captains. Money and experience for gossip, loads of gossip, even more gossip, permits, no, there's a mine. Benefactors, mine. Dispensations, if I get them, they're mine. Crew, good on. Liberated from her prison below the earth and elevated to the heavens, pricklewood chimneys mantled in sooty smog. Here are old, proud buildings transported block by pale block to the sky. Here are new edifices of soaring steel and stone and gleaming glass. The ultimate achievement of Victorian ambition, unhampered by terrestrial concerns. London is a feverish brew of aspiration, empire, and appetite. Hunt for the shop that the Aurora Sommelier mentioned. Ooh, I gotta do that. Because that's new content to me. That came out the last time I played, but never got to do it. It must be here somewhere. There. You find the establishment between the roofs of 2 collapsed houses. Under their steepled walls, it bulges like a tumor. You enter. The floorboards sigh in warning under your feet. A tiling ripples underfoot like the back of an animal. Inside, there are aisles as thin as capillaries, and shelves called in thick black fabric. There is no one here. A dusty bronze bell rests atop the equally dusty counter. Ring the bell. Bell, ring the bell. Service. The sound is sharp and silver in the murk. For a time there is nothing, no indication of life in the store until... What are you? Why have you come? Did not dinner? Hello, my delicious friend. If you are a customer, I have nothing right now, nothing I want to sell. Comes a voice from the clutter. A body soon follows a voice, peeling from the gloom. It elongates, stretches upwards, spreading into a flare of burgundy fabric. Under its hood, an unmistakable chiropteran visage, its eyes dark and curious. Din, have you played this baddie friend yet? Because that came out the last time I played, but I never found him, so it's brand new to me. It is one of the masters of the bazaar, the pronounced adversaries of the Empire. One of them still stands here before you, imperious, impossible, and maybe slightly afraid. tiny ripples, red-clad master glares at you on the counter. Ask about Hesperidian cider. You repeat the Aurora Sommeliers comment with gusto. Gone. What he wants is gone. No, not gone, but almost gone. Little more than a sweet swallow. And that isn't enough to do anything. Movement, in the chthonic murk, filled with carnivore purpose. You smell animal musk, and hoarfrost on rose petals, and fruit, both astringent and sweet. Gone. But I could make more. I was Mr. Apples once, and I was once other things, other names, other people. You smell of oil and metal and the stars. You could take me where we need to go. You could almost touch it. Do this for me, and I will trade you something very rare, very fine indeed. A pause. My company. You say that, but it's too short. See, I mentioned this yesterday, right? But on last Friday, last day of observations, walking home, figured passing by the barber, might as well get a haircut. And you know me, right? I'm awful with style, so I'm like, I don't know what to do. I want something short on the sides, longer on top. I said, oh, well, how about this? I'll give you something short on the sides, not too short, and give you something plenty on top to toss around how you want. And I thought, oh, that sounds fun, let's do it. Bzzz. This counts. All this counts as something long on top to toss around. That's it. This is long, apparently. Oh yeah, she definitely is. I told her, hey, by the way, I got a haircut. She's like, no, don't do it. Past tense, Bithlow. I got a haircut. No. Don't. Mr. Apples no longer has the beverage that Sommelier mentioned. Recruit, the corruptorous hoarder, for one reason or another, did not say no. You say that, but it's too short. Where are my curls? It's like, it's a military recruit cut, is pretty much what it is. You are wiser than most of your kind. I am so glad that you did not say no. It would have made me unhappy, and that would have made you worse. It feeds oil into one of the dying lamps, pendulating overhead. So close, its breath rakes over your skin. Revealed, the corruptorous hoarder is massive, stooped, bat-like, where its bones do not strain to imitate humanity. But you did not, so we are now. It searches for the word. Friends. And not hungry things, circling in the dark, watching to see who will lay down their guard first. So the plan's gonna be, right, regrow hair, get it all nice and poofy and curly, and the funny thing is, right, the same traitor that just shaved it all off was praising my hair. She's like, oh wow, your curls are so nice and so soft and so well kept. So you would have thought, right, that she would have kept the curls or done something with it. But yay, now I have a baddie friend. Let's check him out. A quartermaster. Oh, that is great. We got no quartermasters outside the aunt. So speak to me, buddy. The corruptorous hoarder colonizes her pantry, half the cargo bay, and one of the cupboards in the galley. It fills these spaces with velvet-wrapped boxes of varying sizes, opaque mason jars which sometimes ring with a tapping from within, glass displays populated by half-dead and unblinking things. Periodically, the corruptorous hoarder can be found at the cabinet has been assigned, hunched over a new item, a new acquisition. I like this guy already. Diet pink. See, when I had braces, most often, I'd want some variation of like blue or blue teal patterns. But every once in a while, when I was feeling like frisky, I'd go hot pink on my braces. So I had my hot, and shoes too. Running shoes in hot pink, just for the lulz. Ask about the hoarder's luggage. It is your right as captain to at least have some knowledge of what you're transporting. The corruptorous hoarder glowers, its expression glacial. When it becomes clear that it cannot intimidate you into leaving, your quartermaster sighs and relents. A jellyfish still alive, it whispers, voice sawed down to a growl. As it speaks, the hoarder trails a claw along each item. A dream of freedom, piped into glass, verdant spores that will never die. everything immortal, or that aspires to be immortal. I am making an inventory of them. Really? Well, and Texas, right? And not Austin, Texas, but Texas, Texas. So yeah, I could imagine the expectation of getting kicked back. But pretty cool that there hasn't been any. I mean, yeah, the times are changing. In some ways, at least. Hairstyles, at least, are a bit more acceptable. Compliment the Corruptor's Hoarder on his collection. Only 37% chance. Alright, who's got veils? 2 veils, no veils, no veils, no veils. Alright, 2's better than nothing. Not you, you. Who's got more veils? 6 veils, okay. 4 mirrors and 2, 6 veils. Check it! Din! There's a sky-worn urchin now, how adorable is that? Well, occasionally, you still have the older folks going, a tattoo, good luck getting a job with that, but everybody has them now, you know? Well, most everybody. Like, clearly not 100% of people, but no, you're cool, man. You got your hair dyed pink. How cool is that? Alright, 55% chance. It's like rolling heads. Tails, I mean. Always head tails. Flattery. Get you somewhere. You can't have it. It hisses at you from under its oversized cowl. You explain the compliments are not meant to be transactions. Ooh, where is it? I had a professor or something that mentioned such an anecdote. You know, about the different cultures and expectations of people. Like you compliment a guy's couch because you're a guest in his home. It's a nice thing to do. And suddenly, because you complimented his couch, you are obligated to take it. The Corruptor's Hoarder is initially distrustful of your exposition, and then transported at this epiphany. Appreciation without condition. What a winsome novelty! It is not like that where I come from. Before London, long before, they just take and take and take. Teeth slant into view. But that's acceptable. I take their things too. Whose things? And where did it come from? Here. The wilderness, lush and velveted with so many treasures, so many hungry tastes. There were others with me, yes, but none of them were as clever as me. I know how to make immortality. I know how to make collections that last, its ears flatten. And this is why I must be careful. Be small now. You know what? The flattening ears things to show aggression or distrust, that's not universal in animals. Like the ear language of horses is different from the ear language of alpacas. It's pretty much flipped. If horses have their ears up to signal something, alpacas will have their ears down. And if horses have their ears down, for whatever emotion, for alpacas it goes up. So, if you watch like the Emperor's New Groove, his emotions are almost completely flipped backwards from what he's experiencing. Try it out. It's hilarious when you watch it in that context. Trust in your officers and contingent to knowing of them, to knowledge of them. Probe the Corruptor's Hoarder's ambitions. Oh, we'll probe him all right. Talk about its interests. What does it care about? Perhaps you will find common ground. To build something that lasts forever. Really? I didn't check into her. But you know, for that matter, didn't even know she exists. But that is pretty much 80% of the appeal of feminist paradigms in the sciences. The voices of women and minorities and local peoples, and so many who have been unheard, because science, as we know, is just all old white guys for so long of its history. So yeah, gotta get those other peoples into there. Did she? And see, all starts with one person noticing something about their ears, and now we know not just horse ears, but alpaca ears too. I have a dream, it confides, picking at the hem of its claret cloak. An ear, long and velveteen, droops from its cowl. An old dream, an excellent dream. I would like to make my collection perfect. To do this, there is a corpse that I must visit. Your kind named it Faith's Fall. Ooh, I haven't been there yet. Because this is my first captain, and I kind of want this captain to live as long as she can, because first captains don't last long. And this is day 3 on this captain, and Faith's Fall usually has at least one curator floating about. Appropriate, I think. If I could travel there, if I had help in Bronzewood, I could build the thing that I need. For a moment, its eyes are the universe, garbed and glorious with stars. But you couldn't spare the crew, or the timber, or the time, not for me. No, not for me. It ducks its head. Dune, hello. Yes, ooh, Dune and Din. Now my collection is growing. It needs crew and bronzewood. 6 pieces of bronzewood and 5 spare... ooh, 5 spare crew. If I lose that said 5 crew, that'll drop me down to... well, that's okay though, because Fate's Fall is close by Lustrum, so if I do lose 5 crew, I could pick up the engineers that I dropped off to be miners. Cool, works out then. So what about checking up on him? A courtesy call, certainly. Not a surreptitious check to see if anything is stolen for the collection. The Chiropterous Hoarder stands in a drift of gleaming curios. Brass and glass and bronze polished to incandescence. It is stacking something, many somethings in fact, but there is no time to accurately identify them. Noticing your appearance, the Chiropterous Hoarder launches up towards you. A waking nightmare of membrane and red cloth. Out! Out! You cannot look! This is mine! Mine! Out! Okay. But what about the other masters? 'Cause Mr. What's-His-Name, Bardicorn, wants more masters, but the game doesn't have masters, so where are they? Complications happened, to say the least. Her Majesty came to regret her arrangement with us. She reneged, and fled the 5th city for the sky. Most of my colleagues remained behind, fat and sleek and content at the heart of the new 6th city. Ooh, a new 6th city. But a few of us had languished long enough in the dark. We saw the chance to return home to the heavens. So in secret, a few of us followed you to the sky. Most of us did so quietly. One of us made too much noise, and her renewed majesty overheard. It has a job now. Tragic. I am gonna have to side with Din on this one. It's a lot like pizza and spaghetti and lasagna. The day after, when it's cold and coagulated and all chunky, that's when it's best. There's a lot to be said for warm food, but that coagulation is key. It makes it much more saucy and gravy. Curry too. Curry is the exact same way. Alright, Vagabond, I'll help. The Vagabond has managed to procure blueprints of the jail where Ratbite is being held. He is excitedly planning a pointlessly intricate scheme to get her out. It involves disguises, distractions, the extremely irresponsible misuse of hours, and 2 separate explosions. Well, the first time, I just used my connections, and the Vagabond did not like that, and eventually he turned into a tree. So I think I'll hold off and do the ambitious heist next. If you succeed, it will improve your friendships. And that's an iffy if. So I'll hold off for now, till I get more veils, till I get strange catches, whatever else. And the Fatalist Settlement wants an old friend, which costs bronzewood, doesn't it? See, it took me a while to realize that maybe I shouldn't redo all of the companion quests each and every time I die, since, again, that's a lot of bronzewood each time. The only address the settlement has is for his friend is Shed 4 at the yards. He will only reveal her first name, Charlotte. Unfortunately, Shed 4 is off limits, ringed with a wire fence and under the guard of the pinched watchman and his barely tamed hounds. Well, artifacts at least are cheap and commonplace. The watchman is a hoarder with a morbid curiosity about the indigenous occupants of the high wilderness. The watchman coos at your gift, and adds it to his incomprehensible jumble of objects crowding his shelves. It goes between a roll of crackling parchment, which he claims originated the library of the scribe spinsters, and a rubbery skull. He waves you through, and the grumbling dogs watch petulantly as saddle pass. Shed 4 is a huge storehouse. Beams of solemn starlight slant from grubby windows of the roof. The hulks of old locomotives rust here, from battered tugs to fat old liners once packed with emigrating Londoners. The signalman heads off between the wrecks. Yay, we have entry to Shed 4. Which is going to cost what then? 2,000 sovereigns, or 3 bronze wood? Well, that's not too expensive then. But still, I'll have to hold off until I get, like, some ambition to go back to the Reach and finish him off once and for all. Oh, it was. And I'm kind of pleased that I actually survived it the first time. Small regret is that the wiki wasn't yet updated back then, so I couldn't see what the other alternatives were. But I'm going to assume it's death if you fail it. Repair locomotive? Sure, I could use some repairs. Investigate rumors of an underground railway? Sure. You've heard of a less than legal organization operating out of the Steam and Sapphire Yards. They pay for information and may offer work to the bold, the clever, and those willing to displease Her Majesty. And you've gathered secrets on your travels. 2 of them offer clues to the Yard Gang's identity. With a little sniffing around, 2 pieces of information have become relevant. The name of a stalwart bookkeeper, and the number of the engine shed where he keeps his office. The man is, you are certain, an agent of the group you seek. You decide to pay him a visit. Hey, Doom, thank you for the follow. Chatter with the bookkeeper. He occupies a tiny, smoky office, cobbled together from corrugated iron sheets in the back of one of the engine sheds. It is stacked with nicotine-stained account books and boxes full of oily brackets. The bookkeeper looks up as you enter and gestures to a chair, and offers a lovely cup of tea, savagely stewed and swimming with sugar. He is deaf, but content to communicate through sign language or messages scribbled on a pad of paper. You know, it's funny, Britain was one of those places that, early on, dealt with the deaf community in more of a disability paradigm thing. But anyway, obliquely, he explains that he does additional work for an organization unaffiliated with the government, which has an urgent need for up-to-date reports in other parts of Albion. His patrons will pay for such intelligence to be brought to them, rather than the ministry. What is more, he implies, earning the organization's trust might open the possibility of additional work, which I may or may not do, because the last time I played last year, the last thing I did was finish off the New Street line, and that took forever, and right before they opened up the Albion Eleutheria Transit Relay, which meant going from London to the Reach, to Hybris, to the Empyrean, to wherever, back to London, not quite 50 times, but a ton. And I thought about that a lot, Dune, because there's a lot of grinding to it. I imagine the end state would be like some ambition fulfilled, but even then, that takes time. And it's all about the money and the immaterial wealth, the secrets and whatnot, so I can't see it being too speedy. It'd probably be more like an RPG thing. You know, where it takes like 10, 14 hours to get through. Shed 4, can't do yet. Easy, but wealth is so dull though. It's like the weakest of the ambitions so far. But still, I guess if one's going for speed, then easiness is what they need. And Juggernaut is what I want. What do I have? Gemstones? I don't have gemstones. Books? Don't have books. Alright, to the mausoleum then. Or does it say where things are? Mausoleum, northwest of London. Really? Same as last time? Ooh, and how about the Ministry? Stop by. Get the Royal Horological stuff in first. Mosquito, dare I? Mosquitoes are easy. No, not gonna. Dreadnought nearby. I mean, 2-3 shots should do it. Nice, too close. Too close with the auto turret. If I had a stronger engine, then maybe I'll engage, but no, I won't. Not just yet. The Ministries. A number of instruments of government are located here. The Horological Office, which regulates time across the Empire. The Office of Works, which ensures the jobs no one else can be bothered with are done. And the Ministry of Public Decency, which curates the notion of Britishness with the same care of a lepidopterist uses to put a butterfly to a board. See, there really is no standard with this. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. And this time, they've left their poor brackets floating out nowhere, with the period inside the bracket, so officially the sentence never ends. It just hangs here indefinitely forever. Alright then, public decency. A huge, horseshoe-shaped building with white stone, white columns, clocks, and iron gates. Inside, its walls are padded with dark wood. Crimson carpets, worn by frequent passage, flood the floors. Within its cubbyhole, offices, auditors toil to protect the sensibilities of Londoners here in the skies. What is Cutter doing? Barking's one thing, but that's just straight up savagery. Hold on, give me a second. This is now officially a dog stream, isn't it, Cutter? Cutter, come here, Cutter. Come here, puppy. Come here. There we go. Hey, puppy, you're so excited to see neighbors outside? So you're too loud outside and can't hang out outside? Yeah, you are. Too overly friendly, puppy. Cutter, look. You're internet famous now, Cutter. Alright, you're gonna chill in here then? Alright, you hang out, Cutter, okay? Okay, Cutter? You all good? Good boy. Appointment time, then. Any way we could help the ministry? We cross the foyer and approach the secure secretary, ensconced at the teak desk. She listens to your request with a thoughtful frown. I'd love to arrange an appointment for you with one of our auditors, obviously, but my hands are tied. Bureaucracy, you understand. She rolls her eyes. Well, now you're not gonna go outside, Cutter. You're too excited to go outside. And I know you've pooped because you've been outside all morning. You can't trick me, Cutter. You're staying in and you're relaxing. And when you gotta poop again, I'll let you out, okay? Okay, puppy? Good puppy. Then lowers her voice. Best thing for someone like you yourself to do is to gather reports on nearby ports. I'm sure the information office would love to hear them. Then I could pop your name in this little book, and up you go. Collect reports, give to them. Got it. Cutter, please. Just relax, lay down. Cutter, look, think of it this way. You keep barking at them, right? But they don't play with you, right? There's no maybe someday they might. They're not going to. They have jobs to do. Good boy. Office of work. You know, I've never done the office of work stuff. Cutter. Here. Come on up. You can hang out with me while I read pretty words. The Office of Work is a bustling bureaucratic enigma. Behind its red-bricked flanks trail numberless clerks and surveyors. What mysteries lurk within its memoranda, its chits and its receipts? What exactly are its eponymous works? No one is sure. But in a drafty loading bay, an unflappable foreman purchases supplies to complete outstanding work orders. Offer your services. He sniffs and leafs through a dog-eared ledger. The Office of Works, God bless her, has very particular requirements. Very particular. Let's have a look. 2 carefully packed crates of munitions, and a condemned experiment. Any other opportunities to request a different one? Nah. I'll be back eventually. Cheerio. The foreman turns his attention to a pallet of crates destined for St. Dominic Station. Hurry it up. These have got to make the 12:15. Royal Horological Office, the only one I bother with, really. Tick, tick, tick. Albion's heartbeat. Clocks of diverse size and shape line the walls of the small, grey office. Each is meticulously tuned by the royal horologists and inspectors, as practice for the thankless, complex task of ensuring the consistency of time across Her Renewed Majesty's territories. What, you're bored of this, Cutter? You want to watch Apex, Cutter, but I don't play Apex, Cutter. Speak? Why not? Introduce ourselves. Times change, I have heard. Well, not if I have my say in any of it. He reaches for a pair of tweezers. The pincers barely thicker than a human hair. The time in London must be the same as the time in Brabazon, in Walbury, in New Winchester, in Lustrum. To the second. It is the privilege and the duty of this office to ensure that continuity. A task that was considerably easier before we began spending hours like shillings and sixpences. Now it might be yesterday in one place and next week in another. It is most untidy. Even the sciences weren't very big on relativity back in this era. I mean, Franz Boas did his best, but, you know. When social Darwinism is king of the era, then he can't really push against the tides too much. A breathtaking work of engineering. Only the finest engineers are permitted to work on it. Every component is encased in polished glass. The hands, sharp enough to slice paper, slide between the exquisitely carved numerals with buttered smoothness. Only the second hand is permitted to jump from moment to moment, and it does so with precisions of a military march. It is just for tourists, of course, grumbles a bleary-eyed apprentice. Albion's time was really based on the old tick-tock man's pocket watch. He keeps it straight. Except for that time on his 90th birthday, when he had one too many and the whole of Albion lost 2 hours. Aw, cute. Examine the array of clocks. We all have names of ports within Albion of the Reach. Lustrum, Brabazon, Port Prosper. The current time is right now. Despite the vast distances involved and the complicating effects of local hour usage, all clocks show the same time. Each of London's territories is permitted to run on Albion Standard Time, but London is a long way from them. despite being a commandment from the Empress's own lips. It is a law more often breached than observed. But what of the nature of hours? Their use remains poorly understood. The chief horologist doesn't bother to hide the weariness in his voice. No, despite the imaginative claims of certain penny dreadfuls, hours can't take you back to yesterday nor leapfrog tomorrow. But with the use of hour looms, a week's journey can be made to take a day, or a prisoner can endure the 10 years of his sentence while only 1 year is passed outside his cells. A worker can perform a month's labor in a week. A lifespan can be stretched. The empire, madam, runs on hours. Cool. But what about employment? Pay? To pad out my meager pocket of 312 sovereigns. A job for serious people, so I'm right out. The chief horologist looks surprised at your inquiry. Horologists tend to be cut from a specific cloth, a rather grayer fabric than that worn by a skyfarer. However, you have the right to take the examination if you wish. He blows the dust off a textbook and bids you to sit down. No calculation devices or writing implements are permitted. As if I need them. The chief horologist peers over the book. If the current time in Purduance is exactly 17:15 on the clock, and the time in Albion is 18:34, what, pray tell, is the current time in Lustrum? 18:34. Dan, remember when you offered answers for me? The answer's written down. That is your answer? Very well, we shall continue. And now a tricky one, perhaps. The chief horologist coughs. The train from Brabazon Workworld arrives at 11:30 in London. The current time shown on the master clock in Brabazon is, he winces, 14:30. If the train took exactly 1 hour to make the journey, it does not, of course, I merely offer this as hypothetical for the sake of testing. What was the accurate time of its original departure from the work world? Okay, arrives at 11:30, took 1 hour, then he left 10:30. Interesting, very interesting. He pauses for a moment before writing your answer down. You wait patiently for several minutes, but a third question doesn't seem to be coming. Tool, hello. Got to London by the end of stream yesterday, so now I get to die. I mean, 3 days in, first character. She's got to die at some point. The chief horologist's eyes are drifting closed. A thin string of drool dribbles. You okay, pup? Just making sure. Didn't hear you. Drools from his otherwise dry lip as he snores. Nudge the chief horologist, gently. The fellow must be pushing 100. Oh, excuse me. He glances at your answers. Well, he seemed to have the idea. No point going through the other 248 questions. Congratulations, you are now officially a royal horologist, apprentice 3rd class. He pauses. Speaking of which, I have an assignment for you. Temporal inconsistency. A suitable test of your practical skills. Take this pocket watch. It is both your badge of office and your compass, pointing to the correct time. Wear it proudly. Keep it well wound. Do not get it wet. The smaller gears are quick to rust. Assignment of the Ledbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve. Do I have anything for Ledbetters? Settler, maybe? Now he wants Port Avon. Okay. Wait, there is. Phlegmatic researcher wants Cantankerous Guts and a titanium pedal. Eventually then, if I make my way back there. And that's it here then. Goodbye, London. And hello, Mausoleum, maybe. If it's still in the same place, and probably will be. Because previous map, it was what, around here? Mausoleum right up here. Dead Sun here. So it might be a similar configuration. So far, the reach has been more skewed than totally different. Except I still can't find the Parzival. Not a bridge, just buildings. This is part of why I dislike London so much. It's so cluttered, so jutted with angular things. It doesn't have to be Eleutheria open, but still. It feels more cramped than the Blue Kingdom, despite being larger and objectively more spacious. Alright, gotta stop whinging though. Because here we have deranged dreadnoughts, guest dreadnoughts, and loads of things to kill me. The marauders here can kill. Marauders of all things. Speaking of, who's this up here? At least if nothing else, the guys around here do function as polar pair at sea, if needed. The Resurrectionists haunt Memoriam, plundering its graves for corpse goods and cadavers. They sell the valuables to pawn shops and the bodies to disgraced scholars, deranged artists, and grisly collectors. Parts, good on. Only a coin flip, investigate the bodies. Sure, I'll take the risk. A cabin has been opened to the cold, for the better preservation of the dead. The Resurrectionists keep their handful of corpses admirably catalogued. The old dangle with the old, the young hang with the young. A neat logbook records their provenance and items collected. Secrets and tales of terror gained. Ooh, hello. Something down here to peek at. Forget what these give. I think it's been, what, 4 or 5 months I last played? What do you do again? Oh. Just a Skyfarer's grave with tales of the journey, plus 1 vision of heaven, which is okay. Free immaterial goods can't be sneezed at. And even more of them. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. There's more dog stuff. The monument reads, also ready. Be ye also ready. Hey, dead son. That was easy then. Previous map, getting to the mausoleum is more of a grave. Well, not more of a grave, obviously, more of a maze. Do you have a dog? Tool, it popped up all morning. You didn't see him? You fly over a dead sun. Its blackened remnants immortalized. Her enduring majesty's reconquest of this quarter. Of this court of heaven. Bully Acre. Humble wooden coffins pepper the sky here. This is a bully's acre, a pauper's graveyard. There's little room for the dead in London. Pay respects, that's all you can do. Pay your respects, let a scribe spinster pops out, then you get more terror anyway. Silence as coffins drift past the windows. A stoker removes his hat. No spinster, cool. And still can't to say, what I should have done before leaving London is buy some saying about, ooh, look who's all by himself. All by himself with no friends to help him. And 2 or 3 shots from a marauder mangonel? Oh, hello, more of them. Even better then, more free loot. These guys are pinatas. The Ministry's monitors are delicate, elongated vessels, housing a telescopic array of lenses and sighting devices. In addition to aiding the revenue men in tracking smugglers, they perform other, less public services for Her Majesty. Search for secrets. Each monitor's captain has a strict protocol to dispose of the contents of the safe in the event of capture. Are you fast enough to get there first, are we? Yes. Perhaps the captain was killed in the battle. Perhaps. When the time came, they valued their own life more highly than the Ministry's secrets, regardless the files are intact. You comb through the papers in the safe. The Ministry hoards many valuable secrets. Aha, what is this? Reports on well-to-do families for salon-stewed gossip. Psh, that's marauder stuff, you got plenty of that. Assembled a dossier of blackmail material to gain a cryptic benefactor at the cost of 2 secrets and 4 gossip, or compiled a chart of illicit activities. Gain a chart by spending visions of heaven and secrets, but nah. Want to keep my visions to make moments of inspiration. So sure, then a benefactor. You could improve most of it, of course. But the advantage of blackmail is that one rarely needs to. Hopefully, you won't need to release information anyway. Its value's in the favor that it will allow to extract from the subjects. Whoops, wrong button. Oh, hello. Ooh, that hits hard. Good, keep spinning. And coin flips all morning, like 54% chances. All doing great on. Cool. Alright then. No more hunting. Where's my mausoleum? No more hunting, I say. Then I hear gunfire going off. There's always some around here. Gangs of Albion marauders and a dreadnought or 2. But the marauders here are tough. 3 hard-hitting missiles at once in rapid succession. Had to hit that, because you can go to the mausoleum without actually discovering the mausoleum. Smooth, flawless landing. The nave. The soaring, sepulchral heart of the most serene mausoleum. Constructed of the cooling embers of Albion's murdered son. The mausoleum was built to house London's most glorious dead. In Kensington Station is tucked into the side chapel. An elderly footman is lighting candles, while waiting to guide visitors at the mausoleum proper. So let's get escorted inside. The footman watches you alight from your engine. Sorry. He coughs meaningfully. Lighting a fresh taper, which he carries in a silver holder, the footman leads you through a narrow arch and down the winding spiral stair. Speaking of, by the way, the proliferation of spiral stairs is dizzying, literally. Spent a winter in England, and visited castles, visited cathedrals, and those spiral stairs are really narrow, they're tight, the medieval ones. How people went up and down every single day without losing their marbles amazes me, and probably explains a lot about the mindsets of the era. You can hear weeping close by, but the echoes make it hard to discern the source. Soon after, you hear a sharp burst of laughter and music. Occasionally, you can make out the rumble of what the footman confirms to be London Necropolis Railroad far below. At the very bottom is an oak-paneled door. The footman locks the door, bows, and departs. The footman disappears into the gloom, leaving you alone facing a desk shaped like a baptismal font. A cheery registrar sits in the middle, waiting to greet you, and of course, we introduce ourselves. An introduction and a warning. She has you fill out a form indicating your profession, age, usage of hours, and to confirm your legal status as alive. Ooh, what if you did Blue Kingdom first, declared yourself ephemeral, or, ephemeral something, then came back, and had to confirm was legally alive. But I guess it's two different systems, isn't it? You could be legally alive in London, and ephemeral in the Blue Kingdom, couldn't you? The Prince Consort's tomb is exceedingly popular. To prevent congestion, donations are requested. The greater the donation, the longer you'll be allowed to gaze upon the sepulchre. If one is unfortunate enough to garner the attention of one of the deathless, one must be respectful and only speak when spoken to. It is not due for the living to linger among the dead. She files away your form into an excessively large black cabinet. Visitors to the Most Serene Mausoleum are ushered into the nave, a vast soaring vault over the heart of the mausoleum. Here, guests of the mausoleum may visit the tomb of the Prince Consort, arrange for the burial of their own dead in the catacombs, or merely enjoy the solemn environs of the Empress's monument to her departed love. So report first. The Most Serene Mausoleum is, if not the heart of Her Renewed Majesty's domain, at least his pulmonary valve. The Most Serene Mausoleum endures. The catacombs grow as the necropolis line bring more bodies for burial. Traders bring fresh hours into the mausoleum. Endowments from the Empress for the deathless interred within the vaults. Plans are in motion to add a new chapel to the nave, while the deathless petition for a new separate station for the exclusive use of their servants. Death has never been in so much motion. Cool. Seven crew needs 7 to inter, but it doesn't inter the living, does it? More for the 10 crew that lost along the way. Memorial first to the Prince Consort, the most ready devoted corpse in all of Albion. The Most Serene Mausoleum was built to commemorate Her Renewed Majesty's dead love. Just terror reduction, which at least should be cheaper than this, which is way too expensive. It's a racket. His tomb is the heart of the most serene of the mausoleum. The vaults, the chapels, the mourners, and the courtiers, all arteries and capillaries to his memory. To visit the tomb, one must speak to the tree registrar. But sure, then, I'll pay my respects, a few sovereigns. And even if you go like pound for pound for pound, it is way too expensive to get as much terror as you would in Magdalene's. Or terror loss, I mean. The tree registrar marks your name in the account book before summoning a footman to guide you to the tomb. The tomb is sunk into a round chapel beneath the choir. An effigy of the Prince Consort rests on top, his long hands folded in prayer. 4 sculpted seraphim support him, as though about to lift him up into flight. Crowds of visitors mourn and jostle for visitors in mourning, jostle for a better position. A lady in an inconceivable hat shoves her way to the front. You are afforded a brief glimpse of the prince's haunted marble face, before you are ushered away. Cool. Crowds, uncanny specimens. Nah, I'm done here. Back to the nave. Contemplate the dead sun. Is what? Vision of heaven and terror increase at best? What are the odds? 91% chance success. Watch me take the 9% chance to fail. No? Nicer this time? Smoke still rises with a smoldering core. The wound that slew it is clearly visible. A great rent torn in one side. Star stuff, long since cooled to the color of coal, spills into the sky. When Her Majesty entered Albion, she slew the sun with an experimental weapon, an unclear bomb. Then she claimed the sun's throne and dominion, leaving the remains here as a clear message. Not even the suns or above the Empire's reach. Alright then, Deathless, let's approach. Her renewed Majesty's most highly favored courtiers before the upper climbs of the nave, away from the excitable members of the public. The most serene mausoleum houses more than just a prince consort. Under its soaring spires, the Empress keeps her most favored courtiers. These lucky few are provided with every luxury they might wish, and a generous stipend of hours. The only condition of this bounty is that they are dead. A legality, of course, only. They cannot possess property nor hold political office as a result. They are the deathless. Occasionally, they deign to appear to visitors. So speak with the macabre counselor. She's a former lady of the bedchamber, and a governess to at least some of her renewed Majesty's children. Mortality is a preoccupation of hers. Didn't even check the odds. 97% chance? Risky. Very risky. The counselor advances to the nave like an old spider trespassing on a rival's web. Her dark eyes dart, and her fingers curl and twitch. She notices your gaze and approaches lazily. A footman moves to intercept, but she holds up a hand. He pales and retreats. She begins by quoting Keats at you, Ode to a Nightingale. She surmises you've encountered death in the skies, known its easeful touch on your cheek. She proceeds thusly for some minutes, lingering on each crewman fallen, each cold barrel in the dark. And then, she smiles suddenly, and bids you a pleasant day. Yea, we have gained favor. Dismal Chamberlain, you don't take up stuff, do you? No, you do. You do take up a favor. Alright then, macabre counselor first. The tree registrar gives you a note and a worried smile. The macabre counselor has requested your attendance. An honor, rarely granted to the legally living. Several footmen are on hand to escort you from the nave, and through the oak-paneled doors that lead down to the Catacomb of Silence, where the macabre counselor resides. Black candles burn in silver candelabras. Fading tapestries moulder on the walls. In glass cabinets, bones of saints and sinners are displayed with gloomy relish. The macabre counselor is in a maudlin mood, regaling you with stories of her youth, and musing wistfully on past regrets. I have only one worth mentioning, my daughter. The Empress saw fit to take her from me as a punishment, I suppose. She could be terribly petty, could Vicky. She examines you speculatively. I wish to have my daughter returned to me. Fulfill this commission, and I shall bequeath upon you a great reward. Except, you are partial to a good reward. It occasionally gets you into trouble, which all fits in with this character's backstory thus far. She is a hostage at pursuance, kept to ensure my discretion. She hands you several charcoal sketches of her daughter. A pretty, presumptuous heiress with dark eyes. Well, yeah, it's charcoal. And a curly lock of her brown hair. I have an agent in place to assist and to conceal my daughter's escape. You will need an invitation to access the half-light mask to effect a rescue. I only have 3 to hand. It is likely you will need to secure more. Now, Din does say that he did this with 3. But can you really, if you want to explore everything? Your mind returns to her use of the word hostage. An odd choice. Purduance is said to be a place of endless delights, where the Children's Society's elite dally in luxury. Surely, it shouldn't be too much trouble to rescue one spoiled, presumptuous heiress from the lap of opulence, even if it is, as it were, the Empress's lap. Visit? Nah. Oh, no, I could still speak with the Dismal Chamberlain. The Chamberlain presides over the affairs of the mausoleum. He has seniority to the sepulchre, and rarely meets with visitors. Your attempts to meet with the Chamberlain are met with a relentless obfuscation. His secretary reschedules a meeting 8 times, eventually arranging it for 6 days ago. You even try waiting all day outside the Chamberlain's office, but he does not appear. His duties include regulation of time in the mausoleum, where the deathless wallow in generous pension of hours. However, the clocks are not keep at the same time. Has something happened? Finally, you manage to corner the engraved mourner, and press him for answers. The Chamberlain is no longer in residence, he replies curtly. We don't dwell on the matter. We suggest you follow suit. The aunt in London? No, sadly, she didn't pop up this time. I expect her to, though. Until she becomes revolutionary, London is her haunt. And that's... Alright. Buying gemstones, but not selling gemstones. Tableau mort. Really, I can only afford 2. Alright, I'll take them. It's cheap anyway. Worst case scenario, I sell them back in London and still make a profit. Which I could. If I sold everything I have with the bank, I'll get just enough for the next ship upgrade. And then nothing else. But who knows, might be some prospect that pops up that asks for my Bombazine or Immaculate Souls. Whoa, excuse me. Last thing I want is to get caught in the crossfire of one of those glorious dreadnoughts. Grave robbers are low throughout Albion, and your engineers set to the task with zeal. Cool. No hit, no hit. No, he's doing celebratory fire. See, he celebratory fires me, and I'm thankful to be alive. If I celebratory fire him, then I'm dead. That is the injustice inherent in the system. Privilege in its purest form. What they get to perform via the state monopolization of violence. Foucault would have a field day with this game. Touch the rock. Oh, I missed. I was gonna get a combo off it, but I was too slow. Marauder. Oh, they come in pairs. Think I'll let these guys be. See? The triple fire. Can't risk it. Not when I'm this weak. See, why don't I get a triple fire in Mangonel? That doesn't raise my heat as much as theirs is. They got the same gun, firing 3 at a time without maxing out their heat. Shoot it at him, not me. Guy's got no aim to him. Oh, it would have been perfect. Aim's a lot better now, but still not perfect. An Albion Marauder, mangled. The Marauders are those who defy, or have been excluded from, Albion's authority. Leaderless raiders, homeless exiles, pirates, dissidents, and criminals. Who are kind enough to give me an aromatic casket containing tea, Free tea. Ooh, lovely. Has he got tea too? No, it's just somebody else. Forget him. Not gonna risk fighting the glorious dreadnought. Not yet. Given a better gun, and a better engine, and maybe catching him alone, then sure. But as it stands right now, nah, not gonna risk it. Priority right now is to make money. Money, then better engines. Speaking of money, get me paid. Give me that good port-to-port money. The congruous secretary gives you a brilliant smile. Well, that sounds entirely opposite. Take a seat, dear. She writes a note, then inserts it into a pressurized delivery tube by her desk. 15 minutes later, a genial auditor arrives. A portly fellow with a white, wispy mutton chops. Pleasure to meet you, madam. Let's go to my office, shall we? He leads you through labyrinthine corridors. A new bust of the Empress seems to wait around every corner. By the way, speaking of busts, Windsor Palace, the bust of Churchill is like the fattest one I've seen yet. Take a seat with the genial auditor. His office is small but comfortable. One wall is lined with books. Another holds a window with a small window box which he appears to be growing decorative fungus. His office is poky, its walls lined with letter books. The clockwork sun glows in the window, rose gold in the smog. His window box holds a spray of decorative fungus. He sits behind his heavy, many-drawered desk. Well, what can we do for you today? His wispy mutton chops quiver eagerly. What does ministry do exactly? Give me the lore. He pops out his cheek. Clearly he has a speech prepared. A mill makes grain. A factory makes, I don't know, socks and so forth. We, madam, make Britishness. A priceless commodity here in the heavens. It must be cradled, nurtured, and nourished. Without it, we would lose ourselves. He looks at the window, unsettled. We are very small, do you see? And the sky is so very big. And who determines what constitutes Britishness? A relevant question. Why, we do, in consultation with the most impeccable source. He indicates the beautiful books on his shelves with a smile. Spencer, Tennyson, Blake. Paine, you ask? Hardy? Mary Prince? No, he frowns, not them. And how does the ministry pursue its tasks? You have heard of their zeal, of furnaces to which inappropriate books are committed, of corrections to venerable works like Shakespeare and the Bible, of their printing presses rattling out endless public information posters. Firstly, with the truth, which is not, I must make clear, the same as facts. Facts can point at anything, but the truth is straightforward. It puts us on the right path. Secondly, by preserving and respecting our traditions. They are not quaint. They are not outmoded. They are tried and tested. After all, they are what brought us here, didn't they? And what does the ministry consider an enemy? What threats imperil Albion? Oh, the obvious, of course. Revolutionaries, rebels, strikers, the morally depraved, those who besmirch Her Renewed Majesty's good name, God save her. He rubs his chin, thoughtfully. But there are newer, more seditious dangers, too. We stand in the vault of heaven, and we must defend our way of life against the enticements of the new. A thing is not more precious because it is strange. People forget that. Okay, bid you good day. Toodaloo, he calls after you, turning his attention back to a fresh manuscript on his desk. He tuts, takes out a pot of black ink and a heavy pen. All right. What then do you pay me for my port reports? He listens intently, writing notes on a pad of paper. His comments are absolutely neutral. I see. Fascinating. Well, well. You notice your reports are filtered into separate piles. Afterwards, he writes a requisition form for you. Just pop this into finance on your way out, and they'll see to the needful, he says. Terribly grateful. Best to keep this information to yourself, though, eh? Rest assured we are experts. We'll ensure it's handled sensitively. 1 gratitude, 100 sovereigns, and a strength of the sun. Dolan. And what else does it give me? Reduce unwanted attention, useful if I were to choose to be a smuggler of some kind or work on the New Street line, right? Which, considering how long the New Street line takes, it's been done. It's done and done and done. Permits, cool. Benefactors, cool. Invitations to pursuance, 3 or more, bleh. Royal dispensation, cool. Alright then, Auntie, are you home yet? And I better not be catching ill again. It feels like it, but I've already been sick. Like, just got over being sick. I can't get sick again. One, 2, 3. And nobody cares about me blowing up military ships right in the middle of Albion, in the heart of London. Smack dab in the intersection of the Ministries, the Throne of Hours, and St. Dominic's. 24 secrets, 30 salons to gossip, so keep paying them out. Maybe what I need is less water, and something warm and meaningful like tea. But the thing is, I'm bereft of tea. I've got the 1 pouch left, but that 1 pouch is like, you know, a meaningful thing. Like keeping a bottle of brandy or good wine to await some future momentous occasion. What am I here for? That's right, forgot. No new prospects left. Alright then, Mac, let's toss you away. Don't need the tea anymore for right now. Wait a minute, hold on. Devil? Wasn't one of your things here in London the Baroness? Or the Duchess? Yeah, the Baroness of Hell. Isn't that here then? Ask him about the friend in London. The Baroness, he's told you that much. My contact in London belongs to the old aristocracy, he says. We will find her, perhaps, in the ruins of the palatial stables, chewing all the gilding off a state carriage 10 years past his last parade. If not then in some place similar. She does not much like humans, unless they happen to be the crown prince of a dissolved monarchy, or the general of an exiled army. The fact that you're with me will not pacify her. The last time we spoke, I took off one of her legs. So bring a tribute. Immaculate souls. I got souls. Got plenty of souls. And still no want. Not at St. Dommy's. Not at the Steam and Sapphire Yards. It's a shame. Alright. Plenty of souls. What we got him for? But wait, where's the devil's friend? We're here after all. Everyone's got jobs to do here. First off, incautious driver. Is there verdant fragment here? 30% chance. Good odds it could be. Then I fail anyway. The incautious driver spends hours sniffing the air in search of familial spores, but to no avail. We should try somewhere else, they reluctantly decide, shuffling with uncharacteristic glumness back toward the train. Sorry, buddy. What does the princess do again with her segment? We should go to London. I've always wanted to open up a salon. My sister has one, so I should too. To generate cryptic benefactors. Nah. I think not. Look for the Baroness of Hell. The repentant devil does not know her current address, but he is certain it will be someplace formerly grand. You try the remains of the palace. You try a few town houses that have fallen on hard times. The repentant devil cackles to himself and says, I know where she'll be. Hard to believe not think of it first. He leads you unerringly through the streets. It seems like he lived here for a time not long ago. This was once the embassy of the devils in London. It is now a ruin, though still overly hot. You can see only a few limbs of the Baroness at a time. Most of her extends up the grand staircase on a sight. The downstairs portions are plated, iridescent on black, something like a widow's ball gown, if it were made entirely out of beetle. The Baroness's children are sightless larvae, chewing up old paperwork. Observe the meaning. Someone sent an assassin after me, the repentant devil addresses the Baroness's downstairs eyes, at her downstairs mouth. The plates of the Baroness's exoskeleton spasm. The rhythm is a rhythm of laughter, but the sound is a rustling of leaves. When she speaks, it is with the same desiccated quality. If I had the energy to kill you, I would have done it long ago. No, my old friend, your problems come from very much another direction. They visited me, looking for you. She turns her notice to you. It must be irritating, serving such a master. He becomes intolerable when he's bored. Correct it. Correct her. About who is master. It is your locomotive. He is on your crew. Oh, do you think so? The Baroness's mouthparts move, as though chewing something in the air. I'll leave that between you, shall I? So, ask about the person who came for him. What was their intent? Their intent was to level me up. I said there was no point in trying to take him anywhere he doesn't want to go, the Baroness remarks, extending one limb toward the repentant devil. But she seemed likely to keep prying, so I killed her and kept her effects. She produces a bundle of things, clothes, a mean little dagger, and some paperwork. The bundle has been chewed on by the Baroness's children, but the papers still look legible. This was the last stop, wasn't it? What I should have done was do Carolon first, get experience with the other stuff, then come here. With that, you're ready to leave. What will you speak of as you depart the embassy? Dwell on his revolutionary tendencies. See, the last time, right, I dwelled on his ambitions. But all that did is make him subservient to the crown. And he was all too happy to either hide away or serve the Blue King. So no, dwell on the revolutionary tendencies. He speaks of his last fight with the Baroness. She did not wish him to leave or to join the Republican faction. The fight was lengthy and violent. He still has scars. Why do you think he has grown his sideburns out? The repentant devil has become more angry at the judgments. Good! Let him be angry. We're going to keep him this time. And right, the settlement wants to curry favor. It's not enough to see this train, but he also wants to, preserve it. And then what? What's his last step? To go around the Reach? Not the Reach, or did the Reach. Go around Albion 5 or 6 times. I'll hold off on him for now. Because somebody has to see Altan's parents. The Navigator waits for you. I've been away for some time. You're vouching for me to make a good impression. I want to make her proud. The house is small, but it is in an expensive location. It is well kept. The windows are clean, the steps freshly swept. Asphodel is flourishing in an urn by the steps. Asphodel. Asphodel. A Eurasian plant of the lily family. typically having long slender leaves and flowers borne on a spike. Cool. It still feels like home. The navigator gazes at the front door. It feels strange to know I'm just visiting. Ring the doorbell. The navigator stands beside you. He fidgets with a loose thread on his sleeve. The grieving matriarch herself opens the door. She sees the navigator and yelps. She laughs. It disintegrates into tears. The navigator enfolds the woman in a hug. The matriarch glares up at the navigator fondly. I'd been so worried. The moment I knew you'd signed up. It is so dangerous out there. What if something happened to you too? She hustles a pair of you into the drawing room. My husband's at work. He'll be disappointed to have missed you. They really are family. The grieving matriarch is determined you'll join her for tea. She even refuses to let the servants assist. She is rushing towards the kitchen when the navigator intervenes. We can't stay long. I mustn't impose on the captain. I promise I'll come back soon. He draws the matriarch close and lowers his voice. I came to ask. May I borrow the key? I hadn't been able to pay my respects. The grieving matriarch looks mortified. Give them some privacy. It's their business. It would be unkind to intrude on their privacy at such a time. You could peruse the photos in the hallway. The walls are covered in family photos. Frames jostle for a space. In the oldest picture, the navigator appears as a young, freckled girl, skirted and scowling. In the later ones, he is a tall, short-haired youth, his arms casually flung around his friend's shoulders. The matriarch bustles past. A couple of minutes later, she returns carrying a large book. This time, she attempts to smile. Finally, the navigator comes out into the hall. I have what I need. He has a book under one arm, and is holding up a large iron key. What does it open? The family tomb in the Eagle's Empyrean. They took Altan back there. Gain gossip. Ooh, oh, that's awful. Does it have to be salon-stewed gossip? Oh well, I have what I wanted. Smog dapples the city. Visitors wear scarves or clasp rags at the mouths and hurry through the streets. Workers in the slums and stations toil on. And still no want. Oh no, I just realized. Only 3 fuel, while I have no cash on me. 179 at most. Guess that is gonna be back to London. Back to London to, not back to London, back to the Reach to make some money. Do some prospects back, forth, and around. Someday. A Graven-class juggernaut. Someday. And speciometer is saying device. A sophisticated machine for the sophisticated captain. Never be confounded by the wonders of the high wilderness again. Well, sadly I can't get it. What else do we have here? Wit and vinegar, winch and pulley. Fitted cupboards for more hold. That takes up a bridge slot, so I could use that. What else do we have? Ratty baggage handlers. Auxiliary slot, more hold. The Goneril. Fuel consumption, 130%. Movement speed, 115. A midnight miracle of engineering. The Goneril was originally commissioned by the Admiralty for its dreadnoughts. Now, more widely available, the Goneril is lean and fast as a hunting panther. The latest model comes equipped with a steam injector, allowing frantic bursts of speed for captains with the courage to engage it. But only with needs crew 9+, so I can't use it anyway. Durandale I got. Everything else, if I need it, I have it. Alright, then backstory. What do I want? Nothing special yet, except pestilence, maybe? Since arriving in the heavens of the avid horizons, you have contracted an unlikely illness. You are turning, imperceptibly slowly, into glass. The progress of the disease is halted for now. But where has it taken root? Besides your heart, your breast has become translucent, and allows an educational if distressing view of your coursing veins and thumping heart. You take pains to conceal it, or in your lungs. You suffer from perpetual hoarse cough, and occasionally expel clouds of emerald sand into your handkerchief. Or what I should do is do something to get more irons, because I do want at least iron 50. How about scarred then? You came close that day, to death. It has left its mark. What was it that nearly killed you? An attempt on your life. There's a bullet scar beside your heart. You have learned since to be more judicious in your choice of friends. Perfect. 49 hearts, 42 irons, and 49 mirrors. Veils is still a poo, but that'll have to do. Okay, now I gotta find the... what is it, wit and vinegar? Can't yet do smuggling stuff, I don't think. Affiliations villainy isn't that great yet. But I might be able to buy some stuff for my ship, for my engine. And maybe do some light exploration. Big maybe though. Glass. Quit making out with the microphone. See, I let him in because he barks too much at neighbors. He's let out. And what does he do but bark too much at neighbors? The head office of a lumber concern that imports bronze wood from the Reach. The Wit and Vinegar Lumber Company operates primarily in the Reach, mining bronze wood and transporting it back to London for construction, furniture, and locomotive plating. Its loading platform is frequently frequented by brawny, wind-bitten men, lugging slabs of bronze wood into the warehouse. Take your leave. The workers give you unsympathetic stares. You're trying to work. It ain't safe for tourists. You return to your engine. The workers watch as you go. Suspicious lot, aren't they? No shops, no nothing. Can't do a thing here yet. But I could see if I can't find anything close by. Have I got any clues to what's where? Abbott Horizon, northeast of London, same as always. Mausoleum, been to. Who's got what else then? Says Purduance, but doesn't say where Purduance is. Wilma, Cinder's old flame. Where's Wilma again? Rats? I don't remember. Oh well. I'm sure if it was important, they would have told me. It's a house, but not the named house. Sad, tragic. See, this song right here, right? The game knows exactly what hollow, empty, lonely, atmospheric music is. And yet, far too often, no lonely, empty, atmospheric music, just dead silence. Dead silence has its place. but the way dead silence is used here is more as a blank page rather than punctuation. And just how big is this island? Again, why I dislike the Reach so much. Not the Reach, the Albion so much. At least with the Reach, right? It's organic. It's natural. You hit a giant wall, you follow it, you could at least guess where it ends. Hey. Walbury Juxtamer is in the exact same place as before. How lucky is that? And Walbury is a much better place to drop terror than the most serene mausoleum is. Palace Pier. Workers in neat uniforms guide your locomotive to rest. Tourist engines rest alongside trading engines. Crews trade gossip and delicacies. Signs in block capitals make it abundantly clear that this is a place for pleasure. Is it? Then what do you sell? Cage catches? Psh, forget it. Mulberry Juxtamer dazzles like a Fabergé egg. Lamps lit, rich brass, and Britain in Baroque. In the distance, carnival music mixed with the faint cheering. A queue of twists and snarls along the dock. Visitors are not allowed to just stroll into the port. They must be admitted. Every fortnight, the Bureau of Entertainments holds a lottery to give out a number of pauper passes, which grant free admittance. The queue for these is long, but it's not the only way into the port. But luckily, because we're new, we get to bypass the queue, at the insistence of the authorities. A fox-jowled man, smartly dressed in cobalt, takes notice of you. He crooks a finger. First time visiting Walbury Juxtamer, eh? Come on, come over then. The representative of the Bureau of Entertainments introduces himself. We are a department administrative of public decency, but we're entirely autonomous. We run this port for the benefit of weary travelers. He leads you past a queue that doesn't even bother to grumble. Yes, I know, queue jumping is terribly uncouth, but would you really rather be mingling with the proletariat when you could be enjoying our port? And I'm sure once you've seen what we have to offer, you'll need to come back again. He leads you to a filling station. Everyone goes through this. There is a dress code. The couturier is exquisitely attired. Burgundy tailcoat, cravat, brocaded vest and iron and ink, breeches, boots, and a smile like a shark. Periodically, he checks a brass pocket watch, while his grin lengthens and diminishes and turns. He is here to supervise the attire of new visitors to the port. In Walbury, everyone dresses up in the heady styles of 50 years ago. The Bureau of Entertainments provides suitable attire for all visitors. What articles of clothing are going to be based your outfit around? An explanation? An explanation. Dresses and explanations. The couturier flicks a glance at you. I'm sure you know the spiel, but I am obliged to repeat it. In a droll voice, the couturier, who could be anywhere between 17 and 39, explains. Walbury Juxtamer is a perfect holiday destination and has by visitors adherents of the dress code. Do not fear, it is all to enhance the experience they have while with us. In addition, and as a reassurance about the strainless nature of our generosity, I should inform you, the mists are corrosive and will eat through your regular garments. We provide access to the full wardrobe of coats, waistcoats, frocks, dresses, dress shirts, breeches, boots, bustiers, and more to ensure your own remains intact. We love to see familiar faces. It wouldn't do to put you off. Now, pick one item, and I'll choose you an outfit that suits it. A hat. What a dizzying cornucopia of grotesquely perfect millinery. London would weep in envy. Or a dress? A dress shirt. Why not both? Awaiting your attention are armoires heaving with lace and leather, silk and cashmere. Everything that ever elicits the envy of another. Or a finely tailored coat. Draped across an army of smiling porcelain mannequins is an armament of coats in every size. All sumptuously designed, all perfect. Just like you. A skirt, or maybe kilt, or a bustle or breeches. A glimmering sea of fabrics, tooled to fit any waistline or hip, lines an enormous walk-in closet. Through the frills, you see undergarments. Oh my. Fabulous footwear. Of all the finery on display, the footwear is possibly the most avant-garde, with fashions that border on ludicrous, exciting. Or back out. Return to the dock. Fear somehow supplants common sense. Sure, you'll have to wait till nation to get back here. But perhaps you do anything to escape the courtier's carnivorous grin. No reward for taking this option, but still. Alright, a hat. Give me a hat so fine you think I was going to the races. The couturier summons a pair of pale children, their stained glass eyes a palette of emerald golds. They'll help you with anything you need, ma'am. No favors too big, too terrible. I'd ask you don't request a bladder as a hat, however. I hate training new help. His assistants are as attentive as they are silent. Reverently, they offer possibilities in flattering headgear. Fascinators, bowlers, top hats, even veils filigreed with milky blue seed pearls, and roses, the red of a broken heart. When you finally dismiss the children, the couturier considers you for a long moment. He turns to a wardrobe and hands you several garments, all your size. Once you are dressed, he dismisses you, shooing you out to the Wolbury Juxtamer. Yay. I have new clothes. Port to port first. Absolutely imperative. In the face of candy floss, guards are let down. Presented with this much tea, defenses are dropped. This should have been a good place to gather information. Unfortunately, the screams of donkey render eavesdropping impossible. Still, even by itself, a list of visitors is certainly worth something. Attend an exclusive exhibition of portraits. A puppeteer portraitist is displaying his latest work. Your connections among the Bohemian has secured you a ticket. Attire, good and not familiar yet. Bohemia 4, need 4, and I do not have the patchwork devil. The puppeteer portraitist has found success with the prejudiced portraits of his latest muse, who, he claims, is a devil. A small crowd of refined taste mingle, drink adequate wine, and concoct elaborate theories on the messages hidden in the paintings. Examine the portraits. Each depicts his muse, who, people speculate, is his mistress, in a different pose or tableau, and is prefixed Portrait of a Devil. His work is striking. In each piece, he takes his muse's perfect features, her delicate lips, her impeccable nose, her amber eyes, the parabolic arches of her eyebrows, and arranges them in impossible configurations upon her face. In a steady solemnity, one of her eyes gazes at you from the center of her forehead. In To Muse at Midnight, her mouth splays diagonally across a cheek. Oh, that's just anime. Ask about his work and his muse. You hear the devils are not pleased with his work. The brazen magistrate in London has called his work a spiteful and irresponsible act of artistic calumny. Caroline's presiding deviless calls him a grisly panderer of avaricious character. The portraitist pales. If Helen's angry with me, he says, imagine the opinion of my muse. No, do not ask me about her. I will say nothing. Technically, the devils who followed London to the heavens are unaffiliated with hell, which they left behind. They are pariahs now. Still, old terminologies die hard, especially among those inclined to poetry. Then I guess what is there left to do but to follow him to his home? Where is he keeping her, and who is she, really? You could lurk outside the gallery, and follow him when he leaves. He leaves late, one hand securing his hat against a stiff breeze. You follow him beneath the lamppost, and into a tangle of back streets and yards, where he vanishes after rounding a corner. It is as if he disappeared into the shadows beyond the gaslights. Where did he go? You may be able to pick up this trail elsewhere in Mulberry. Maybe. But maybe not. Donkey ride? No. Help an incautious driver hunt for the verdant fragment. 60% chance now it could be here. It was here. Take it in the sights. The driver sniffs at the air for any hint of loose verdant spores dragged in by passing travelers. I can taste something. A fear. Not death, but the loss of something important. The fragment doesn't want to return. It doesn't want to give up what it has become. They close her eyes, focusing. I can taste its design as well. Its host. You have a place called Hosdrop Deep, a desolate corner of the sky. It was meant to hide there. The deep will be hard to find. When we're close, we'll need to use our scout. East-northeast of London. Which is again where it was last time, wasn't it? This is how many locations now in the exact same place as last time. Alright then, charming tea room. Tea is always a good idea. In a universe of horrors, tea is never wrong. The assistant pressures you into ordering today's special, a slice of sesame cake layered with chocolate, and a masala chai. The former superb, the latter's adequate. Either way, you regret nothing. It appears traditional for patrons here to abscond with a piece of crockery, a mug, a delicate teacup, a saucer, whatever best reminds them of the tea room. As such, you do the same. No reason to be impolite. A path to the beach? Nah, succumb to the wiles of a rubbery lump cellar. A wax paper cone brimming with rubbery lumps sounds just about perfect. It tastes precisely as advertised. Hot, rubbery, faintly sweet, with a dashing of mirin and brown sugar, and an aftertaste reminiscent of roasted berries, like the memory of a better day. You gaze at a palmful of lumps before you put the rest away. See? Absolute best terror job. Why spend all of your sovereigns, or all of your uncanny specimens, for a minor terror job at the mausoleum when you can come here, spend a price once, and get all of your terror down to 0? Sorry, nose is all stuffy up today, don't know why. Like I said, I just got over being sick. That gives a cooldown, doesn't it? Bethesda, patch your game. Diseases popping up far too frequently. It tastes precisely as advertised. Hot, rubbery, faintly sweet. Right, the same rubbery lumps. But I gotta drop terror. All the lumps. It is time to be elsewhere. Leave swiftly. Cold frissions down your spine, dragging your attention southwards. Oh dear, your clothes are in tatters. Your beautiful garments are nothing but rags now. Well-dressed onlookers gawk and giggle, whisper and point. You look bedraggled, shabby, and worst of all, unfashionable. No. In favor with the chairman? Oh, really? So as long as I have the chairman's favor, does that spend the favor? Or does he just need to like me for me to go in indefinitely? Inquire about the lottery. There is no indication as to when it will next be held. Is it at the whim of the port authorities? The queue snakes across the lips of the dock like an umbilical cord or a garland. Scalpers bark temptations, promising expedited access. Vendors patrol the undulation of the line, offering drinks, snacks, anything to spare the mind for the doldrums. Finally, a woman in tattered morning attire answers. It is every fortnight, more or less. You'll want to be near the front. They only give out a few passes. Don't want to dilute the quality of the clientele, I hear. It appears you have to come back later if you want to get in via Pauper's Pass. Nah, I'm done here, I think. But first, 1 hour, 49 minutes in, it is time for a short break. And I might get myself some tea, who knows.
さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
あげないもん。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの枝くるみじゃないよ。
いやいやイディアの冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい。もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士だよね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいやイディアの冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい。もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士だよね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいやイディアの冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい。もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士だよね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいやイディアの冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。や ないと父さん勝ち目ないし、だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士点だ。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、いい理由の冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士点だ。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、いい理由の冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士点だ。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、いい理由の冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
よ
ども2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいやイリアこうでもしないと父さん始めないし。
Alright, back. And got myself a couple of bags of expired black tea, but it's all we have, really. So once that finishes, then tea time for me time. 5 fuels and we 4, and I got no money, do I? 1 and 1. Alas me. 19 whopping sovereigns. It's alright though. Cause just gotta explore and find stuff, don't we? Or just head back. See, this place, this area around Mulberry, is a perfect example of why the ambient text has to be fixed. Say something pops up now to tell you what horror or what atmosphere to find, and instead, all you get is white text and white clouds, so really you get nothing. Lighthouse, new location. Well, I say new, as of last summer. St. Anthony's Lighthouse. The lighthouse looms out of the mist like a pale candle. Its light burns a searing path, breaking through the wispy susurration of the fog. A single platform clings to the lighthouse, a line for engines to dock. The upper gantry hangs far above it like a sentinel. A pair of elderly keepers maintain the tower. They permit guests use the converted fuel house. It is not much of a generosity. No doubt of tea, a caddy that I left behind. Climb then. The view from here must be worth seeing. The climb is harrowing. The iron stairs are rickety and unsteadily bolted to the lighthouse's inner wall. You emerge. At the top of the lighthouse, the mists fall away together. You can see the lights of Mulberry, dappled and jolly with festive lights. Engines pass the distance, intent on some destination far from here. You linger for a time, watching the world go by without you. You know, I heard the music, and I saw the terror rise up as if I was close to the horror. So I thought the giant Squirmfuku was gonna pop up. But I guess no? Just the lighthouse itself instead of a horror? Huh. Weird. Wonder why. It's just the lighthouse after all, as far as we know. If you're some skyfaring captain, trading about, locomoting about, and you see that lighthouse, what about it so horrific? Oh, hello. Direct hit. Good start. Think I'll come. Wait. I do have a Surrey Enigma. And I am foolish enough to try. Nope, it juked away. Come on, man, quit moving. Nope, nope, go away, go away, go away. At least his aim is impeccably awful. Alright, that's it, go away. I gave it a go, but half health is no. Not gonna do it. Alright then. Plan is back to the Reach. Gave an honest go of things, but I have no money. And things are currently too difficult here. So gonna fly back to the Reach to New Winchester, pick up honey to set up Magdalene's, come back around. I think even. Eleutheria might be less dangerous than Albion is for a starter ship. And stat-wise, I am nowhere near the 75 required to even use the Wrath of Heavens. So no point getting it now. So tense. When that building first popped in off screen, I thought it was an enemy. I was gonna try to dodge the building. Alright, this might be a bad idea though. Because I have no cash. Or not, yeah, no cash and no fuel. So I should stop by London first. Turn in port reports. Yeah, that'll do. Get fuel, then come back. Cause say that I go to Port Prosper, right? What then? You can't sell stuff at Port Prosper. Need my food. And I wouldn't be able to buy more fuel I mean. Taming factories, choking smog. The light of the clockwork sun is dulled. Right, so hull, I have to hold off on. Just sell the port to port. Then load up on fuel, all the fuel, and make my way back. And this better not be a dead end, knowing Albion could be. But luckily, atmospheric clue. Atmospheric? Sure. Environmental clues point to no, it's not. Just a mazy, out of the way. I could finish off the driver's thing. All I gotta do is go east-northeast, bring some guns with me, threaten the fungus and come home. But again, money. Gotta go back to the Reach and make money first. If I was foolish, how much hold do I have right now? 22. On the way back to New Winchester, what I could do is get to below 10 hull, for the sake of getting the next What do you already call it? What do you call it? Right, the next facet. First though, Starboard Bookkeeper and deliver port report. Just a one port report though. 100 sovereigns. The bookkeeper reads the report swiftly, makes a few notations, then files them deeply in his haystack of financial records beyond the attention of the most persistent ministry auditors. Thanking you silently, he conveys you are doing important work. Cool. Bazaars that has no markets or no prospects. 6. Oh, that's all I could afford. 7.5 fuel. 2 food and change. It'll have to do, won't it? Waddle is in the bank, but I could sell crockery, because nobody cares about crockery. Nah, I'll just go. It'll have to do, so it'll have to do. Right then, off we go, back to the Reach. If I don't waste any moment, then even this paltry amount of food should be enough. And how often have I passed a patient princess, only to just now spot its location? And still don't want. That's like what? Went to London, Mausoleum, back to London, Walbury, back around to London, 3 times, no want. Oh well, it happens. Ooh, what I could do is I could die. But even then though, dying doesn't give me any benefit because you receive a percentage of how much cash your benefactor had. Which is what made day 2 or 3 of the previous lineage so difficult, because I kept dying again and again and again. So pretty much had no money to get. Starting off dead broke, nothing to really do. I just love making this a Steam thing. Steam. See, the whole region here has its own background music. It's got its own theme song. Not like the Reach, where it's like, you go to Magdalene's or Carillon, you get the theme music. But elsewise, out of nowhere, you get nothing. Yay, Sins Jenkins Transit Relay. You know, they call these the Sins Jenkins Transit Relays, but I've never been to Singe or to Jenkins. Present to custom, cause to leave, just costs what, 1 permit? Got plenty. An avuncular inspector boards the ship, smiling as she takes terse notes with a clipboard. Captain, such a pleasure. Shall we begin? I'm almost positive we can make this as painless as possible, not to declare. The avuncular inspector finishes a quick look around the ship. Excellent, Captain. I won't be needing this after all. She puts away the well-weathered red custom stamp in favor of a green one that looks almost unused. Okay, let's go then. Travel to the Reach, first class. Reserved for those on imperial business. You will need appropriate paperwork, which I just thought about, right? Like, technically, we're doing this on business of the Royal Horological Office. They sent us to the Reach to do some clockwork. And apparently I knew that at my own expense, sent me out with not a single permit permitting me to travel. So what then? Do they expect the Royal Horological Officers to just capture and destroy passing dreadnoughts to afford passage over? Two food and 7 fuel should be sufficient. A messenger greets me at the station. He has scrub pink face and immaculate hair of a natural-born butler. He holds a placard with her name. What's up, dude? The messenger explains that he is, as you already guessed, a butler. His master had heard much about your exploits and is quite desperate to meet you. He hands you a card with an address. You recognize it as a neighborhood of a particular wealth and prominence. A new cryptic benefactor. Well, how could I say no? Where is he? The bleak industrialist estate. The estate takes up half a street. The mansion itself is a grand wall structure with Venetian windows, a cupola, columns in the Palladian style. But the gardens are tangled with weeds. Muddy water pools glumly at the bottom of a disused fountain. The industrialist receives you in one of his drawing rooms, sitting with a rum glass beside a fire. He has a sour cast to his mouth, and eyes that blaze with indiscriminate loathing. What has he sent for me? Before he answers, he knocks the back of the resume at a single gulp, and asks for his butler to fetch another. A proposal? There is a distant kingdom where the dead can be found. The industrialist's voice is hoarse with disuse. I need an enterprising sort, such as yourself, to visit it for me and retrieve someone. It should be a simple enough affair. In return, I will pay you a small fortune. Who does he want brought back from the dead? Some years ago, I lost someone dear to me, he says. A world without her is worthless, miserable. I need her back. Let it go? Share the story of your own loss. You too have a lost love. As you tell your story, the industrialist's hateful glare melts. He weeps, silently at first, but by the end he is racked by convulsive sobbing. Finally, someone who understands, mutters the industrialist when he has recovered, dabbing his eyes. Thank you. London has an embassy in the Blue Kingdom, a place called the Sky Barnet. I cultivated a contact among the diplomats who I hoped would help me, but he has proved useless. Maybe you could get more value from him than I could. There is no further conversation. The industrialist retreats to his quarters, sniffling. Does that mean that I can't? He shares his finest liquor. He makes infinitesimally small talk. He asks with unwavering intensity about your progress finding the lost love. So what I should have done was extract a higher price, then talk about my own love. Aww. Because I had the hearts for it, I could have made him pay me more for it. Alright, let's attend the grand ball. The glory, or the Port Prosper season. Candles illuminate on the great staircase that swept up the residence of the Windward Company. Same stuff. Worst behavior already been on. I'm pretty sure the East Enders already love me. You are embraced by the impoverished East Enders, and are tolerated by the prosperous West Enders. Just get on their side. There's no benefit to it, I think, but why not? Might as well. Your buttons gleam in the mirrors, as does your smile as you make polite conversation with notable after notable. The ball begins with God Save Our Queen, and ends with a quadrille. You are on your feet throughout. You drink precisely the right amount of sherry. Your comments are on the near side of cruel, yet diffuse with an elegant turn of phrase almost immediately. To the servants you are polite. To the company men you are charming. Everyone agrees you are quite the success. Several are amazed you are not a native of Port Prosper. No. These petty frontier folk. Please. Souls, and that's it. Alright, then let's go. Port Avon and Magdalene's are within close reach. But the best bet would be to go straight to, not Prosper, to New Winchester. Oh, unless what I should have done is pick up my honey, pick up my nectar in London, bring it all with me now. Because I had space for it, then I could stop by Magdalene's, not at all. Finish off the prospect. Ah well. Contraband? Nah, just give me the secrets. Failure. Failure on the secrets. An acrid stink pollutes the captain's cabin. What was the success chance? 73%? Oh well. Even 73 is green, really? So not even 75. Anything above 70 is considered, hey, you got this. It's good odds. The safe is open. Within, an unstoppered glass bottle is tipped onto the stack of papers. They smoke and curl. Most information is destroyed, leaving only a handful of unsettling excerpts. Oh well. Ooh, what I should have done. I could have stopped by the company house while I was in Port Prosper and turned in some stuff, some port reports. One of the port report for Port Prosper does nothing for me, does it? Not in Port Prosper. And then turn in some tackly nameplates. I'm sure I have a few, don't I? Do I? Is it not here? Stovepipe nameplates. Permits. Spinster trophies. So now nothing else. Oh, that's right. I do have a Spinster trophy, so I could sell it. In Port Avon. That'd be good. A homestead. This homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. Blue smoke coils in the chimney. Reduced terror in my time. Sky stories for supplies, sure. The host is eager to hear of adventure in the sky. Before you leave, they press a bundle into your arms. Sweet. Now that should last me to Port Avon, where I could get another port report, give off the Scribe Splinter trophy, get paid for that quest, get more food, and then make it to Victory Hall to get a bit more pay before stopping back in New Winchester. Perfect. Flawless. And I get to stop by the memorial to the unknown rat to get a small amount of terror drop on the way. Terror won't ever stay at 0, but having that small baseline helps out. Outbreak of heart sickness, fine then, give me more terror. Or succumb and write myself. 58% chance. Nostalgia is the fuel of melancholy, and melancholy is a fruitful muse. Perhaps you'll be inspired. You surrender to the welcoming embrace of nostalgia, which makes brass into gold, cruelty into glory, and hardship into virtue. Stewed in melancholy, you begin to write. By the night's end, you produce a dozen stormy, opulent stanzas of the loneliness of the sky. It's no time tree, borrow my prison. Lime tree, bower my prison. But it'll do. What's this upcoming signal relay? Cuddle candle or something? Cuddle's comb? Don't think I have anything to do there. At most, it's gonna be what? Raid supplies and paid back right away. Or get some Sky Stories or Vision of Heaven. Sure then, read the ledger. Handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Flynn deposited supplies. Superstitious after run of bad luck. There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain details various damages done to the engine and the causes. Hull, aggrieved cantankerity. Backplate, bad launch off Port Prosper. Front plate, bad landing on Port Prosper. Hull again, Jones. A change of personnel gives the captain optimism for the next leg of the journey. Nope. And look, still had the bat with me. He wants Lustrum. He wants Faith's... Wait, did he say Faith's Fall? Oh, Faith's Fall. Alright. That's not by Lustrum, I'm stupid, I got them confused. Faith's Fall is by Hybris. That's okay though. It's relatively easy. Okay. No hit, no hit. Okay, this is way bad. Got too greedy, man. Had a bad angle. An injury. Grim news. Your last battle resulted in a number of injuries among your crew. Your medical bay is crowded, the prognoses aren't good. Treat the wounded yourself. You have a steady hand and some education. Perhaps it will be enough. Partial success. You save how many could save. In the end, 2 out of 3. It could have been worse. You tell yourself as you draw a white sheet over the vacant face of a third. 2 hull. Alright, straight to New Winchester then, forget it. Oh my goodness, that could have been it. That could have been the end of this 3-day first captain, right? Lineage is literally 1 captain in, 3 days in. Same first starter captain. It's always greed. Greed is always what ends me. Okay, I do have enough food and fuel, and this area is safe. Absolutely, objectively safe, assuming I don't crash into anything. So Victory Hall first, then New Winchester. No fancy flying, no reversing. No scraping anything, please. Paranoia when you're at literally 2 hull. Yay, a whole 100 sovereigns. Scary. Do they have to put the bridge right there? Alright, it's a good line. What I was worried about was when you press R and the game takes control of your ship. If it bumps, Takaki's answer. London's invention of the modern-class locomotive has sparked alarm in the Reach. Has it? The Takakis value their privacy, and don't want Her Majesty's watchdogs freely prodding their skies. Word has it, the Endured veterans convinced the Colonial Assembly to invest in a proportionate response. Learn more about this appropriate response. Ask around in more independent-minded pubs in New Winchester. After 4 pubs, and rather more than 4 drinks, we managed to learn the following. Firstly, the Takakis have embarked on a project to develop new locomotives of their own. It is only a matter of time until their first ones are completed. Secondly, that the work is taking place at the O'Brien factory at Lustrum. Thirdly, that the Takakis are desperate for donations or of expertise or bronzewood to expedite the construction. Bronzewood or crew to Lustrum. If you want to assist the Takakis, bring munitions if you want to sabotage them. Ah, but I can't afford anything. I could do repairs, but if I do repairs, I can only do partial repairs. But didn't I just get sovereigns? I have sovereigns. I got like 100 sovereigns. I have 119. Where's full repair? Can I not afford full repair? Is that it? Don't have the villainy, need 2 villainy. I can't even afford 2 villainy and 200 sovereigns. I could try to pick the lock. 57% chance success. What about if I swap crew around? My officers, I mean. Veils? No. 2 veils? Sure. 4 veils. 2 veils. Okay. And more veils. Still no. Only 69% chance. Nah, not yet then. Back to you, back to you, back to you. Thought of the sound of commotion. The mid-morning calm is shattered by furious yelling in the distance. The psalmists are causing trouble again, shouts a passing urchin joyously. Chaplet Street is lined with gleaming churches dedicated to every conceivable deity, sect, or heresy. And there is a corner of the Chaplet Street, nestled between a crematorium and a tobacco shop, where the city's least popular temples have been segregated. On this grubby and profane little corner, a group of yellow-collared vicars are trying to make themselves heard above the furious yelling of a gaunt priest. The psalmists are getting into an unholy row with the new sequencers. As you approach, psalmists pour from the ramshackle church in charge. Wade in, fists ready. Mediate the dispute. Sit back, watch the fight. You'll just bash heads together till they settle down? Or you can't imagine what common ground exists between a cult who reveres biblical curses and a cult who worships Albion's sons, but you could find it. 58% chance on heart. 57 on rushing in to bash heads. Let's sit back, watch the fight. These are probably the 2 most despised cults in New Winchester. It doesn't matter who wins, but it promises to entertain. They have rewarded me evil for good. A scrabbling, vicious, faintly embarrassed street fight ensues. The constables arrive to break it up before long. This again? One of the constables pinches the bridge of her nose. She pulls a slip of paper from her pocket and hands it to the psalmist's head priest. We're shutting your church down, effective immediately. You've been nothing but trouble since you've arrived. The priest stares at the paper. He sits heavily on his church's doorstep. The psalmist priest throws himself at your feet. I kneel before you twice scorned, he says, once by my former congregation, and now again by the prejudiced machinations of the city. Please, take us aboard your train. He pulls a tattered mat from his equally tattered robes. Here, the white well of the Blue Kingdom, where the dead go. We will build anew there. We will spread our word even beyond the veil. Sneak away? or offer to ferry the somnus to the White Well. The twice-scorned priest's haggard face lights up for a moment. For this, you will escape condemnation. The psalmists of the cursing church are so overjoyed that a few of them attempt to smile. It is a terrible thing to behold. They settle back into their habitual frowns as they gather their meager belongings and file them to your train. More hostages that I won't deliver ever. Explosives for Lustrum, Bronzewood for Ravon. I could do all of them. Forget Avid Horizon. Forget Gemstones. Take both of you on. Hey! Meet Pere, hello to you. Just in time for me not dying. 1 food left. 2 whole. Actual 2 whole. Oh my goodness, I almost died. So I think what I'll do... Port Avon does have cheap fuel, but also has cheap repairs. And they do sell food and fuel. How much bronze does Zavon want? 5? Cool then. Big payout. And 3 nectar for Magdalene, is it? Yeah, just 3. Which is money. Money is money. Whoops, not 4. 4 is way too much. But then I can't afford anything else, can I? I can afford some repairs. Not even all the repairs. Honke. I like it. Plus 10 points for that one. Okay, then if partial repairs is all I can afford, then partial repairs it is. Look at that! Even that is just 30. Absolutely almost dead that time. And only 59 sovereigns now. Oh, that's okay. When I sell my Bronzewood at Port Avon, I'll be able to buy more food and fuel. Just barely not enough. That's okay though. It's close by, so... Even just 1 crate of food should be plenty to get me there. You know, that's a good question, because Sun of Skies isn't the only one with space trains, is it? I guess it carries off from weird literature. You know, like Lovecraft and the rest. If it's weird, it works. And just unique and different enough, and fits with the time period. But it's a neat aesthetic. Now, if they actually had a train, like cars behind me, ending in a caboose, that'd be amazing. House of Many Doors tried it, and was awkward about it, like so much of the gameplay in House of Many Doors is, but there's precedent. Well, in all fairness, it's going to space. After Bat stole the city underground, so weirder things have happened. Cantankerous, come back here. Sure, a Cantankerous hit, easy enough. But Scornfluke, apparently too difficult for me. Don't you need his guts? Or is that... no, guts was the early one. What else then? You have collected the stomach of Cantankerous. Alright, alright. So stomach I have. He wants titanium petals. Have the crinoline. So just the petal then. Cool. It does look like a fish, but it's actually an isopod. Colonies. Well, I guess they kinda do look dolphin-shaped, but... rocky space isopods is what they are. Oh, I can't afford the fuel, can I? Can I? 2 fuel for 20. Sweet. Just enough fuel. New total 9. It's alright though, cause 295 times 5. Back in business. Delighted by your arrival, the villagers invite you for afternoon tea on the green. There's an alarming surfeit of scones, and you're pressed to take in rather a lot of them with you before and free supplies. Dude. And coarser neck from the cheap. Didn't even have to bring anything from my bank. Alright, I'll take them. Wait. Yeah, that's enough food. And the settler forgot all about him. He wanted Avon, and he wanted to get dropped off quickly. And quickly means going to Albion, to the Mausoleum, to Woolbury, nearly die, back to London, then back out. It's a shortcut, promise. They have arrived at the destination. Whether or not they still wish to be here, whether or not they still wish to be here, is another matter entirely. Things might have changed while you're in transit. You may not be rewarded as well now. Well, that's fine. Sovereigns are sovereigns. 100 sovereigns. Good price anyway. A colonist gives a settler a limp, awkward handshake. I am the founder of our little welcoming committee, he says, and I should like to welcome you to Port Avon. May you find it a happy haven. You know, funny enough, right? Despite growing up in the Marianas, I never did visit the trench. Maybe someday. No one will look the sun in the eye. His scowl could shatter glass. We are late, he says. I can only hope the people of this good settlement are less prone to tardiness than you. Here are your wages. I bid you good day. Yay, got the pay though. And exactly as much as I need. Nowhere in. Nobody wants to run away. Ooh, but got something for the hunting club I forgot. I got their Scribesmith's trophy. Is it inconsistent? Because I thought for sure that all this is on floating rocks. Like even Parliament itself, literally cut off from London and drifting off to float into space. Deliver a Scribesmith's trophy. The stout veteran refuses to touch it. In my day, we never had any nonsense like this, you know. It was all marsh wolves and ambulatory fungus. Good, sensible hunting. I mean, what even is this? I feel like it's watching me, and it doesn't even have any eyes. Jenkins. Put it somewhere I won't see it. 1,384 sovereigns. Perfect. So about that membership? We filled their wall. So. Ah, yes. The stout veteran twiddles his bushy mustache. Of course, you will be most welcome once a spot opens up. Dead men's shoes, I'm afraid, and our chaps do rather cling to their place at the bar. But do come and meet everyone. I am certain they'll be thrilled to hear your stories and slip your name to the right kind of people. You have, technically, been accepted into the club. Sweet deal. And that's it here. Nothing at the ruins. Nobody to join. So 2 Maggies. Gravity is not exactly weaker. It's more like space and gravity have their own weird relationship. In the lore of this game, every section of space has their own rules of reality governed by their sun. The judgments, as they are known, are their own kings and gods alike. And so in some places, reality might get a bit weird if it follows the dictations of the local star. Or just gets out of hand in the case of the Reach here where their sun has already died. Funny thing is that I played a Heaven's Vault before this, when I first got into it. And that game has its own floating rocks with settlements in a nebula. And so the headcanon for me was that there's some crossover here. And the mechanics of that nebula with the flows of mists and oxygen and things floating upon it work just as well here, maybe. Different games, different companies. But the settings, at the most basic level, are similar enough that you could headcanon some similarities. You could. Like there is a section of space that is ruled by a star that fancies himself the king of the dead. And so is his domain. In his domain, you do have not quite living corpses, but living souls wandering around with you. And living beings with their faces carved off to just a skull and the gems to act as bureaucrats in the Grand Order. And living language bathed in fire to help or hinder you. The homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. So not cannibals. Cool. Trade Sky stories for supplies. The host is eager to hear of your adventures in the sky. Before you leave, they press a heavy bundle into your arms. Sweet. Free supplies at the small cost of a common currency. What I wonder about is a height thing. Because apparently, you travel along the same plane, and docks appear to be at about the same altitude. But in certain areas you see like birds floating beneath you, or trains wandering in the background. Which gives some suggestion that there is an up and down traversal and not just left and right, forward and back. Though as a static, top-down game, we don't really get to explore that dimension. Like that right there. There's a main building and the dock in the foreground. Further buildings below. Can you fly to it? Do you take stairs down? I have no idea. And how much for my honey? 720. Plus a bonus of Terror Job, more Silencia gossip and experience. Oh well. Got what I wanted. Oh, they got comforts big and small here. And I have 3 modes inspiration. For some cases of sleepless nights lost in formless terror, of persistent night terrors and lucid dreams, more severe treatments are required. In these somber chambers of red and gold painted glass, the worst failings of the heart can be treated. An attendant waits to take your details on your payment. He asks only that you request the name of the person you wish to treat you. My mother, or her renewed majesty, really. You enter the ballroom, your invitation clutched to your chest. Your name in gold writing flashes under the lamplight. A beautiful air fills out your dance card, and leads you to the center of the room, where couples are engaged at the pavane. Pavane. A stately dance in slow duple time popular in 16th and 17th centuries. Huh. Weird. Now that's weird. The weirdest thing yet. From her throne, under a blazing halo of candles, her enduring majesty smiles briefly in her direction. Cool. Less nightmares for me then. So I think now the route will be back to New Winchester, now that I have money. Drop stuff off. Then do I want to help the bat first, or do I want to go straight to Faith's Fall? Well, that is Faith's Fall, that is helping the bat out. Or do I want to go to Lustrum? Draw off munitions, get more pay, and then pick up some hours for my crew that I left behind to mine. In this game, the skies are a terrifying place, and as you sail about and bad things happen, your terror slowly rises up. If terror reaches 100, you die. The crew mutinies. But at about 50% terror and higher, you get the opportunity to gain nightmares. Nightmares will drop your terror straight to bottom, or near bottom. It's terror reduction by 50. But each time you pick up more and more nightmares, well, that erodes your mental state. And once you hit 4, that's it. They come with cool events. There are different nightmares that could haunt you that do have some cool effects of their own. But if you get too many, I haven't gotten too many yet. The most I got is 3. And I'm pretty sure that 4 kills you. There is an achievement for maxing out your nightmares. But there are also achievements for other ways to die too, so I'm pretty sure it's fatal. And that's right, Tool. Still on the exact same first captain. Almost died. Came back from London. And just outside of Port Davlon, I thought I'd get greedy, since the monitors are easy to shoot. Just 3 hits, they're dead. But instead, I got a bad angle on him, and he got 3 shots on me. And I had to limp back into New Winchester with 2 hull. Could have and probably should have died, to be honest. But you're back. Got money into it, got food, got fuel. And Hull isn't totally dead. And the best thing is that, having gotten 2 Hull, that counts as below 10, the way math works out. Which should give me a new facet upon level up. But I definitely need more cash. London had cool stuff, got to pick up a bat and other things. But I had no way of making money. They wanted gemstones, they wanted books, and I had neither. And no money with which to buy them anyway. A few crew. I guess I could afford some more crew quarters, couldn't I? Especially if my Corruptorous Hoarder wants 5 crew. I don't know if this crew will survive or not, so safer than sorry. Cramped quarters plus 4 crew. Or sensible plumbing. Regular hot and cold running water. Pipes that don't groan much. Lavatories that flush. For plus 6 quarters, takes up 10 weight and requires Hearts 25, which I have. Okay, I could afford it anyway. I don't normally do more crew, but since I don't know exactly what the bat wants, technically they are a resource. New total 10, yay. And safe minimum is 5 crew minimum. Alright then, if I lose 10, I'll still be safe. $57 sovereigns to repair it. Alright, I could see now why I couldn't fully repair it. If it's 3 sovereigns each, out of 90, that was definitely out of my price range. Flowers for Titania. And 5 verdant seeds. You know what? Just in case. If I find seeds, why not? But I'm not going to go out of my way. Seeds are a lot like crockery. It's money, sure, but it's not much money. Okay, Bat, we got the crew. And you wanted what else then? Corruptorous Hoarder. 6 pieces of bronze wood. Expensive. And that's all I have left. Why not then? If it'll make him happy, then sure. Well, I don't know. Because he's a new fellow. And that's not going to be the end of his quest line. I think I'll wait and do him later. For now, though, Lustrum wants 5 guns, but I've already got 4. It's a start. Not the T. T goes back in. Not you. Back to Victoria Market. Because Lustrum is a little out the way. Carillon is somewhere between Lustrum and here, but Carillon only sells food, they don't sell fuel. Despite being devils from hell. Didn't Din say that they poop fuel, poop coal or something? Then you would think that they would sell fuel on the cheap. It might be space, but it is a steam locomotive after all. Burning whatever fuel you can, so if it combusts, you could use it. Oh, what I should have done is brought some what do you call it? Brought some bronze wood to Lustrum to help out with the construction of their own stuff. Because now that the monitors are in play, the Takadis are building their own new engine. Big, hulking, full of fuel. A floating resupply point. Which were amazing, by the way. Built them last time and they are my babies. Like giant bloated ticks that fly around the skies, launching fire from their bows. Oh, wrong way completely. Well, it's a good thing I brought fuel then, and lots of it. But I could stop by Titania then. Stop by Titania for a small resupply, but more importantly to get a pedal from them. A cutting of a pedal. To finish off the next round with the phlegmatic researcher stuff at Leadbetter and Stain Rods. A wreck. 97% chance to enter through a shattered windscreen. And I'll still take the 3% failure. No? Your driver pulls your locomotive alongside the wreck, close enough for you to leap from one to the other. The floor of the bridge is carpeted with glass fragments. It shines like stars in lamplight, and tinkles like bells where brutes brush it. A sky chest nailed to the floor at the back of the bridge yields to your efforts. A solid crate of what? Hours? Well, oh, hello. Hours and an ambush. Reach Marauders is so easy. Go ahead, give me the gossip. Speaking of gossip. Feeling a bit under today for so whatever reason. Just got over being sick on New Year's. Lingering cough for how long. And now stuffy sinuses again. Whoever designed the illness rate did not put any measure at all for balance. What they should have done is put a cooldown on it, say a month or 3. 3 months is fair, isn't it? Get sick, get better, 3-month cooldown, get sick again, maybe, depend on the dice rolls. Under the bees. Bees are easy. With this Marauder Mangonel that I'm carrying, it just takes 2 hits. 2 good hits. And their honey is mine. Honey, or experience. To recover nectar. 73% chance. I will never stop ranting that 70 and above should not count as good, positive green. 100% chance to listen to its death hymn. They say contains secrets if you can bear to listen all the way to the end. The sound is memorable, but not notably distressing at that high C, which makes your teeth itch. Afterwards, are you wiser? Are you stronger? You're not less so. The bees died, and you lived. Almost halfway there. 3,900 experience out of 10,000 needed to level up more. Easy beasy. Talking about being sick is a nose itchy. 1 second. Don't even really have to sneeze, just nose itchiness and irritation. Alright then. 2 Titania. Oh, you know what? Because you stopped by London already, I could, technically, finish off the next stage in its development, and just tell them build it the London style. But who wants that? That's boring. You gotta go with Eleutheria. Which I simply haven't been to yet. More XP for me, please. Thank you. Where was it of the herd? There were 2 bees around here. And I don't think it despawned. Oh well, no matter. Perfect, flawless landing. Each one better than the last. Are there no cuttings here? Or can I not get my cutting until Titania is actually built up? Nah. If I can't, then I won't. See, this deal here is awful. 300 sovereigns and 250 experience for a moment of inspiration. That is highway robbery. Because inspiration might not be totally rare, but is very uncommon. And high-end stuff demand it. Not ask for it, demand it. Cool, munitions. That is everything for Lustrum now. There's the bees, hold on. Was gonna say Carillon then, but bees first. 2 bees, or not 2 bees. Can't really tell. Feels more like 20. Nope. At least I got to skip to school. Even if the game says green, right, and that 74% should be good enough odds to take to collect nectar, not gonna do it. Because if you lose crew. And I kind of want my crew as they are. Alright then, now to Carillon. Just to see what they're buying. And it is en route anyway. See? Floating rocks. No inconsistencies at all. All totally logical. If Port Avon could have floating buildings, the skies could have floating rocks. Consistency maintained. Alright, Carillon, then to the west, hooked by the Cenobots, then up past the monsters to Lustrum. And there's gonna be a monster, probably some scribe spinster. Minor, but for this engine with this hunting gun, and how many months out of practice, it's a bit truculent. Think what I should do when I go back up to Faith's Fall to help out the bat, if I choose to, is refresh myself of what I need to get into the Eleutherian Transit Relay. Because Eleutheria, strangely enough, is not as hostile as London. Sure, Eleutheria has those invisible monsters, and it does have scorned flukes, but it lacks the capitalists, It's not as bad socially as London, and more importantly, lacks a few other monsters to make it deadlier. Seeds. Who wants seeds anyway? Was it seeds for Titania? Could do. What do I have in excess of? 3 food? Well, I got 1 for free, so... sell you off, get more food, then come back around, maybe. Yeah, sure, I'll just do that. Then I'll do Titania, drop off seeds, then Ledbetter, drop off experiments, then hook around and go up to Lustrum by way of Old Tom's Well. Which would be exciting. There are bees there to fight, marauders, star madden explorers, and more geographical variation. As we go from snow to orchard to jungle to ruins to snow again. And beehives. Beehives between Ledbetter's and Old Tom's Well. And if you get truly bored, because it is the same route again and again and again, there's Hanahuda. The driver points at Titania. Flower of the Reach. Brother wanted to move here, but bees happened. Yeah, but bees are calm, they're puppy dogs. Success. Worries me when it pauses like that. Or, more accurately, when the sign of Hanahuda blocks the success noise. And the benefit is, it's music. For those long periods of time where there is no music. 240 sovereigns. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright then. Onwards to Ledbetter's. Four rounds. And this AI cheats. Watch it, it's gonna cheat each and every time. Not even subtly. So he's already got the Phoenix, a ribbon, and 2 junk. Not too bad. What should I take? I will claim for myself Rain Man and this bird. Whoops, wrong button. Bees, hello bees. As I forget how to fly. Listen to its death hymn, get experience. And now we are objectively over halfway to the next level. Miss, you can't miss, it's illegal. Oh my goodness, that's a swarm, this poor fellow. I was gonna be first, not the bees! Alright, bees first, then him, because marauders are easy. Cool. More XP, more XP. And he's still okay, we saved the marauder. For myself. Alright, give me the tea. Thanks. So what then? Alright, bird. If I got, I'll just take Earth cards. Oh, he's already got... He's got 2 lights already. All he needs is 1 more light card in order to get an easy 15-point Yaku. Not 15 points, 5 points. You sit down in the quiet homestead. The buildings are well kept, the fences recently painted, the plants thoroughly beaten back, but no one comes out to greet you. Investigate. Perhaps the inhabitants are at dinner, or keep odd hours. The door and windows are boarded up from the outside. From the outside. Judging from the lack of dust on the porch, the inhabitants would have departed very recently. It is easy enough to get in. The nails are loosely hammered in. It is not theft. Probably not theft if the property is abandoned. Or investigate the property. There was no one here, and no indication of where the occupants have gone. What happened? No furniture is upturned. There are no bloodstains. But it doesn't seem the occupants had much time to plan the departure. There are bundles of unwashed laundry. There's a pile of children's toys in one room. A Bible lies open in the kitchen, by the knife rack. Psalm 109 has been excised. Psalm 109. What's Psalm 109? For the wicked and deceitful men have opened their mouths against me. They have spoken against me in lying tongues, etc., etc. Alright then, Hanahura. What could I get? Nothing, nothing, nothing. And he's already at a junk, and that heron, that crane I mean, counts as a 3rd light card, which I can't grab away from him. Oh well. 9 junk, watch as he gets like 6 points from lights and junks. Curtains? No. But he's at 10 junk. Stop or koi koi? Of course he stops. Cheating AI, just like I said. Unsettled dreams. That night, your sleep is peppered with uncomfortable dreams. The sky of your dream is blazing gold. It is peppered, no crowded, with suns. Suns piled upon suns, like groats in a miser's hoard. The light floods you. It shines through skin and blood and meat, peeking out your branching veins and the centered pillars of your bones. Is there no more to you than this? You wake. Will gain terror, or gain terror and a tale of terror. Seek company. 73% chance success. What if I win? Conversation, tea, perhaps a biscuit. Those fundamental human things that help us forget numinous moments like this. Failure, always. You find the crew in the galley and tell them your dream. They are unsettled. They had the same dream too. That's okay though, just 5 terror. Is half the going rate for the other events, other options I mean. Hunting party though. To drop some terror. Alright then, base of research. Got research to turn in. You have the option of 3, but you can turn 1 in or 2 in and still get paid. Hand in the stomach of the Katankery. It is a foul thing you've carried in your hold. It better be useful. You are thanked for the efforts, and asked to wait while the company sorts out your rewards. The phlegmatic researcher summons you to his home to offer you payment and the fruits of his research. He has temporarily abandoned his laboratory, which is full of incense smoke. A distressing business, he says. The stench of their innards is encrusted in my nostrils. But got paid at least 250 sovereigns at 100 XP. The fungal crinoline from mushroom meteoroid. If the right Bohemian saw this, the fashion might be revived. You are thanked for your efforts and asked to wait while the company sorts out your rewards. The phlegmatic researcher calls upon you soon. His eyes are red, his face slightly swollen. I react like this whenever I am near to it, he sniffs loudly, and hands you 300 sovereigns. Cool. Okay, and done. The researcher disappeared into his laboratory, returning in 15 days to see the result of his work and get more research jobs. Into reserve, quick trip. Oh, that's right, we got clocks here too. Investigate the clocks. The researchers look up at the clocks running fast. They beg you to hurry up. Their statistics rely on proper timekeeping. In that case, what helps the sciences more? Accurate local time or accurate London time? Your horological office pocket watch affords you access to the port's primary clocks, from which the others in the area get their time. You unpack your tools to begin. Assorted screwdrivers, brushes, pliers, tweezers, a small bottle of oil, a jeweler's loupe. Correct the time and date. This port has drifted from Albion Standard Time. Or sabotage the clock. You have your reasons. And nobody's watching. Well, maybe not yet. Rise up the ranks first. Failure anyway, doesn't matter. This clock must have been designed by a madman. Though the gears seem to know what they are doing, you can make no sense out of it whatsoever. Passerbys outside wonder whether the 13th bomb wonder where the 13th bomb came from. Fortunately, you are not the only horologist here. A skilled apprentice, present on unrelated reasons, soon intervenes, promising to fix things on your behalf if you just put away your tools and go anywhere else for a few hours. In exchange for your fee, obviously. Oh well, what is done is done. And Mazar... tea. Could always use more tea, but... I've got hours coming in for my crew, so I'll wait on it. 4 will do. And that pro-turning maneuver. Absolutely, accidentally deliberate. And is this the wind going against my direction now? It is, isn't it? Not just periphery winds, but nope, you want to go this way, it's 2 windy winds. Which is funny, because the last time, it was blowing downwards. This time, oh, it's just over there. Got it. So this route is still safe. Just a foreshadowing of nearby winds, but not here. Oh no, down to just 3 fuel. What have I done? The errors I have made. Will this last me the trip to Lustrum, or am I doomed to fail? Alright, I should have gotten more fuel. Because a star-mounted captain, marauders, and bees, all in the same place, would have been fun to fight. If this is a 4th fuel, then hooray. If not, then just to Lustrum. Nah, just food. Food and weight. Sorry, gents, have to have fun without me. If I'm really lucky, though, if I'm really, really lucky, that one shot the Marauder got on me would be critical damage. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to tell if you have critical damage until you go to port, get it repaired, and have critical damage removed. Or, if you're flying along, and some horrible event happens, or hey, by the way, Captain, you're leaking fuel. Or by the way, Captain, you got a live shell lodged in your hull, get rid of it. More flotsam? More fuelsome? Nah, just hull. A memorial. A cryptic stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in her service. Judging by his tattoos of a storm studded with mouths, and his rattling collection of talismans, the ceremony is unlikely to be Christian. 73% chance for success if I attend and deliver the eulogy myself. Success. The crew nod their heads as you speak, punctuating your sentences with solemn, approved grunts. Afterwards, the cryptic stoker steps forward. His face is painted storm gray and his talismans rattle like distant thunder. He delivers the sermon in a dozen different voices. He speaks of the duty of the living to remember that which is past. And a storm that speaks. Storm Senpai has noticed me. Sorry, bees, want to fight. But I gotta preserve some fueling. Partner's eels. Delish. Apparently, England's relationship with eels was that it was a poor man's food. Haul them up from the Thames, can them as jelly. But eel is amazing. The bees are nice though, they sing to you. What other bees sing with the bees here? Fuel or ambush, what's it gonna be? Oh, crockery, even worse. Rather have 10 ambushes than 1 crockery. It's just wait, nobody buys crockery, and when they do it's for like 10 pence each. At a prospect. And what on earth is that emote? That beautiful, gorgeous thing. You know what's funny? I've seen that very emote as ASCII art from one of the Hydra Dick accounts. I might have it saved somewhere. Some screenshot and some chat log. Ledger, Sky Stories. Cool. 40 Sky Stories, lofty. I could get fuel here, but the debt's eh. An injury. Grim news. Your last battle resulted in a number of injuries among your crew. Your medical bay is crowded. The prognoses aren't good. How about now? Failed the last time, or partial success? Full success. It's touch and go, but all of your patients will make satisfactory recoveries. 1,000 deaths wait in the sky. But today, you thwarted them all. No gain, but no loss either. That is a win. Alright, so a long way to Lustrum. Not a long way, but just enough time for 1 run of cards. Nah, no cards. It's not that long from Lustrum. And besides, the next round up is what, 4 rounds of GDAI? That's gonna take a while. At least 20 minutes. 20 minutes per 4 rounds. Maybe a full hour then? 4 rounds of the AI cheating. Then 4 rounds of the AI half cheating but not getting enough points. Cool, got myself a Takati escort. And as I say that, my escort disappears. Psh, the help these days. Land ho. You know what I haven't done yet? On my last barrel of fuel, too. What I haven't done yet is check out this area. But I'm fairly certain this area does have all the curators in the Reach, so I'm hesitant. The O'Brien Factory. A busy factory on the outskirts of Lustrum's sprawling shantytown. Here, the Takatis are hard at work on their own answer to London's new monitor-class locomotive. Security is high, but the project relies on donations and expertise and resources from sympathetic communities. If you wish, you may aid or impede the Tactity's effort. Left to their own devices, they will eventually finish on their own. Some crew leave permanently. Sabotage? No. Bronzewood? How much bronzewood? 2. And how much crew? Unlocked with 10 crew, need 10. That's not some of my crew leaves permanently, that's all my crew leaves permanently. I'll be back then. Because you want guns. Not to sabotage, but to keep. 2,572 sovereigns. Cool. All I need is twice that amount. And then twice once more to afford the new engine. New engine, new gear. And more commodities. Bargain bronzewood. Lucky. I'll take the 2 and donate it. You unload the bronzewood before the factory gates, where tobacco-whiskered foreman orders a ticket inside. As the doors swing open, you catch a glimpse of the behemoth of a locomotive, bulked with layer upon patchwork layer of plating. 500 experience. I'm already esteemed, so reputation does matter. And reputation really never matters. But still, 500 experience. Dude, gonna be 10 in no time. I am 10, gonna be 11 in no time. Could I give more? I could give more if I wanted to. Sweet Jane, though. Don't I have a few more plates for you? Nameplates on the monitors as well. How many? 3 nameplates. 1 permit gained. 3 gratitude. Beloved. I'm now beloved by the Tactities. Oh, because it turned in 3 for the name for the permit is Y. Still though, it's a good use for him. One always needs more permits. Now then, claim on my mountain. Your crew take a break. The fruits of their labors are barreled up and ready for inspection. The miners speak of a geode containing a whole century worth of hours. Yep, read that. Nothing much to report, Captain. Ready to start loading up the barrels when you are. The barrels of hours are carefully loaded on the cart to be transferred to the train, each encased with beeswax, the closest available substitute to prevent leakage. A stamp at the top marks them officially approved by Ministry, as long as nobody looks too closely at the finer detail. What noise is that? Goodness! Halfway between a deflating balloon, a child crying, and a puppy. Huh. Anywho. Retrieve crew, or assign more crew. 5 more crew for it. They were hired to work for you. Nobody said anything about being exclusively working for the locomotive. Don't forget about us, Captain. Your chosen crew disembarks, both volunteers and volunteered. They should quickly get the hang of things. Now back to work, crew. There's hours in this mountain, and if you can get them out, they'll make you rich. Anything else here for me, is there? Port report. Did I get the port report for Ledbetter's? Enigma, go away. Thank you. Titania, Lustrum, and Magdalene's. So I didn't get one for... That's okay though, doesn't matter. Visit the Windward Company. Tensions between the company and the Tactities grows by the day. The poison air coming from the words processing factory is only the latest insult. Turned away at the door. The Windward Company was not the first to begin harvesting the mountain, but no other came in harder or faster once the hours were detected. The company began by bribing prospectors to sign up for successful claims, and even offered to help process lucky prospectors' hours in their huge factory ovens. But many men are cheap, and big sticks even cheaper. As the claims begin running out, things change quickly. Now the whole facility is out of bounds. The guard isn't interested in any business you might have. No, she doesn't know who you are, or care who you may be friends with. This branch is a closed facility. Certainly it is closed to you. Can I blow it up yet? No, still can't blow it up? Bah. Alright then, figure in the corner. Let's give you an hour. Mr. Pennies pushes a selection of trinkets across his table. A dried corpse for bee's wing, a watchful curio, nothing special. These little offerings have some promise, though. You provide a fragment of ours for sale, a few seconds at most. Pennies snatches him up with a blackened and leathery appendage that reaches out of his shroud. Mr. Pennies takes a sniff, shakes as it sniffs at the little cigar box and sprinkling a calcified time within. Yes, it whines. This'll do. Will suffice. Sweet. And alright, sure, once more. Exchange for money, just to see what he says. A pitiful exchange for only the most piteous. Desperate as it is, the cloaked figure appears surprised that one such as yourself would make such a trade. We provide a small sample of ours for sale, a few seconds at most. Penny claws at it, wizen leather appendages, same. For 10 whopping sovereigns. Pretty much just a mercy. Bit of charity for him. Okay, in that case, nothing else here for me. Could do more bronze wood. Alright, more cheap bronze wood. Cheap bronze wood and fuel for the trip back to New Winchester. But we'll have to go through. What is it? Saliba something? I don't know. Didn't really care much for Saliba in Cultist Simulator. Grail is Grail, so sure they all have their appetites, but even for Grail he seemed kind of a creep. How's the fuel efficiency? 0.91. Not the best, but not too bad either. For heavy load it's okay. See, Spinster, if you want to hit, you have to say Kobe first. And not be out of range. There you go, almost got it. We can still Kobe in his memory. As they say, a man dies twice. Once, when the body dies. And twice, when people stop Kobeing. Almost there. Perfect amount of fuel and food. Really? Temper's fraying? Am I at 50 already? Terror's 50? Well, I did pass by a terror, didn't I, or horror? Oh well, no matter. Because I got my moments of inspiration. Worst case scenario, just gotta stop by back Madeline's. And how even are the current prospects? That's not prospects, that's prospects. Right, flowers for Titania, 2 more. Books for Palmiers, but no one sells books. For whatever reason. Because everyone sells seeds is why. Every single place, for the past how long, has been seeds. Hybris, seeds. Palmiers, seeds. Magdalene's, Port Davon, Ledbetter's, seeds. Not a single person selling anything interesting. Hence, the artificially low price of the seeds. Good stuff, I'm sure. But because everyone sells them, why buy for a high price? Nobody wants it. And this is why I hate carrying time too. Morale is strained, and someone has been careless. One of the barrels in your hold wasn't securely fastened. It is spilling the precious hours across the floor. Already, the hours' insistent melancholy has begun to permeate the engine, and your clocks are becoming erratic. Clear out the barrelful, or collect every single hour. It will expose them to the stray, solemn hours unspooling of the hold, but waste not, want not. The crew assigned to the task emerged to the hold 30 minutes later, with 2 days stubble and faces worn with solemn lines. The geodes are back, the newly repaired barrel, safe and sound. Oh no, it is now the 20th of March. Sadly, the time does nothing. The date and time only measures how long you've been playing, so it doesn't really do anything for it. Pretty sure the first one reaches what, like a whole 15 years by this point? Maybe 20? If there was something, anything, tied to the date, that'd be cool. Maybe not time sensitive, considering the nature of the game, but things popping up after a certain date. Destroy the fungus. 83% chance. Who cares if it's edible? It is a danger to shipping. Destroying it may give the crew some cheer. Back down to 50, right? Down to 50. A bright blaze. Your crew lays a trail of gunpowder for the inner door to the fungus. You light a match, set the trail ablaze, and slam the door. The flash of heat is immense. The spores burn ferociously. You can hear a high-pitched wail, almost a scream. Heated air, perhaps, that was trapped in the fragment's pores. Your crew cheer. Your terror falls. I'm 3.5 hours in, so I might take the next break once we get to New Winchester. But I got my tea, so the next break won't be as long. 6 months expired. Not 6 months, 6 years expired, going by the box. But tea is tea, and tea is curative. Victory Hall. Have I got reports for you? 3 of them. 2,400 sovereigns. Yeah, just breaking even then. Breaking even, but more secrets is good. All the secrets come now. Cause haven't even picked up my aunt yet. 3 stops in London, no aunt. So until then, all the secrets are necessary. Alright, back in New Winchester, so now, quick BRB. Don't know how quick, but I promise it is quick. Give me a sec.
やいやイリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。いや、1個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘、どこ交流のしたりしてない。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だな。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの間くどみじゃないの。
いやいやイリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。いや、1個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘、どこ交流のしたりしてない。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だな。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの間くどみじゃないの。
いやいやイリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。いや、1個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘、どこ交流のしたりしてない。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だな。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの間くどみじゃないの。
いやいやイリアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やろよ。こうでもしないと父さん勝ち目ないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあ
さんの2個目の道だぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、イリアムの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん。やるよ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。
お、見つけた。お、見つけた。戦士点だな。父さんの2個目の道だぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、イリアムの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。
Alright, back. You guys are so lucky. You get to get music on for free. Mr. Menagerie? Nah, not yet. It turns out that Mr. Menagerie tells a continuous story each time you see him. But me playing for the first time didn't realize that and thought it was, the same story each time. And missed out on half of it. Carillon Connection, what do you want? Oh, I see. Just because the Tacadies are dominant. I thought that was seeds again. 5 barrels of unseasoned hours for Carillon. To aid the company's war effort, why not? Gotta keep things interesting. But until then, what do I want? I want the bank to turn stuff in. Don't need you, never need you. And all of my hours. Cool. Get a good stockpile. See, once you get a good stockpile going, it doesn't matter if you make yourself go broke, buying up all the commodities and stockpiling them. You might die from starvation, who cares? Because future capital will have nothing but a huge storage of commodities to sell. It'll be easy money, everywhere and anywhere you go. So what do I want? What is still outstanding, besides me? Whitlock's legacy? Not yet. Repentant Devil? Oh right, he wants Carillon. Ah, that's right. And What of the Wolf is also thin. Okay, let's go to Carillon then. Who else needs what though? Flowers for Titania. Could grab some more, 2 more. 5 barrels of hours. Alright then, 5 barrels of hours for Titania. Not for Titania, for Carillon. $11 crew? Lucky, lucky. And what else do I need? Repairs? Always need repairs. I could have stopped by the Will of the Wolf while I was back in Albion, but oh well. Excuse me. Ooh, but while my affection, my reputation is 100% with the Tacadies, what do they say now? Are they talking about me? You are mentioned extensively in the minds of the editors and subsequently the Gazette's readership. Your name is synonymous with the Tacadi cause. But the stovepipes don't care. And nothing else from me here, so let's go. think what I'll do. Carillon, then Avon, maybe? For a roundabout route. Oh well, either way, Carillon first. We got hours to sell. Devil's gotta make some friends. And a small bit of fruit to keep the sickness at bay. I've been thinking a lot lately about the agriculture industry, and in particular cattle. A touch of the skies. Skyfarers, exposed to the haunting light of the stars, are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. You discover a stoker angrily defacing the ancient Bible. He claims here in the heavens there are more pertinent gods than that of the King James. Immediately, he launches into a sermon about the Burwer below, the Worm Mother, general progenitrix of the Devourer of Days, who are called the Agane. She titled the path across the sky. Every transit is a trespass. We must give praise. Confined to quarters, back to work, to keep their hands and heads busy. 73% chance success or will fail. Or more brandy for the crew. Perhaps you could facilitate your crew members' return to sensibility. That evening, your engine is loud with a song and laughter. The sky shanties are perhaps a little lubricated, the humor laced with a touch of mania. But for now, the fears of the sky are forgotten. A passing cantankerity grumbles to the cold night. It tuts at the bright, glaring warmth of the windows. It flicks a disapproving antenna at the noise of the hour. When you have passed it by, it is glad to have the quiet and the cold sky the cold of the sky back. But yeah, cattle, among other things, tend to be fed a very corn-heavy diet. Husks, ears, whatever. The byproducts just tossed in there for dozens upon thousands of cattle to feed because it's easy and it's cheap. And that doesn't do very well for cows' health, hence the need for antibiotics and everything else. And all the cysts and ulcers that end up in our meat that we say is perfectly safe. It's within FDA standards, ASDA, whatever. But according to scientific research, a bit of grass, just like every other day, a bit of greenery, is enough to placate the cows' tummies and keep them a fair bit healthier. But it's not as cheap as a corn-dominant diet, so it just doesn't happen. And I'm gonna think a lot about this because humans are much the same. Excuse me. One more hit, and he'll be good. Examine the captain's log. 69% chance. See, if it was 70, it'd be green. 69, it's orange. I still argue anything below 80 should be orange, at the most. How about 50 to 80, orange, below 50, red, poor odds, above 80, green, good odds. The captain's door is covered in knots and crosses. We've seen that already. And it's not just our snack foods and whatnot, but lots of processed foods. Even things we assume to be perfectly fine. And I try not to eat too many processed foods myself, but I think about it a lot. Considering here I am, having just gotten over one sickness, and in the early stages fighting off a new one. Revolution truly does begin and end with food. You could argue that food insecurity is an inherent form of violence. It is violence. Travel Carolon, he doesn't want. What he wants is a foyer itself. Report for me. Deviless. Introduce a repentant devil to the reciting deviless. Use a full and florid title that appears to his visiting card. I really am being a servant, aren't I? When the deviless is not visibly impressed, the devil says, I brought a small gift. A trifle you might find of value. He produces from his satchel a 3-volume set bound in fire, his own work. Some methods for flavoring a soul to the taste of a particular judgment, she reads. She tosses a set on her desk. It huffs smoke. We are just a touch more modern now. It's a fine antiquarian piece, she adds unforgivingly. But we find those approaches rather cumbersome. Besides, we find we need to appeal to the original owners of the souls, offer them an experience worth paying for. Let him show how she's wrong. In its various gardens, Carolon punishes souls to greater refinement. Perhaps he would like to visit one and demonstrate how it can be improved, or persuade him to withdraw. No doubt he could show the presiding deviless some interesting tricks. It is not so clear you would still be welcome afterwards. Well, I think the problem was that you need to get his revolutionary spirit above a threshold. And I had him too submissive. So what if? I'm torn because I think it'd be a fantastic report if I got him and her to work together to try out some new techniques of his. You know what? It's alright. I'll go to the Butt of the Wolf and I'll make sure he stays revolutionary. If not, I won't complete his quest line and do over the next captain. He adjusts his mirror to reflect futures. Adjusts that blade to cut off the sense of smell. He leaves the penitents howling. Before you go, what did the penitents approach with a note? Someone was here looking for the devil. The note just didn't make its way to official channels. The devil's become more ambitious, you see. What I have to do is make sure he stays revolutionary. The Woodward Company have been unable to break the Tacites' hold on Hours mining. To keep the refineries busy, they have recruited representatives to purchase hours from unaligned captains. A pensive devil at Carolyn pay 150 sovereigns each for up to 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. Take it. And more XP. Tacity fortune lost still thriving. Stovepipe still desperate. The pensive devil asking many questions about your journey, your engine, your crew, your cargo, your past, before he is satisfied and hands over your payment. I am very sure our stovepipe friends will be pleased. And no bargains available. I bought all their guns already. Remeries? 2. Then to where? Titania again, the Ledbetter Zenport Devil, or I haven't been to Somerset Grove in a while, Somerset Camp. Titania, Ledbetters. And I do want an excuse to explore down this way. Alright, let's do it. Try to find my South Passage. If I'm lucky, I should find the Parseval. And that is an if. Cool. Kilobytes per second still good. Gotta check once in a while because the dashboard's bitrate tells you absolutely nothing. There's no numbers, just blue wavy line or red wavy line. So great. All I know is that it's okay or it's horrible. Give me numbers. How is this helpful to give less information? Both Twitch Dashboard and Streamlabs are suffering in that regard. Streamlabs having gone totally bonkers over the summer with, you know what, let's just get rid of those numbers. You don't need them. You don't have to see your FPS, your CPU consumption, your bitrate, or anything. If you want, you can click a button and it pops out a new window. Everybody wants new hidden windows. Whereas now they've gone halfway. It's hidden. But if you go into the options, you could opt to show your kilobytes per second, your bit, that is your bit rate, your CPU usage, and whatnot and whatnot. Which I'm sure everyone turns all the way back on as soon as they could. I don't really get the paradigm of please use our service. Use our service, and you get to use less services. If you use our features, we promise you, you'll get less features. Thanks? Is that really what I want? It's enough to drive me away from Streamlabs and onto OBS proper. I'm tempted, but I really can't be bothered. I'm way too lazy. And I doubt I'll miss too much. Recover nectar? Nah, just give me the death hymns. And more death hymns, lucky. How much closer now? 9,400, so just a further 600, give or take. 592 to be specific. Excuse me. Once again forgetting how to swallow water. Art exhibition then. Ort. Please let me attend, thank you. It's a small terror drop, but I'll take it. And a port report. Yes, of course I'll take the port report. I need the port reports. Flowers for... Alright, then 2 Ledbetters. How many more flowers do they need anyway? 2 more? It's so cheap though, you see? That's like baby's first prospects. Super common, super cheap. So there's no real point to it. Previous game, I just stopped carrying them. If I saw seeds, didn't buy them. If there's a prospect, didn't take it. And I lost nothing for it. More bees. He saw bees, lots of bees, lots of bees, lots of bees. Oh, bees, lots of bees, lots of bees, lots of bees, yeah. Almost touching. 900. 9,729. Not sure if I hear more bees or if that's just, nope. That's just a soundbite of the previous bees going through its loop to its end. And there's more bees. Happy bees for yous and me's. Womp womp. Now, I have my narrow escape. Your engine was nearly destroyed, but you lived to fight another day. Unlock this. When you survived have your locomotive being reduced to less than 10 hull. You walk through the valley of the shadow of death. How has it changed you? You have learned to be cautious. Death waits in the sky, kept at bay only by a few inches of plating in the fires of your engine. No. This captain, this poet, who came from austere beginnings, august avenues, and sure, carried some virtues of family, but ultimately became a black sheep. A very scandalous one, with a dead love, who has had way too much prisoner's honey, and ended up in the red and gold. This has emboldened us. Carpe diem. It is death's shadow that gives life its luster. 54 hearts, 45 irons. Closer, ever closer. I said a peacock wind to suck us right down to Ledbetter's. And cool, a marauder. Excuse me, excuse me. Whoa, 4 hits, really? Fine by me. More hull repairs? Nah, loot the hull. What have you got for me? Specimen. Ooh, 3 fuel. Nice. I don't think you get that ever off the bog standard Reach Marauders. And away we go. Oh, was that nice. The peacock wind giving me more food to sustain myself. Cool. So pretty much all I have to buy is food. Not food, fuel. Since I'm pretty sure that the Somerset camp only sells food, no fuel, no anything else. Despite being covered in wood and foliage, this port sells supplies. Okay. Standard stuff, Terra Drop, Albert Seidel, get my stories. Fine. Ornithologist. Then story? Or has it not been long enough? No, I can't. So, Capabilities Inquest hasn't been 15 days, has it? Ask about his completed research? No, I guess he has. The phlegmatic researcher's table is covered with thick grass, and growing rapidly. His colleagues are celebrating vigorously, more so even than last time. A scout is singing loudly, if tunelessly. Another is stomping through the room in some kind of a dance. Witness, the culmination of their efforts. The phlegmatic researcher smiles uneasily. He is delighted and unsettled by the exuberance of the celebrations. The Reach contains certain growth-encouraging airs which I acquired. Captains call it the peacock wind. I call it the breath of God. The phlegmatic researcher strikes the table with his cane. And this is what we've accomplished. A fertilizer so potent it'll grow whatever you seed into it. It'll cost a fortune to make, but it's so tremendous step forward. He glances warily at the singing scout, whose voice is growing hoarse. I don't know what's gotten into them, although I suppose it is a remarkable discovery. Foreshadowing. Anything else that he wants? New list? What could you bring to aid him? The pen of the scribe spinster. The ligaments of a guest. And a traitor's wood mandrake. And ice from Old Tom's Well. 4 things this time. It's alright, I'll bring him to him. Wanted. The pen of a scribe spinster. If we may determine how they're able to write without refills of ink, then we may be able to reproduce the effect, or else learn something about the nature of celestial note-keeping. The ligaments of guests. The biological infestation known commonly as guests are in fact multiple organisms. They are bound together by something akin to a shared ligament. What is this alien biology? A mandrake from Traitor's Wood. There are reports of a warbling, if not shrieking, from the wood. It reminds me of the classical mandrake. It would be a fine thing to study, to learn more of the defenses of this marvelous creature, and where it has learned its song. Ice from Old Tom's Well, a most curious phenomenon on the shelves of black ice. But from whence does it come? You don't have to say from whence, just whence, thank you. What call has the ice to freeze in a place otherwise so warm? Could it be the howling winds and suction of the world itself that devours any heat that comes near? Tea is tempting, but I'll hold off on it for now. Because to explore the unknown, I need space for supplies first and foremost before anything else. If it ends up to be a short route, then sweet, fantastic. Otherwise, crockery, don't be crockery. Supplies, cool, free supplies. Yay, and then free hull repair, right? Great, fantastic. Top me off, Captain. Thank you very much. 50. So, it was 2 hull out of 50 earlier. Alright. No more incautious fights. Speak of the devil with monitors till I get a better engine. Well, I could take him on. It's not about the line. If I can broadside him, then great. 1, 2, 3, and he's gone. If he ends up nose to nose with me, there, see? Simple. If you're perpendicular to him, easy fight. If it's nose to nose, they're way too good at maneuvering to keep you nose to nose. So let's see. One further south, then to see what's behind this rock. Hidden away in inky blackness. Watch as it ends up being like some tiny cove. Like that one cove north of Palmer and Plenty's. A small inlet, and that's it. Give me a sec, line you up right. Get moving! Nope, no good. No good! Ooh! Too narrow. Leave me alone, bees, I'm on your side. Perfect. The pterodactyl there is nice, especially if every time you stop by, you make sure to get your free tickets. Then it really is the best thing for a trip to or from Eleutheria. Hey, more bees. I don't think the Parseval's gonna be here. This feels like that one area with all the beehives. I mean, you see the beehives, so it's obvious it is. But still, good to know. Good to know what's around. Apodian Gardens. Or is it Apoedian Gardens? I don't know Greek. Captain, a hive and more bees. Unbelievable. Nope, blocked. So if it's not here, well, I guess it might be up here. I feel like there should be a dead end, but there's a narrow hint of a further path up below the Somerset camp. Is that a landing? We got a landing now here. Well, that's cool. What do we possibly have here? In these flowers? The flower fields. Your engine perches among the stalks, nestled between petals the size of gardens. Enormous flowers sprawl across the horizon, a welcoming forest. The petals are the color of mellow gold and vivid ruby. The scent of sticky pollen hangs in the air, asphodel and drowsy cardamom. Harvest nectar. Flowers open, caught in brilliant waves of distant starlight. Oh, if I had a saying. Do not war of the flowers. Really? You can only do this once per captain. Ooh. So I gotta get my saying and come back. That is totally new content for me. Linger in the flower field. The flowers yawn open, petals in full bloom, red and gold and soft cerise all around. A stoker suggests a picnic, red and gold. That is not an auspicious color in the Fail-A-Better universe, is it? The Finger Kings, I think, are often described in terms of red and gold, as is the old Bethlehem. Why not harvest? 83% chance success, so why not? Within the vast tubular flowers, nectar drips out over stamen like tongues. Stamen. A volunteer is chosen to enter the flower. She takes an empty gourd, and with the aid of a rope and a few stokers at the other end, crawls inside the waiting lips of the flower. Something tells me if I failed, she'd be eaten. The flower's great head bulges like a throat as she descends. Pretty sure I've seen art like that. It is almost a full half hour before she emerges, gourd brimming with nectar. She takes a second empty gourd and dives back in. When next she emerges, her overalls are stained with liquid gold, and her breath is labored. You have enough nectar for now. Cool. Now I shall definitely be back. Be back. Still just 73. And I still say 73 is too low to deserve the green dice. That is the hill I die on. That the colored dice are all the wrong colors. Sharp red for below 50. Medium orange for 50 to 80. Or to 79. 80 and above, sure, make that green. That's a 20% range at the high end. Food. We got the food for free. Food for free. I need all the fuel since what's his name doesn't sell any. Somerset Camp. Oh, I thought that was bronze wood. Would have been excited if it was bronze wood. Wait. Is this a dead end after all? Oh, it is a dead end. Aww. That's alright though. Still useful information to have. And the bees really have been segregated to the far back here. Jedica's hives, Apodian gardens, and then nothing else up here. A few things if you're lucky. But only by absolute random chance. Goodbye, food. Hardly knew ye. 4 crates of food is plenty to get me to Somerset Camp. Could I go into them? No, I can't go into them. That's too bad. You should be able to, though. I can come back and take in the scent, open a window, and breathe in the fragrant air. The air is thick with unspent pollen, drifting in on the stellar winds. The breeze carries a drone of chorister bees, some are far away, and a whiff of a rich spice scent like cloves and roses. Your crew, naturally, complain of hay fever. I was just gonna say, if Crab Boy was here, they would hate this place. You don't linger long, only enough to feel the sweat and the sweet air in your lungs, and watch the dew roll like water down the bright petals. Onwards! Which has me wondering, if they're so sensitive to pollen, are people with pollen sensitivities particularly opposed to gardens? Or is it only certain pollens? Like when the trees spray their green gunk everywhere in the spring. Spent some time in Monterey, and spent some time in North Carolina. And given the time of year, everything would have green dust all over it. Especially North Carolina, much worse in North Carolina. When the trees get their horny on, everything's coated. Cars, people, houses, whatever you left outside, you name it. Which, to be fair, is a pretty cool effect. It was miserable for people who cared about really clean, shiny cars, and of course people with health issues. But if you care not for the shininess of your car, because it's broken out anyway, but it's so cool to see. And if anything, I argue that cars covered in a layer of tree sneezes actually look cooler. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh yeah, so maybe. Because the phlegmatic researcher does want some guest ligaments, doesn't he? And it is currently hostile to the Ministry Monitor. So maybe it could card some pot shots in. Whoops, wrong button. No, 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 he's talking to me now. Go away, go away, go away. Focus on your first target, then me. Dude, that's illegal. Quit juking. This isn't a juking matter. Quit moving around, buddy. I can't hit you if you keep moving. Oh, but he got a shot on me, didn't he? It's alright though. What's been done is done. Plenty of hull, and I got my ligaments. Bombardment to lose terror. Scraps to repair hull. No option though for collecting bits of them to collect into a super weapon. Oh well. Collect a sample of the guest ligaments. The phlegmatic researcher in the Leadbetter Stain Nature Reserve does not know what he has requested of you, but you will see it done. In the ruins of the locomotive, crippled by shrapnel that was once the hull, you find two of the guests in a weakened state. With a well-whetted saw, you slice them apart before returning to your locomotive with your bounty. Alright, now if I can get perpendicular to you, Mr. Monitor. Stay exactly as you are. No, no, no! Okay, fleet. That's not fleeing, that's fleeing. One shot is one shot too many for this engine. It's alright though. 6 fuel, 3 food. Gotta get back to my mission anyway. Supplies kind of limit how far I can go away from Somerset Camp. And even then, fuel to Avalon too. So can't have too much fun out here. Which won't be too bad. Fuel is cheap, and Port Avalon does offer both cheap repairs and cheap fuel, given my fancy. Still won't take nectar though. If I had more mirrors, then sure. But right now the odds are not strong enough in my favor. The chance of nectar? Great. The chance of losing crew? Sadly, even greater. Nope, just a dead end. Nothing here for me. One more possible route, then Somerset. Doesn't see me, doesn't see me, doesn't see me. Free hull? What do you say, free hull? Marry Snowdrop? No, just mourn the dead then. See, this area and Hybris both get this deep and moody atmospheric music. Everywhere else outside of this area in the Reach, silence. Dead, heavy, pregnant silence. So if they chose to spend some of their earnings to hire on a bit more music, be nice. What's that, more monitors? More monitors, and I won't fight just yet. An outbreak of heart sickness. Right then. Failure. What does failure give me? The storm that speaks. Abandoning your crew to the plague of melancholy, you withdraw to your quarters. But today the ink does not flow, and the words strangle one another. The page yawns, white and terrible and empty. At some point you doze off and are dragged down into dreams. You stand on a featurelit heath. A storm rages above you, its thunder composed of countless voices all shouting to be heard. Lightning stabs, writing a word upon the sky. But when you wake, you catch 20 terror. Oh my goodness, that is huge. Whoa. No thank you, X. You can't see where the Katankaries are, but it looks to me like a ghastly smile, the Katankarie being teeth and the cysts being all too happy eyes. The clay conductor frowns. I do not see the point of trees. Cute, precious of them. So then, what do you sell? Seeds. Everyone's got seeds. How far away is Titania? Too far away for me? Alright, forget Titania then. And supplies now good in that case. Where's the respite? Rest for a bit? At the rest bit? Alright, the Mandrake. First off, port to port, then Mandrake. The phlegmatic researcher in Leadbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve wants one. Wait, hold on, was that a national expedition? The wood is thronged with students. Okay. A grove of mandrakes grows on the outskirts of the wood. The leaves reach out to the ground, innocuously. Cotton is required for their mouths. Their brief screams carry on the winds. Something deeper in the wood screams back. Okay, got what I came for. Let's go then to Lavon. Nightmares. You're being watched. You surface from Panopticon nightmares. Your fresh? Come on, mouth. Your flesh, crawling and itching. You're unraveling. The inside of your skull is seething with lice. Some utter fool has crawled eyes all over your walls. How did they even get in? Your door was locked. The wall, the floor, the ceiling, all scrawled with thousands of eyes. A discarded note of chalk has rolled beneath your desk. Scrub your cabin clean, quickly, before anyone sees. Or attempt to decipher the pattern. The more you look, the more you see the deliberation of the placement of the eyes. Oh, only 73? Why not? I don't think I've seen this option. You find a new stick of chalk and begin drawing lines between the largest eyes, connecting them from floor to wall to ceiling. When you stand back, you find yourself faced with an enormous jagged sigil, whose meaning you cannot begin to fathom. Even when you close your eyes, it blazes in your mind. That's fine, though. Got Port Davon coming up. And if you have the, have the gossip for them, and have their welcome, there's loads of chances to drop terror some more. And it's just straight up anyway. So no risk at all, carrying a bit more terror with me. Sure, might be some risk of mutiny if I carried it too long, but it's a short trip. A short trip with no consequence. And plenty of time for... Nah, no Hanahuda. Too short of a trip, the AI cheats too much. If it was a new street line again, and I had to go to London, to the Reach, to the Empyrean, and all the way back 3 or 4 times, and sure, card time. But for now, short, simple trips, plenty of ambience, plenty of nice scenery. A distant nebula shines in this place. Its light is mellow as melted butter. Awful. Why on earth would you need speed hacks when you have Hanahuda? Sure, speed hacks do get you there faster, but cards make it fun. That's alright though, I don't judge. Got my own crab-stepping speed hack right here. And besides, especially if for the New Street line, I totally understand that. Because you need 50. You need 50 work worldos rescued. And unless you have amazing stats to like guarantee 100% chance to get the big stuff done, and you can't, I think 80's the best you can do, or 83 or 84. Oh my goodness, that sounds horrible, especially in Albion. The Dreadnought type of guests, even worse. Free repairs, thank you. Souls. Nobody wants souls right now, do they? No, they don't. Just books and seeds. Blee. Fine then, why not? It's super cheap. Oh, just one? That's it? That's fine though, New Winchester is up ahead. Or Magdalene's and New Winchester? Nah. A relaxing stroll around the village. What sort of place is Port Avon now? Excuse me. Above, a golden nebula is fierce in the sky. Amber light dapples the curving lanes. Locals nod to you cautiously as you pass. A light drizzle of silver rain brushes the village. Its beads are bright and tiny as pinheads. Cute. A no-church service? Fine then, do it again. Sit with the eel fishers. Ooh, love eels. They line the straight, stony edge of a block that juts into the sky. Their rods hang over the edge. Colonies of partner eels, smoky as sardines, breed in the underside of the port. You watch as the fishers snag their wriggling prey, heave them onto the rock, and put an end to their thrashing with eel mallets. I don't think that's meant to be cartoonish, but I can't help but imagine, like, giant wooden cartoony mallets pulled out behind them to smash the eels. The catches are infrequent though, and aside from those occasional struggles, always swiftly ended by a meaty thwack, you can sit back, enjoy the starlight, and make conversation. More eel fishers. All the eels. Visit the allotments. Oh right, just plants. And that gives you what? Weirdly shaped tomatoes and carrots and whatnot. Fine then, more strolls around. Cricket match? Sure. Allotments? Nah, I got plenty of food. Did I miss out on the church service forever? There we go. Because I haven't tried the church service. Pretty sure this is the first I've even seen the hint of a church. It's a small church with whitewashed walls. From within, you hear the slow drone of a Sunday sermon. But it's the 12th of April, 1906. What day was the 12th of April, 1906? 12th April, 1906. What day of the week were you? Thursday. Sunday service on a Thursday. Game. You are wrong. Make a bug report. Where is the option for, well, I can't do it? Oh well. The vicar's voice rises and falls like a tide. His parishioners struggle to stay awake. Today the sermon concerns Matthew, chapter 4. No, I have read it already. Just so infrequently forgot about it. It's alright then, let's go. Got what I came for. Except the port report. Pretty sure. Port Avon? Yep. Always so neglectful about the port report. So what all is left? There's you, and you've got the Saint's Grave or whatever, and a second route up this way. And you're clearly going to be the Eleutheria Transit Relay. So if there's anywhere at all for the Parseval to be, it's going to be down here. True, true. The hours do influence the date. That is an aspect of the times here, I suppose. Or, maybe my clocks are wrong. It is Sunday to them, because Sunday is the proper London time, and my clocks are all skewed. True, it is not Earth. Although, the way they're so dead set on the time being London time, and maintaining proper Britishness and old traditions, I have a hunch that they would still maintain 7-day weeks and 24-hour days, even if the movement of the stars, well, if they're different than the stars dead. It seems like something they would do. Imagine living on Jupiter and insisting on Earth time and Earth years, despite Jupiter time and Jupiter years being obviously different. Repairs? Good on. Don't need repairs. Bit more crew. A 9-day week system. And a 4-day work week, I hope. Ooh, how cool would that be? 9-day week, 4 of which only for work. Could work. Alright, I'll take on more crew. Hours for Ledbetter and Stainrod. Neat. Literature. I would take it, but no one's been selling literature. And you want not just crew, but bronzewood too, right? Is it 5 or 6 bronzewood? 6 pieces of bronzewood, and 5 spare crew to Fate's Fall in the Reach. Alright, sure. I'll see the content. Which means I'll need loads and loads of fuel. Food's okay. Food can be got at Palmer and Plenty's. They got plenty. How's money? 2,300 still. So plateauing for now. Need a big haul. I mean, I have money now, so I could go back to London and buy up the good commodities. But still. Or, make the trip to the transit relay, and remind myself about what it asked for to get through it. Pretty sure secrets or tea are involved, but I can't quite remember, it's been too long. I could look it up, but where's the fun of that? Tea? There you are, tea. See, look at the Takati. The meme is the Takati scouts always crash into everything. Not that fellow. Sitting there, politely, waiting, without crashing into the rock he's staring at. Try to mental math. 8 fuel, and if I buy 2 more food here, should be sufficient to do the trip to even to the transit relay, maybe? If I come back by way of Akita's Way, the trip won't take too long. And even then, pretty sure there is a Sidge Jenkins Sing Jenkins transit relay close by. Not transit relay, not even that. What do you call it? The signal boxes. If I do need emergency rations. Free tickets? Of course. Free's free. 29 tickets to the circus. That's right. Came here for Bazaar. Books they don't have. Course or Nectar. On the way back, maybe. And can't go straight north because Crockery Cove is a jerk. You go up thinking, oh, here's a way up. I'll come up this way, and then no, it's a dead end. On both these maps, so it has to be constant across all timelines and realities. And check this out, best trick so far. Giant column, giant monolith. You can go behind it. Oh, dude, thanks. It looks charming that way. More hours. It'll be here though. It's marked on the map, so when I come back, the hours shall still be there. I should screen cap that so that Biffalo could see how good Arad looks with sunglasses. Cool. Sorry, Marauders, on a time limit. Short on food, so can't dance now. And there's gonna be more guests up in this direction too. Bleh. At least one, maybe 2. If I'm unlucky, 2 guests and 1 Marauder. Or, if I'm lucky, food or fuel. Ammo. As cool as ammo is, I don't really need it right now. It's alright though. Plenty of provisions anyway. Or a bit. So what do then? Got more than enough for Faith's fallen back. Or should I just go ahead and loot Hybris, which you can only do once? Now I'll be alright. Because even if it says three crates of food, it's really 4, since 0 counts as a crate. And who knows? Maybe he wants 5 crewmen, because 5 crewmen will get consumed. And if 5 crewmen do get consumed, that's less food for me. Oh, the Takati Scout is stuck, poor fellow. Gratitude. Faith's Fall. What remains of the behemoth carapace is scarred with sigils. Most are marred and broken, some still holding a sullen, resentful power. Your locomotive is stopped on a broad, flat section of the shell. The few sigils nearby are too cracked to risk much harm. Assist the corruptress hoarder with its collection. The corruptress hoarder seems generally overjoyed to be here. There is much to be done. The hoarder hurries a handful of your crew across a monstrous carcass, its instructions giving rhythm to the labor. They build in concert with its directive, sawing bronzewood, scaffolding the walls. An unlucky number is ordered into the sigil-rotted cavities of the messenger corpse. The gland, bubonic as a citrus fruit left to swell without light, golden blue and lamplit. If you have eyes, you will not miss it, growls the hoarder. Half return. Half of 5. Bedraggled and slick with sweat and mucus, they report that they found the gland of the corruptress hoarder sought. Unfortunately, it was nothing but a worm-eaten clot of ossified tissue that they brought home. Almost worthless, rasped the hoarder softly. That's okay though, less mouths to feed. The gland your crew found was dried up and almost worthless, but the curator does not seem without hope. Speak to it to board your engine. Okay, I'll speak to him. Ask the hoarder. Probe, gland. Already had those. Ask the hoarder about other glands. Fate's Fall couldn't be the only chance. The universe is too massive for its small despair to be true. The corruptress hoarder has gouged its frustrations onto the walls. The marks are an inch deep at least. At your questions, it glares and claws a fresh shape onto an unmarked section of his quarters. Another messenger corpse. Its necrosis somehow captured a few immaculate scratches. The house of rods and chains, it growls. Knew it. -1000. What? Nah, don't scare me, man. If we went there, I'm sure we'll find another gland. If not, I will dig through his necrotizing flesh until agony causes its fruit another just to make me stop. He wants to travel to the House of Rods and Chains, in Eleutheria. You will need an unlicensed chart or 2 visions of heaven. Other one is semicolon. Not semicolon, semi-common. Okay, let's go then. Oh wait, that's right, I didn't actually get this dude's stuff. Interacted, didn't loot it. Martyrs defeated, loot the hold, not even the opportunity of draining hull or anything. And how much wood does it want to stop by here? To delve deeper requires what? 3 supplies, need 2. Nah, it's too few. If I came back here, decked out to go to Eleutheria, then sure, might spare a couple. But right now, nope, not worth. Like I said, oh, and the bronzewood. That's okay though, because I got some of that bronzewood on the cheap, just hewing stuff out. Like, see? Fresh bronze right away, to make up the cost. Which, sure, it is still 1,000 I could have spent. But money is made to be spent anyway. The Fatalist examines shivers as if someone walked over his grave. Ooh, that foreshadowing. Shore leave? 70% chance to forage for mushrooms. Or a coin flip. Absolute coin flip. For bronzewood splinters. Alright then, give me mushrooms. You chew on a light-looking mushroom. It doesn't taste particularly good, but nor does it do you any harm. The crew begins gathering them for return to the engine. Sweet. Scavenge settlement for fuel and supplies. Is there anything left you can make use of? You're a long way from New Winchester. The silence unsettles your crew. But in musty lofts and dank attics, in coal scuttles and log stores and pantries, you find enough to burn, about images and props, and to eat, with a little luck. 2, with a little luck, secure return journey. Be warned, now it is deserted. You will no longer be able to purchase fuel or supplies at Hybris. Plan your journeys carefully. True, they would be edible. Would that count as cannibalism? To consume a mushroomy person? Or could you assume by that point that the mushroom-y body is merely a separate organism that has made use and devoured the pre-existing corpse? Like any other animal or plant that we eat that might have taken nutrients from human corpses at some point in its lifetime. Oh, you mean that? If they ate the mushrooms, then caught the verdants that way. Well, true. That is a risk. But hunger is hunger. Can't get everything. What's on the hold? Guns? Alright, guns, you're out. The guns are free anyway. Keep forgetting how to drink water. And even more bronzewood. Lucky me. Extremely lucky. The cost made up almost immediately. Hey look, it's my ex. Which I should probably make the joke less often now, because she might be a horrible person most of the time. But the last I saw her wasn't too bad. You know, she was pleasant. She was okay. Now 2017 her. Awful, the worst. Absolutely deserving of all this corn it can give. But I guess people are okay, they change, even the worst of us. Eleutheria, transit relay. Squeeze in, good. Just cold hard cash then, huh? 800 cash to get the Reach Eleutheria travel permit. Alright, I'll buy it. The superintendent eyes you suddenly from behind his bronzewood kiosk. An unkempt man greets you with a groan. When you inquire about the cost of travel permits, he winces. Could you be quieter? The whiff of alcohol offers explanation to his troubles. It is a work of many minutes for him to deposit your funds into a wall safe, and to fill in 2 separate ledgers, one stamped with the Eagle's Empyrean emblem. He passes you an ornately marked vellum scroll. It might look nice, but they don't fit in my filing cabinet. Bloomin' Empyrean show-offs. He apparently feels no need to be polite about London's once ally, even though it was Empyrean technology that helped open the door to the heavens. Oh, just $14.94 now. It's alright though. Good deals in Eleutheria. Let's see, what have we got? Flowers, hours. Literature when no one's selling literature. I'll hold on to you because you're cheap and easy. So let's see what's at the other side. Present to customs. A taciturn inspector boards a ship, licking a fresh pencil and signing his name on a pristine new search form. Shall we, he says, carefully double-checking his own spelling before moving on. Nothing to declare, nothing to hide, nothing to fear. The taciturn inspector takes 3 passes about the engine before looking to decide that they probably, in all likelihood, have nothing to hide. He waves you on without a word. Cool. To the cool place, then. The workers here suffer from unremitting tedium. Relieve their ennui and they'll send you on your way. The superintendent listens attentively and even takes notes. When you're done, he is almost friendly, going so far as to walk you back to your locomotive. You're barely aboard when the hour looms start up. The machinery grinds and stirs, the steam vents, the sigils of the edifice burn with sudden fire. A forcing great hand seizes your engine. And the beast below, burrower below, hates me. Or at least is displeased. The son of Eleutheria has turned against his peers, and plunges domains at a lawless night. Is it really lawless, then, if the sun itself made it so? Best region. Wait, hold on. First off, am I still far west? Am still far west. It's like with some variation, it's almost exactly, or very similar to the first map I played on. So that should mean Picaroon Terminus on my Longoliers. 2 shots and 3 Navarantine gemstones. Oh, there's 2 of them! 3 of them! Alright, I'm weak. And a dowser. Forward, forward. You've never been to Eleutheria. Oh my goodness, you're missing out. It's the best place by far. Assuming you're not a horrible shot like I am. Examine the innards for vision of heaven, or decipher the sigils to trade visions of heaven for remote inspiration and experience. Obviously. The Grievers are not one of Mr. Darwin's cosmic accidents. They were made. The sigils, you believe, describe their purpose and their place. You identify symbols of consumption, another of duty or responsibility, another of violation. As best you can tell, when the laws of distance were broken, when there existed places that should not be, the Grievers were sent to correct the situation. Total Longoliers. Be with you in a second, dear. Aww, it puppy dog nudged me. That was so cute. Nothing but sigils to read, none of them? Not a single one has Navarantine gemstones. You sometimes get Navarantine gemstones from them. And if you don't miss, they're pretty easy to pop. So Eleutheria is good business. You roll 4 visions of heaven, and if you have enough visions of heaven, you can trade them in with them to get moments of inspiration. Aw, well thanks for dropping in. Enjoy the rest of your day. And hopefully you'll find yourself in these Eleutherian skies, and all their bounty and mystique. Polar bear? Sweet. Oops, totally safe. Not hostile at all. You see, his lamps went pink for a second. Lights off, back to white, unhostile. Oh, yes, you totally do. Absolutely must. I mean, look at how beautiful this place is so far. All dusky and atmospheric. And this looks like the Swamp of Ackley should be close by. No point sending my bat out though. The bat will say things are close by, but it's all going to be moons. You have found something. But just something. And for sure, Eleutheria can be a dangerous place. Like those grievers come in packs, and it's only familiarity that keeps you from getting beaten up by them. And there are monsters here that are not as bad as Albion or the Blue Kingdom. But they get pretty bad. But still, if you could... Oh, that's why, because he's fighting a Griever. The Owl is better. And the Cavi's the best. But I have neither. No, 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 no. Bad, bad, bad. Get back to perpendicular. Still sticking with the bat for now, because I really can't be bothered to switch out just yet. Alright, good, he's leaving. Back to his home node. I have really got to stop messing with the monitors. Try to gain vision of heaven, or trade vision of heaven for one inspiration, and next B. And I got loads of visions. New total 5, so, whoops. Keep fat fingering the bat. If I could stop doing that. Well, Pana's right here. And I got 3 foods, so sure. Let's find out what the somethings are. And some of the best stories are definitely in Eleutheria. Blue Kingdom is great writing too, but pound for pound, Eleutheria is overflowing with them. Amaranthine ruins, which might become more prescient as you follow the truth ambition. More grievers, cool. Wakey wakey. I don't know why that one impact didn't hurt me, and why the other dude blew up on himself, but I'll take it. Oh, just tall? Sure then. No gemstone still, huh? It's alright though, I got my stuff. Got experience. Got inspiration, which is cool. And inspiration is sorely needed for some of the stories out here. Like I think Caduceus wants a fair amount of them. But it's been months, so I can't remember. Gotta rediscover everything. Hit. Yes! Hit the rock. Unsettled dreams. Again. Makes sense of it then. To gain terror. Tale of terror and terror. C company. 81% chance. Conversation T. Sure. You know, one of these days I have to succeed at it, but even then, it's only 5 terror. It's not too big of an issue. Oh, and that's right. If I stop by the Empyrean, then I could get one of the objectively best ships of the game. Best engines, I mean. I forget the cost though, but it shouldn't be too much. Apparently, the Pan ship is even better. But I like the Altani one. A new port, Captain. Pan? The hour in Pan. Clocks do not welcome in Pan. Instead, the musical piping that emits from the adamant idol dictates the time. The devils of the Brazen Brigade interpret it and inform the city of the current hour and activities associated with it. An hour may be of any duration. The longest one on record lasted a month, and they occur in no fixed order. A wise captain heeds the hour before setting foot in Pan. You say that, but we don't know the hour until we set foot in Pan and have to live with the consequence. It is the hour of arguments, when the factions of Pan gather in the forum to debate and quarrel. The piping and the adamant idol has become a military march. It is the hour of arguments when Pan's inhabitants gather the forum to resolve matters that can't be settled through payment, a duel, or murder. The artists of the Neo-Nocturnal School maintain the forum. Hey, that's us. Their sculptures of long-limbed ecstatics litter the stage. Listen and observe, for a secret or a vision of heaven, or partake of the feast for free supplies. The current Cyprus king presides over the debates, making rulings if an agreement can't be reached. Click, click, thank you. Representatives of Pan's many factions crowd the stone seats. The revolutionaries of Winters reside, each wearing a flash of red. The placid gardeners are the heart catchers, a crowd of flamboyant neo-nocturnals, and a dozen other minor cults and coteries, codified in Eltheria's velvet darkness. Even a representative of the Brazen Brigade is here, a look of profound distaste at his elegant face. The brigade dislikes anything that smacks of republicanism, in the same way that someone who once experienced bad proms have no desire to do so again. And while I am here, 5 hours in, it's going to be the next bathroom and water replenishment break. Give me a sec and I'll be right back. And until then,
ごめんごめんやろよこうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないしだってな
よろしいもうズルしないって約束するまた勝負してあげる今日こそ絶対負けないからね嘘どこどこどこどこどこどこ親友のスタイリしてないいやもう1個見つけたよーし絶対負けないからね
お見つけた
嘘どこどこどこ親友のスタイリしてないよーし今日こそ負けないからね
お見つけた選手権だな父さんも2個目を見つけたぞお見つけた
あの枝くどみじゃないよ
いやいやいい理由の冬目だこうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないしごめんごめんやろよこうでもしないと王さん勝ち目ないしだってな
よろしいもうズルしないって約束するまた勝負してあげる今日こそ絶対負けないからねよ
ないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん、やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。いいよ、1個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘、どこ流のしたりしてない。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの間くどみじゃないの。
いやいや、いい理由の冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん、やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。いいよ、1個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘、どこ流のしたりしてない。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの間くどみじゃないの。
いやいや、いい理由の冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん、やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘、どこ潜入のしたりしてない。いいよ、1個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘、どこ流のしたりしてない。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だね。父さんも2個目を見つけたぞ。
今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの間くどみじゃないの。
いやいや、いい理由の冬目だ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。ごめんごめん、やろよ。ホルモンしないと父さん始めないし。だってな。
よろしい、もうズルしないって約束する。また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないから
さんの2個目を見つけたぞ。お、見つけた。いやいや、イディアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと父さん始めないし。
Alright, I'm back. Which means no more Ilya, just sunless skies. Truth be told, I don't know much about Fate. Like, the most I've seen is the Unlimited Blades Work movie. And a bit of the one with Astolfo in it. Alright. And my previous GF, as nice as she was, in her later months, got into a Fate Collide primer liner, Prisma Ilya. And in her grief-stricken state, she thought it was innocent and sweet. So I gave it a look. Bombazine to the Eagle. T for Heracles. And it turns out that Fate Collide liner Prisma Ilya is horrific. Straight up banned in Russia for child porn. It's not that bad. Like, it's not child porn territory, but it's pretty awful. And once I pointed out to her, hey love, you do realize this is like hot and heavy Yuri stuff, right? I was like, what? And it turned out, well, needless to say, it's a very uncomfortable show. Full steam mode, movement speed 125, fuel consumption 150. For the Tisiphone, a brass stallion of an engine, forged of the smoky, incandescent engine yards of the unfathomable Pan. It was built by devils, using an ancient abyssal law furnace. This furnace permits bursts of infernal speed. And what else do we have? Mines. I haven't used mines much. Rose adamant plating, 33 armor, cool, but 75 iron required, so I can't. Gates of Ivory, 15 hold, Veil 75, so can't. A lot of can'ts here. Ratty baggage handlers, auxiliary, and Veil 50. Gleaming galley, hearts 50 for 8 quarters, nah. While I'm here though, what's the max capacity for my crew? Out of 14, and you're plus 6. So if I took this off now, I'd have more crew than I have space for the crew. So it has to stay, sadly, sorry. Right then, Bombazine for the Eagle. Hold up, hold up, hold up. A shady figure beckons you into the shadows. You have the Bombazine for the Empyrean. He realizes you're not his contact in bolts, but you already have the information. 3 rolls should be worth something to the Eagle's many enemies. Eagle's Empyrean lies in the north of Pan. The north of Pan? See, last I played, the Empyrean was all the way down here, at the far south end. Well, that means then the Belt of Midnight's gonna be up here. That doesn't necessarily have to mean that the House of Rods and Chains is close by, would it? It was last time, Empyrean here, House of Rods and Chains here. But it could be anywhere. Like these islands up here look kind of marshy, and the leaves look like the leaves around Aklis. So it could be Aklis and the Empyrean. Gotta find out, gotta see. More exploration to get done. What to get here? The Agravian class Juggernaut, pretty cool. The Medea class Destroyer, also cool. 90 hull, but just 10 hold. 1 auxiliary slot. 2 bridge, 3 shields. No small weapon slot at all. All big weapons. So kind of not worth it for me. What else to bank though? Nothing else to give away right now? Cool then. I'll keep the cannery. Keep the mining array. Oh wait, stupid me. I forgot to actually explore Pan. As exuberant as an old pirate den of the Caribbean, Pan Station teems with thieves and merchants, smugglers, and evangelicals of inventive new cults. In a grove nearby is the seat of the Cypress King, who has little power. Visit the Cypress King. Pan has no ruler, but it does have a king. The position is not a powerful one, nor secure. Their only real authority is to rule on any disagreements that can't be settled at the forum. During the Hour of Thorns, anyone can challenge the king and, if successful, take the crown. In a Burgundy grove, shaggy with vines and moss, the current Cypress King resides, a proud poet of the neo-nocturnal school, who wrote works condemning society's hypocrites. His tongue is barbed, his pen venomous, and his temper as thin as cheese wire. It really does cycle through, doesn't it? Or at least, it's inconsistent about the pronouns for the king. In some stories you get she's, and now it's he's. It could be that it's one king throughout sunless skies. He was fluid about pronouns and whatnot, or it could be that in being vague and contradictory, it is simulating that there are different kings going on at once, or like throughout the story as the game goes. Considering important reports of the king, storytelling is forbidden in Pan, and one of the duties of the Cypress King is to trade mysteries for Skyfarer stories of other places before they could be inflicted on the city at large. That the dockside business used sovereigns for convenience. For most of the purposes, mysteries are more valuable currency in Pan. It is a city of secrets and initiations. And King Z, how do you leave Eleutheria? The relay station by which you entered the region was broken. How then might you leave? You are informed that the Eagles Empyrean, London's nominal allies and opener of the path to the sky, maintains a transit gate that leads back to the Reach. The Empyrean lies somewhere in Eleutheria, beyond the Belt of Midnight. Beyond the Belt of Midnight, I wonder where on earth it could be. Exchange knowledge for a certain enigma. The king is a keeper of enigmas. If you provide them with secrets, they will bestow an enigma upon you. How many inspiration? 1 inspiration. And need 2 crew. Need 5 savage secrets. I'll hold off then, for now. You know what? No. Lose me some crew. The king leads you and your crew through the trees with low, snatching branches. Eventually reach a stone ruin. The king gestures to a trapdoor. It takes the 3 of you to lever it open. Below, stone steps lead to a cellar carved from natural caves. The walls are engraved with correspondence. The king abandons you here. They know better than to read things written in the language of the stars. When you return above ground, you are fewer. 2 of you look too close and read too much. And how much terror? 10 terror? Alright, I'll hold off then. Because until I find Aklis, there's not really going to be much opportunity to drop terror. Here is Pan, the dusky heart of Eleutheria, built upon the sundered remains of a cathedral of heaven, now overgrown with midnight groves. It is a refuge for rebels, outcasts, and pariahs, for the unloved, the unmourned, and the unbelievable. Several factions have claimed fragments of the ruins, but the central dock is a neutral ground. It heaves with crowds, and the air is filled with cries and music and raving and laughter. New crew? Nah. Repair locomotive? Not here. That's pretty much it for here then, isn't it? Alright then, 1 crew. Get out of here. And no plumbing for anybody. Ooh, we could pick up one of the best officers in the game, the best. I think she might be at the Empyrean, or at Pan, it depends. It's random, like with my aunt. 3 stops at London, aunt never came up. So who knows? She might be back at Pan when I come back. The gentleman, cool, whistling apps. What is that? Oh, just Spinster. Oof. Alright, now I do need the Empyrean. Starting off strong with 2 homing purple missiles at once. Could I do the break here? I just got to Etheria. A stoker sings. A minute later they stop. Song seems unwelcome in Karnas. Is this an assay thing? It's an assay thing. I can't do assay things yet. It's alright though. Once we get to the Empyrean and get this bombazine sold, we'll be rolling. Oh man, this place is gorgeous. The reflections of the sky above and the pools of water. The ground below. And the scary chords. Belt of Midnight, so Empyrean is coming up. And check it. Oh, hello. Oh no. Oh no. It's random what you get here. Is it gonna be monster or secret? You looked into the dark, and the dark looked back. Be distracted, be distracted, be distracted. Save me, help, buddy, pal. I wouldn't say I totally fear them, but they are the only thing I fear here. And for good reason. Come back, come back, come back, you gotta help me out here. Alright, good, I think it went back to its home node. I want to live here. I mean, this place is fantastic atmosphere. The Fatalist Settlement looks enviously at the Empyrean's electric glow. Could have used that in the Reach. See, and I'm totally messed up. Because I'm used to the Empyrean being top down. Now it's top up, but I don't know what's where. This is such a weird configuration to get used to. Amber Lane, where the Reach Eleutheria Transit Relay is. A touch of the skies. Back to work then. What are the odds? 81% chance? Get to it. Partial success. Lost 1 fuel? That's fine, fuel is cheap. You administer a stern word and a reminder of their duties. They return to their work, but their obsession continues to prey on them. Your locomotive's efficiency suffers as a result. The lane of lions and unicorns. The feline eccentric! A little piece of Albion on the edge of the Empyrean. Here, Her Majesty's Embassy works tirelessly to maintain cordial relations with the Imperials. A woman sits at the station side in oil-stained overalls. 3 overfed, baleful cats lounge near her. I'm looking for work, she says, climbing to her feet. The cats observe you with naked hostility. I'm afraid they're part of the package, she says, indicating them. Dude, come aboard. We always have room for a good engineer. Even when with cats. Mirror 6, Hearts 2, Villainy by 1. A new officer. As she climbs aboard, she pats her locomotive's boiler fondly. Hello, my girl. She makes her way towards a new cabin. The cats tangle around her feet, almost tripping her. Okay, she's coming on right away. 'Cause sorry, incautious driver, 2 hearts, 6 signs is cool. But 6 mirrors, just straight up 6 mirrors. Sorry, Iron Buddy. 55 mirrors, cool. But a drop to 39 irons. Gotta work on that when you level ups. Okay, first and foremost, somebody wants thirsty bombazine. And I have an itchy nose. Oh, there we go. Unmute button, didn't wish to unmute. Your crew unloads a cargo onto the dock while you ponder where to take it. The clattering of the stone distracts you. When you look back, the crates are gone. In their place, your payment, delicately wrapped and finished with a bow, experience, and 2 Eleutherian mysteries. I'm not gonna buy crockery. If anybody wants to buy crockery, they're not worth my time. Oh, 6,000 for this. Look at her, man, look at her. 70 hull is respectable. Plus 3 hold. 14 crew, better fuel efficiency. 3 auxiliary slots. 1 bridge, 1 shield. 1 each of small and large arms. An electrical wonder. The Altani is a far-ranging, versatile explorer. It is a pride of the Empyrean, and they got its production zealously, and it's got good boosts left and right. The Empyrean engine yard produces 1 engine, the light, bright, sprightly Altani Outrider. Available nowhere else, it is the pride of Empyrean technology, and the finest weapon in the war against the liberation of the night. Nothing else here. What's the next spot? Tea for Heracles. I haven't got tea. Haven't got any tea. And like I said, the islands here, marshy, the leaves familiar, and it just said that Heracles is north-northwest of Pan, so it's here somewhere. Okay then, a bit more fuel and a bit of food. Let's go then. Or no. Before I leave, gotta introduce myself to the people here. Get the ball rolling. Oh, and besides, my navigator. Ludden's Enclave. Her Majesty's embassy dominates this little street, but the eagle stands above the Lion of the Unicorn on the street sign. London and the Khanate work together to enter the High Wilderness, but their alliances has been tenuous. It is preserved only by desperate diplomatic endeavor and a number of carefully preserved fictions regarding what the other's up to. Port to port, the Eagle's Empyrean is a bastion of light in Eleutheria's dark. Beyond the antique facades of the Lane of the Lion and Unicorns, the Empyrean rises high in steel and blue light. The constraints of its location necessitate that the Empyrean builds upwards. Careful porticos give way to expansive temples and crowded markets. People live cheek by jowl. Light is precious and easily lost. Power is conserved carefully. When times are bad, whole districts go dark. It would be easy for hopelessness to steep in. The Khan occupies his people with festivals, celebrating his people's history of the old Khanate, and constant technological innovation. To be idle is to be afraid here. The Empyrean is busy at every hour. Enjoy a respite at the Maiden and Unicorn, a tea shop on the edge of the lane, as close to home as one can be in Eleutheria. No matter how hard the decor tries, it cannot mask the darkness visible from the window, nor soften the electric light of the Empyrean moon. Still, off-duty diplomats congregate around the triangle-cut sandwiches. They drink tea steeped with translators, attachés, and runners. The Maiden and Unicorn is also popular citizens of the Empyrean. Some come to sample the latest London cuisine. Others, to do unofficial business with the London embassy. Others, like everyone else, just come to get away from the dark. Ask about the transit relay to the Reach. Few diplomats would accept a posting here if they couldn't return to British territory. They know the way back. The gentleman is immediately obliging. We really should put a sign up. It lies to the north of Pan, close by, clockwise around the region from here. It is under Imperial control, of course, in accordance with the treaty. He smiles, the broad smile of a practiced liar. We thought it would be a nice gesture. Let them think they control the borders and all that. For all his confidence, he checked for Imperians in earshot before saying that. Alright then. Then business. Introduce myself at the embassy. They might be glad to receive news of London. Few captains dare venture into Eleutheria. The embassy is a fine example of Georgian architecture. Inside, the elegance gives way to pandemonium of desks where bureaucrats minutely scrutinize their correspondence. Any mistake could trigger a summons to the Khan, and the possible expulsion of the embassy. Each is hunched with age, with hair as white as lustrum snow. The ambassador's secretary is assigned to handle incoming captains. He reaches over a mountain range of papers with a visa. Please don't make additional work for us. If you must visit the city, be polite. And with that sneeze, I can hear again. The thing about Georgian architecture, spend some time in Leamington Spa, and the place has a range of architectural eras within it. And the Georgian is okay. It's a cute aesthetic. Visit the embassy. The ambassador's always glad to receive guests, suitably respected ones at least. The ambassador greets you in his study. Instead of a fire burning in the hearth, there's an electrical heater that spells faintly of burning hair. Everything else is comfortably old-fashioned, from creaking leather to the armchairs to the vintage of brandy the drinks cabinet. Artifacts to the Empyrean, for inspiration, cool. But the game is too precarious. So then it would behoove me to stay on London's good side for a while, to trade common artifacts for loads of semi-rare moments of inspiration. Alright then, to the Empyrean. An electric and neon jewel in the Eagle Khan's crown, and the only Empyrean city in the high wilderness. A solitary bastion of brightness of the long night of Eleutheria. Now here is where repairs are done, because if anyone knows engines, it's the Empyrean. The engineers of the Illuminated Engineering are locomotive experts. They are not permitted to share their knowledge with the Londoners, but if you step away from the yard where they work, they will happily repair your engine. It'll cost, of course. 42 sovereigns for full repairs. Cool. A runner comes forward the London embassy. Your engine is ready for the skies. Onwards. To the visa checkpoint. A modest checkpoint stands at the end of the lanes of lions and unicorns. Visitors to the Empyrean must have their papers checked. There's a queue to get past the guards, but it moves efficiently. And they are ready to inspect my papers. You are welcome to the one true civilization in Eleutheria. You are as free to explore as any citizen. To the Uwu of Returned Skies, the Khan's Market, the Shangtu. Sure. The District of Recreations and Amusements, where music and games distract from the encroaching dark. The electric purple lights of the Shangtu can be seen even from the lane. The sound of laughter carries on the wind. Laborers finishing shifts, guards just off their outriders, courtiers fresh from the palace. All from a throng streets away for the Shangtu. Headed in one direction alone. You'll have to pass the quieter places of the city first, however. Each street is lit by evenly placed electric lights. The light is cold and casts hard shadows. Empyrean citizens hurry by in silk and cloth. There is always somewhere to be in the Empyrean. All who live here work. There is no space for idleness. And an imperial man has been following you since you left the lane of lions and unicorns. What could he want? A bespectacled official sidles next to you and adjusts his cravat. I need an observer to bring the latest goings-on in Eleutheria. A traveler would suit my purpose as well. Perhaps we could discuss it over a little tea and a friendly game of mahjong. There's a little park in the lane of lions and unicorns by the rosebush. A rosebush? The Jetta must be a member of the Rose Without Thorns, the Imperium's foreign office. He wishes for you to spy on him. Give your assent. This may prove profitable. A nod is enough. The official adjusts his glasses. You go your separate ways. And Shantou proper is a paradise of lights and entertainment. If I had more favor with them, or if London considers me a reliable informant, then I could take part of the Cantankerous races. Watch the games then. The traditional games of wrestling, archery, and horseback racing. There are no horses in the high wilderness. The Imperium has improvised an aggrieved miniature Cantankerous. Aww. The mahjong boards have been updated to reflect War of Midnight. Polished tiles of white, black, and blue do battle at a rapid pace. Wrestling is as it has always been, a battle of brawn and wits between athletes in prime condition. The vast stadium, the arena of slow thunder, stands tall against the horizon. Within, the Imperium's most daring try their skill at Cantankerous riding. You spend a few hours on the stands, cheering on the young men and women who brave these unusual mounts. After a while, a troop of very polite guards escort you out of the Imperium to the port. You have seen enough for today, they say. But what about... I can't go in? Oh, right, what I have to do. He's got the key. But I have to talk to him first, don't I? Persuade the navigator to talk. See, I thought I was going to go straight to Altan's grave. But now I gotta speak to him first. I forgot that step. Even off duty, the navigator is constantly checking the crew. He's avoiding being alone. Let him know that you've seen this before. He has to share his burden. Me too. Oh man, getting short on secrets. A needed confidant. The navigator joins you in his cabin. Finally, the words tumble out. I thought it was all right. I just got on with my work and I was doing well. He reaches beneath his bunk to put out the book the matriarch gave him. Altan read this all the time. He'd act it out, do the voices. It is the epic of King Caesar. Altan knew the true me. He shared his clothes. He helped bind my chest for the first time. Got me into my first fight. The navigator sits up proudly. He was my best friend. When we were children, I made a promise to him. The navigator stares blindly at the book. Do tell, navigator. What did he promise, and why does it prey on him? When we were grown up, we would go exploring together. We'd go on great quests, do mighty things. The navigator takes several breaths before continuing. We'd be heroes. People would write stories about us. I'm exploring the skies and... His face turns away. He didn't even get to leave home. He wipes his eyes on his sleeves and stands resolute. I'm not going to break my promise. I will give an adventures worthy of King Caesar. Please, Captain. I want to go to the Eagle's Imperium. I'm breaking him out of his tomb, but I need your help. You've already got a visa, so you'll be able to come with me. Yeah, but we can't. I've already done the visa stuff. I can't go back in until like a couple of weeks. More time must pass first, my dear navigator. So to Aklis then. Which should be close by. I'm going to imagine it's probably closer to here than here. Considering the belt of the sky takes up some space. And the Xanthus moon is probably close by too. And the foliage, located closer to the broken transit relay. See, the thing is, right, you have no idea the transit relay is broken if you don't actually board the transit relay as soon as you arrive. If you do try to board it, then it'll say, hey, this is broken, you have to find a new way out elsewhere. Which might lead you to go to Pan or elsewhere to ask for directions to a new transit relay. Except you have no cause to, because just as soon as you arrive at Pan, you have the option to ask about, well, where could I escape here from? Where's the best transit relay around? And then you know, well, it's in the Empyrean instead, not the one I came from. Weird, but cool. These ruins predate humanity. Their architecture gargantuan, their purpose inscrutable. The fulmination. A crewman begins to laugh wildly. She has looked too deeply into the dark. Hello, hello, hello. Something up here. Could it be the Xanthus moon? The Empyrean had built a homemade moon to light the corner of the sky. Its steel frame is festooning. It is a Xanthus moon. What even is a Xanthus? Xanthus. Definition of Xanthus: having yellowish, red, auburn, or brown hair, marked by yellow coloration, a Xanthus tumor. Huh. TIL. But where's the landing then? There it is. Xanthus moon and the moon sill. The nearest land to the Xanthus moon is a moon sill. The path between it and the Empyrean main dock is well traveled by groups of small, privately owned engines. Each convoy resembles a crowd of fireflies drawn to the light of the moon. They travel here to perform rites of resolution and renewal, and to conduct the mandate of the moon. The Imperial's light does only enough lamps to pick their way through the site of the ceremony. Occasionally, there's a muffled curse as someone stumbles and falls. The Imperials gather in the large crater, huddled together and waiting. It is time for the rite of resolution. The engineers have landed. They stand outside the circle of the Imperials, their clothes in tatters, smeared with oil and dirt. But they are safe, and they are sound. All around you, lanterns are lit. A warm glow grows and brightens. The crowd parts. The engineers climb up through the center. Join? It costs supplies. Stand back and watch. This is not your ceremony. There is no need for you to participate. A throng of temporary stalls caters to the crowds. Merchants haggle over mementos. Others offer cups of only the very best Arig. Arig? Arig. Oh, Kumis. I know Kumis. One enterprising youth charges for the use of lantern repair tools, taking business from his neighbor, a lantern seller. From the bustle, trade seems healthy. The ceremony is complete. It is time for the citizens of the Eagles Empyrean to return to their daily lives. The ceremony is over. They depart, still holding their wax paper lamps. Impatient captains frown at crew, putting off boarding to prolong conversations. Exasperated parents hunt for straying children. It'll be a little while yet before the moon sill is back under the sole stewardship of its caretakers. Onwards. See, up until I did the Martyr King's Cup, I saw no reason to attack the Empyrean's Altani ships here. But it turns out, well, the Martyr King's Cup is super easy to fail. So when you start anew, you kind of want as much experience as you can get. The Storm That Speaks, uninterested. More inspirations, 7 inspirations. Nice. And it turns out that most times, I'm at the edge. Turns out that most times, when you blow up Empyrean ships, they're really not blown up. They're in a bad spot, sure. But they sit there, crew waiting to get rescued. Captain could be taken as hostage. Get to foreknowledge. Editor in mystery, unlicensed chart. Little more. Nope, refuse. And sometimes the captain dies, but oh well. That's one loss of life as opposed to the whole ship. Which is a little bit somewhat, ooh, Grievers. Hold that thought. If I can maneuver to it, please, thank you. Oh, still no Navarrete gemstones. And still only 66% chance, over 50. What if I fail it? Won't find out what happens if I fail it. It's the bones that catch your attention. Specifically, their marrow. A sigil is imprinted onto it. Splitting a bone, you extract and slice the marrow. Every inch you find a different sigil. Something has been written in the Griever's bones. Which we know already, but gotta take what option we can. More Grievers still. Hey, don't go away, come back. Buddy, you're wounded, let me help you out here. There you go, much better. No failure, no gemstones, no nothing. Oh well. At least I get more visions of heaven and more Eleutherian mysteries. Speaking of, I got the port report, right? From the Empyrean? Yeah, I did. What? A curator. From the Amber, really? Oh, that is max level cruelty. I think he's gone. No, he's not gone! Go away, go away, go away! Do they always glow red? I don't think they did before, did they? Alright, the patch notes did say that they won't follow me to the ends of the earth. Which is not a very big comfort. Alright, this is back in Ackley's town. And that's back to Ackley's music. And that's Ackley's. Ackley's 853 experience gained. Woohoo. And exactly where I thought it'd be, since the foliage here and the swamps just screamed Ackley's. You disembark onto a soggy wooden platform, barely supported by the marsh mud below. It leads past several squalid huts and the hulls of scavenged engines to the warmth of the marketplace with the wooden stilts. Nearby, what remains of an ancient monastery just holds on against the ravages of time and the swampy ground below. Enter. Something's going down at the other side of the monastery. Fire flickers. Treachery carries on the wind. A woman smoking a cigarette watching from the shadows. Unaware of your presence as a group of grizzled skyfarers attempt to force the monastery's doors. Unlike the crumbling stone, these are made of solid, new metal, and more than hold up to the task of repelling the attack. However, with every blow against them, the monastery itself seems to shudder. Dust rains from on high, stones creak. It will not take much more before something gives. Intervene, stay back. I think staying back actually stains your soul, but I forget what condition. Intervene. This might not be your problem, but you can make it your fight. You summon a few of your crew with the wave back at the locomotive. Before you can join the attack, however, Hojo toho, Hojo hoto, the war cry echoes through the marsh. Urchins, ring breakers from old London, look from the looks of them, surge at the attackers, armed with broomsticks with sharp objects taped to the end, caught under helmets, and cardboard armor. In the name of the Valkyrie, they shout, launching their attacks. For Sigrid! They swiftly rout the attackers. The one with the cigarette is long gone, leaving behind nothing but the smell of expensive ash. Rotting wood huts, on stilts, stretch up from the marshlands, connected by rickety walkways and gently swaying rope bridges. Red paper lanterns line the path, offering just enough flickering light to avoid unfortunate tumbles in the dark mud below. Which is actually a big problem in, river towns, bridge towns, particularly in the UK as far as I know, like in my expertise, brief as it is. Especially in college towns or places with like bridges everywhere. Not everywhere, but with a bridge. Drunks, getting drunk, falling in the rivers and drowning and dying. It happens so often that some think that it's like some conspiracy or something behind it, but it turns out, nah. Drunk youths plus bridges just equals an easy cold death. Even Eggman himself got drunk recently and almost had a fall in. Ringbreakers, urchins in collared helmets and tea-tray armor stand to slack attention, longing for little trouble. Visit the court of tea and spices. The bulk of the market is devoted to brews and incense, and the almost priceless midnight's favor. Every breeze carries a different scent. First off, port report. It's a small place. It won't take long. Everything here seems to revolve around tea and spice, and a special blend made in the monastery that nobody you speak to appears to have tasted. We are not worthy of midnight's favor, they all tell you through unsmiling faces, before offering you a special deal on some other blend or incense that they just happen to have. Visit the Vigilant Nightingale, head to the marshes, monastery, nah. Examine a prominent statue. It sits in the middle of the dock, untouched by chalk scribbles or damage. A couple of tattooed spice merchants lean against it, quietly eating their lunch. The mysterious founder, it can be assumed. If not, somebody equally important to the market port. They look somewhat more imp than man, with a flag on the lapel that matches the crest of the nearby wreck of the Vigilant Nightingale. Peering closely, there is a plaque between the figure's feet. Someone has scratched out all the details. Perhaps the subject himself, preferring to maintain a sense of mystery, or plausible deniability. House of Silks? A sleepy warmth oozes from the curtains. Admission is free. What awaits inside is negotiable. The curtains part with a sickly sweet breath of incense. Velvet wraps the inside of the hut like a fine chocolate box, with silk curtains delicately hanging down to provide translucent privacy for guests. Behind, the shadows of wealthy traders lie in the embrace of soft, well-plumped cushions, gently sipping from bronze hookah pipes into their eyes and troubles or somewhere else entirely. So why not meet Mr. Pipes? The third so far? We have our Chiropterus hoarder, Mr. Menagerie, and now Mr. Pipes, and Mr. Pennies, and then Mr. Barleycorn, I think is all of them. So yeah, still missing a few. Request an audience with Mr. Pipes. The hooded proprietor keeps to itself at the back of the house. A particularly large hookah pipe delivers smoke into the darkness of its cloak. A gramophone beside it plays a Bach concerto. A serving boy returns, bowing apologetically. Mr. Pipes is relaxing, as has no interest in either chitter or chatter. If you have any business, you may present it to one of the staff. Otherwise, his master encourages you to avail yourself to the facilities, but not for free, of course. 10 sovereigns. For a goodly amount of terror drop. The cushions are soft. The honey incense is sweet. You settle down next to a fellow captain, a tea trader from the Blue Kingdom, still smoking through a death mask, and a figure who prefers to keep their identity private. There is little conversation. The incense is strong, and each breath in the hookah only serves to wrap the world in fresh, warm layers of cotton wool and half-remembered dreams. Ask about Midnight's Favor. A place like this should have the speciality of the port. The servant girl shakes her head. We are not worthy of Midnight's favor. Perhaps, in the distance, her cloaked master raises an arm, or at least a sleeve, just a little. A summons. Excuse me, please. Okay, back to the market. Nightingale, not gonna take the time. Court of tea and spices. Clouds of rich scents hang in the air. Though the market is small, it is bustling with both London and native Eleutherian traders. Each cramped stall and barrow is piled high with the region's finest tea leaves, opiates, salt, and spices. Browse the tea barrows. Many of the spice merchants have tattoos on the left cheek, denoting what they sell. The Londoners present have yet to adopt the tradition. Although this port is mostly famed for its homegrown Midnight's Favor, it is quickly becoming a trading hub for every flavor and blend of tea you could possibly wish for. Please, let me live here. Customers don't brew them, but bite into the leaves and lick samples off their fingers. Speak to the grumbling urchin. He slouches more than most of them, chewing on an old twig. Just bored of rations, okay? He spits out the twig. Old Sigrid keeps all the chocolate around here locked up with the Nightingale. He grins. Maybe you could sneak some out of it and of that desk of hers. Could make it worth your while. Ask about Midnight's Favor. Stories say it's blacker than night, and tastes even deeper. Your inquiries draw little but averted eyes and apologies that they're not worthy of Midnight's favor. The select few who trade in it consider it far too precious to simply sell. Visit Murgatroyd's Taste of Albion. Even out here, you can get a mug of Murgatroyd's finest. Although one of the more professional-looking barrels in the market, Murgatroyd's family special tea blends have gained little traction. Proprietress Amberly Murgatroyd glares at you from behind her slender cigarette holder, twitching at the inconvenience of your presence. Speak? Are you here to buy? Amberly glances around. Clearly not as cute as her sister, if she doesn't get her own portrait. If you're not here to buy, I don't know why you're here. Unless... She sizes you up. Perhaps. That sounds like an opportunity in the offering. Amberly lights a fresh cigarette. I'm sure you've heard of Midnight's favor. It's all anyone around here wants. Well, I have plans to deal with that. Were you to assist me when the moment presents itself, well, I would be most grateful, in the most profitable way for us both. Ask about Sigrid and the urchins. That little scrote and her infernal playmates. Amberly shakes her head. I blame the parents if you had any. No discipline. A few damn good spankings never did me any harm. Today's youth could do with getting to know the back end of a slipper. Just look at my sister Melusune. See, Melusune gets her own portrait though. What do you get? Nothing. Ask about Midnight's favor. Even if it's a competition, she must know about it. Oh, we are not worthy of Midnight's favor, Amberly snaps, her tone suggesting that she's parroting somebody else. Haven't touched the stuff. Can't wait to get back to Albion and never hear about it again. When I'm running the business, she catches herself. Well, I'll have my sights set higher than beverages. Inquire about the family business. The Murgatroyd company is known for more than tea and crackers. There is little you cannot learn at the salons for the right price. Amberly looks at you with disdain. Oh, please. Even if I had time for Father's Spy Master games, exactly how much do you think one over here is at the edge of nowhere? She takes a long, pointed drag from a cigarette. Honestly, if you must waste someone's time with such nonsense, go in on my sister Melusune. I think we stashed her somewhere in the Reach. Her, and her ridiculous inventions. Yes, I'm sure she's nothing better to do than listen to you. But Melusune's nice, and again, she gets a picture, you don't. A caddy of tea for 90 sovereigns. At these prices, it is no wonder the stall is so quiet. Amberly takes the money and calls for one of her clay men. He scoops out the tea into its caddy using his bare hands, and seals it tight with a blob of wax. 90 sovereigns for one caddy, is that good enough? What does it sell for here? $190. Eh? Ackley's gift. Even here, even out here, everyone sells seeds. Bah! Anywho, 4 or more teas. So if I buy for 90 and sell for 190, it's still a good profit. I'm pretty sure Murgatroyd wants tea herself, doesn't she? I'm buying this tea from her to give back to her. Yeah, for Murgatroyd, tea for Aklis. A merchant waits for rescue by a still-smoking locomotive. I was taking Murgatroyd family tea to the Sodden Aklis when we got hit by kennel wind, knackered the engine, worse, broke the cargo hold. All came flooding out, it did. He adds that his usual delivery is 5 caddies of dry tea to Aklis. Yep. So buying tea at Aklis to give to Aklis. Amberly, Murgatroyd's assistant, looks irritable as she digs through the tea with her hands. I don't understand. Where are the microfilms, the manila folders? She sighs. Never mind, we'll sell it anyway, I'm sure. And I am not going to buy the seeds. What I should do, though, is pay a visit to the Nightingale. An old, mostly picked-apart locomotive acts as the Ringbreaker's urchin's kip and base of operations. 2 of them guarded sleepily. One of the urchins jabs you with their weapon, a broomstick with a knife at the end. Friend or foe? Friend. Or just push past. What if I just push past? You force your way past the urchins. Despite their protests, they don't try to stop you. Hoo-hoo. This broken-down engine has been comprehensively gutted to serve as a Ringbreaker's home and base. Filthy hammocks stretched between metal bars, most full of snoring urchins. Others sit around the decorating tea tray armor with bright paints, or sparring playfully with wooden sticks. Train with the urchins? I can't do, I haven't got enough. 23% I think is the lowest odds I've seen so far. Visit the captain's cabin. The door leads to one of the few rooms that hasn't been gutted. A series of names have been scratched onto it and then scratched out. The only one still readable says Sigrid. Enter! Barks a high-pitched voice. Sigrid Spitzdaughter, Valkyrie of the Ringbreakers, and the closest thing this port has to law. Despite being the youngest Ringbreaker to be declared Valkyrie, Sigrid has the glare of a seasoned general, and the scars to back it up. She sits sternly behind a mahogany desk, almost as tall as she is, carefully engrossed in a copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. It is a shrew of military diligence, only slightly undercut by it being upside down. Oh, precious. Steal her chocolate requires... Ooh, still too low. Ask about the Ringbreakers. Why are urchins acting like constabulary in this port? Someone's gotta, right? Sigrid's face is a mixture of pride in her job and irritation at being questioned. Don't just be thinking you're a bunch of kids. You hear the Valkyrie? Greatest war in old London she was. Yeah, well, in her name we kicked out the old bugger what brought us to the wilderness, to clean out his chimneys or whatever, and now we have a home. Can't blame us for wanting to protect it, right? Even if it's been dampened to bits. Course, she adds, can't stay here forever. Rule one of the Ringbreakers. When you're old enough, that's when it's time to go out and find fortune out there, and find others to fill their places. All welcome. Just swear by your code and they're welcome to grab a hammock. At least long as they don't fart too much in their sleep. And the monastery, then? It dominates the port, but stands apart from it. Never been in myself, Sigurd admits. Them bohemian types in town are said to know a way, but it ain't through the front door. Anyway, Without tea from the place, we don't have much of a home. Reckon we'll keep defending it. A Valkyrie don't need thanking. And Midnight's favor. She must know about the brew that made this port's name. Yeah, like them snooty bohemian types that let us try the stuff, Sigurd shrugs. No big problem. Nothing wrong with just juice. Not unless you drink it after brushing your teeth. Just don't brush them, that's what I say. Probably bad for him anyway, working them over like that. Well, it could be if you're too rough. And the War of Midnight. What is going on between her crew, and the attackers? Sigurd's face darkens. Shouldn't have let that Amberly Murgatroyd get her bootstrapped starting to port. We know it's her trying to destroy the Midnight Tea so everyone will buy Daddy's old scrapings instead, but she's tricksy. And with them claimed men of hers always around, we can't go accidentally pushing her off into the marsh. But we'll get her, oh yeah. And now the chocolates. Wait, hold on. I do have officers that could pad out my veils a bit more. Whose veils? Irons and 2 veils. Hearts and irons. Okay, 2 veils. 4 veils. 6 mirrors. Pure mirrors, 6 veils. And that's that. Alright then, Nightingale. Foe. Deliver the glare. What does foe give me? They can't kill me. Oh. The urchin looks nonplussed. Well, don't be trying anything, or Sigurd will stick you. Aww. Alright then, chocolate time. 23% chance of success. 2. 28. Dang, this better be good chocolate. Failure. 1 terror, all cute. You distract Sigrid, or so it seems. As your fingers slip into her drawer, she turns and slams it shut on her knuckles. Thieves get bleed, she snaps. Leave it alone. Can I keep trying? No, I can't. It's done with. Fail is fail is fail. And that's it. There's also Midnight's favor, which I could do, having collected 3 flavors of tea already. But now I want to explore. Brand new 2 here, haven't found anything yet. Got Pan, cool, got the Empyrean even cooler, and Ackley's. But there's so much more around here to find. Bazaar, nothing, just food and fuel, please. And off we go. There shouldn't be anything here, it's too close by to both places. But I'll check. Scout out a few more routes, see what's where. Then back down to Pan and hopefully might have a few more prospects at the bazaar. Let's see, there was Bombazine for the Empyrean, tea for Rackley's, and those are both done. Got loads of Immaculate Souls, but I don't recall if anybody in Eleutheria asked for those. I don't think they do. Hold up. Nose calls again. And see, that's the beauty of Eleutheria. It's so empty. You have a few large islands, true, but for the most part it's scattered. Not to do but fly around and enjoy the beauty of the place. And almost the next level up. Not even 1,000, like 200 left, less than that even. I missed something down there, but that's okay. Probably just something to say, and I can't say a thing yet. Contactory, hello. See, if only all my shots could be that good. Sovereign specimens. What are the odds? 94% chance. And it's gonna be partial success, isn't it? No, good success. So what then for the next moment of reflection, the next facet? Could do the bell tolls. Which would be cool because here in Eleutheria, you can get your death buried. And it's pretty much like a free facet. But what I want is more irons. And there's not really much here that's Iron's majority that fits with the character so far. Steam and Soot doesn't really, Metamorphosis could, but it's only Irons plus 3. Oh well. 40 is closer, isn't it? You could no longer be the person you were told to be. Your old life would have ground you beneath it. You had to change. But was the change slow or sudden? It was a gradual growth. You changed by inches, your new self growing from the roots of the old. It was only after, when looked back, that you saw how far you'd come. And 59 hearts, so if I saw fit to get the Wrath of the Heavens, it'll be closer still to the 75 hearts minimum required to use it. If. Gotta kill a scorn fluke or two for that one. And it seems like nothing's here after all. As far as major settlements or points of exploration go. But still, good to fill out the map. And a hermit's hut. That's something at least. A blind hermitage. A single candle burns at the cave entrance, not to offer light, but to deepen the darkness beyond. The air hangs heavy with its ancient scent of blood, gristle, and decayed flesh. The hermit kneels by the still-breathing body of some no longer identifiable animal, their sticky fingers questing for whatever wisdom may lie within the flesh and the bones. Supplies for a savage secret, and a little more, or secrets of the hermit, for a condemned experiment and an Eleutherian mystery. How many secrets? Need 3? Nope. Or to observe him, for an Eleutherian mystery. Now trade supplies. Supplies for a secret. And gain 5 terror. The hermit takes your supplies, beckoning you into their cave. They shrink from the dim light of your candle, cowering and chewing on their ragged, bleeding fingernails. The cave rock shows the efforts of the laborers, wet crimson symbols and scratched down snippets. From the other side of Sadity, behind them all, a truth to be whispered but never spoken. 2 food isn't too low. Crepusculos is visible. Why not? Crepusculos and down to pan. And then, depending on what other prospects we have, to determine where to go next after that. Haven't spoken to my eccentric yet, have I? Oh, I got nothing. She wants books. Or illicit books. She has a cabin, but usually sleeps on the spare mattress in the engine room. There she could hear the rhythm and rumble of the engine, and wake when it hiccups. Her cats have all found favorite places among the machinery and pipework. A secondment, sure, but who could get rid of her? She shakes her head when you ask. Sorry to trouble you. Just an idea I can't shake. I like to be useful. Her smile is crooked. I wondered about taking some leave of the Royal Society. I could help you out when I'm there. The engineers have all sorts lying about. She turns back to the engine. Just a thought. To generate experimental modification. Could do for that. Experimental modifications aren't the hardest thing to accumulate, or not. But whatever makes it easier. Plus, how often does one go to the Royal Society? Once, maybe twice. depending on what quests are active, but only then. I heard Heaven's library was destroyed, a crewman whispers. But you could still find bits of it from around here. Could. Better than a library. Flotsam. What you got for me? Food? Called it. So could see about finding some environmental clue to determine what's where and what's nearby. Seeing as only 8 crew, that's not too many tummies, and the officers don't take any food at all. So 3 food is plenty to roam around for a bit, then go back to Pan. Oh no, dare I. The last time I grabbed some amber, a curator of all things flew out. Nothing? Good. Amber's a bit weird. There's a small delay between grabbing the amber and getting attacked. Belt of Midnight? Seems to be. Or at least close by it. Yep, that's it alright. Ooh, could see if... Oh no, hold on. Well, it's not too close to the Empyrean. There's a place close by to it. That's the abandoned attempts at the Empyrean that is infested by curators. Lo and behold, I hear curators hunt here, your lookout says, in a discreet moment. Yep, that's Curatorville. So hold up. If Curatorville is here, Xanthus Moon and Aklis, so the House of Rods and Chains doesn't have to be near the Belt of Midnight. That was mere coincidence last time then. Because the area around the House of Rods and Chains isn't huge, but it does take a good amount of space. So it cannot fit in this tiny area here. Then where is the house? Oh no. I hear hollow ambience. The sound of a typhoon afterwards. The sky is wrong. This is not where you're meant to be. Was it a trick of the mist? Has the wind carried you astray? Had the heavens themselves turned on their axes? Well, the Burrower hates me. You have earned the wrath of the Burrower below. Press on, push into stranger skies, and hope that somewhere beyond you'll find familiar territories again. Rip. A bank of mist stretches just below you, flat and colorless as a twilight moor. Your navigator lets out a cry, frantically pointing at something through the starboard windows. Something immense approaches, its vast bulk rising from the mists. The great hump of its back looms over you like a hillside. It is studded with lidless, yellow eyes. This is one of the Asian A, the Star Dragons, the behemoth mercenaries that the suns contract out to enforce their laws. Before it, you are only a fleck. Escape its notice is a mere 34% chance, which is not too bad. It's 1/3. 1/3 odds. Quench your lights. Quell your steam. Your crew huddle in the dark as the beast draws ever closer, ever more immense. It fills your window so close you could distinguish the individual plates of its scales, pitted with the impacts of stellar debris. It slides past, mile after mile of it. You are a grain of sand, a mote of dust, a mite. Then, it has passed you, and the sky is revealed again. The behemoth sinks back into the mist, returning to its lair in the deeps of the sky. Not bad, only 5 terror from that. No damage, no other loss. You scavenge fragments of old scrolls on the shelves, to be useful later. Can't use it now, but never too early to start collecting. Oh no, 2 food, alright. I'll hook on down here, then come back to Pan. And that should get me back before we starve. Is that Piranesi? White text and white clouds again. Would be nice to read that. Yard of the Nightingale. Dude, hold on. I can go under this rock. And the light goes through it. Cool. Doesn't mean a thing. I just like when you could actually go under the geography sometimes. Some depth to the environment. Piranesi. The Niabe Seclusion, or however that's said, a mansion of immense size, surrounded by acres of neatly kept garden. It is tranquil here. In fact, it appears utterly devoid of life. The prison and the cottage, polyhedric sculptures, the dimensions eye-wateringly off. Grass of uniform color and of uniform length, placid canals crisscrossing at right angles, all bisected by a pale gravel path, leading to the door of a broad ivy-shrouded mansion. Only lack of windows betrays Piranesi as a prison. Utter silence. The bar the crunching of gravel beneath your feet. As you approach, you take note of a tiny cottage, incongruously nestled beside a mansion like a louse. A curtain twitches. Enter. The only sign of the cottage is that of a teaspoon clinking against the porcelain. A group of brown-robed figures turn to regard you. One, gray-haired and gray-eyed, offers you tea. "We are the chaplain," she says. "Our orders to help the inmates reach egress. You must understand, none may leave Piranesi unaltered." "We can be your guide," pipes another. "2 tours per visit. Choose your chaperone, and take care to follow the rules." But why need a guide? The windowless prison is large, but surely it can be mapped. The gray-eyed woman sips her tea. Do not attempt to judge size or distance here. Piranesi is unmapped and unmappable. There are only a few areas we know how to reach. "I will show you the statue garden," says the bearded chaplain, with the kind eyes, "where I help the prisoners achieve redemption. I know the Warrens." Beneath the shadows of the third chaplain's hood, you glimpse a slithering mass of disturbed flesh. He says nothing more. The final chaplain wears round spectacles, but his eyes are gone. His grin threatens to break free of his face. Come with me, come with me. Oh please, I am so very bored." Choose the gallant reformer, or the glistening deformer, or the grey conformer, or the glib performer. And I'll leave, I'll come back later for this. It's good writing and good stuff, but I haven't got the time right now. More Navartine gemstones. Well, not more Navartine gemstones, the first Navartine gemstones. They wanted some at the Most Serene Mausoleum, but I had none. But if this is as cheap as they go, gotta get them. Alright then, onwards to Pan. And I better get some good prospects this time. No tea. Since I have no tea, and no seeds, since these are way too cheap to be worth the effort. Books would be okay on. They're an okay middling price. But so far in this lineage, nobody sells books. They sold books once, in one place, then never again. just seeds. Seeds ever in the reach. Almost there. Cool, cool. So what places are missing in Eltheria now that I haven't been to? There's the House of Rods and Chains. That one manor. Caduceus. And what else is there? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oft neglected. This was Tartarin of the Two Kings. And this is me scuttling away. Nope, 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 nope. Can't touch ruins because I don't know how to say. Be two islands, don't be one bridge. Good, good. It tickles me how easily I get the Cantankary, but everything else I miss. Well, they are slower, in all fairness. Blind hermits? Nah. Could do without the madness, please. A nameless monument deteriorates here. Oh, and the text disappears already. That was fast. Way fast. Do I fight him? I'll fight him. He's just a dowser after all. A bit too quick for a dowser, but still. I'll count to saying hello. And current stats? 59, 40, 55. Okay, it's cool. Ooh, free food, free eels. Come back, eels. Worth the engagement. Even if the people here are awful engineers. The only time it's worthwhile to take the repairs here in Pan is if you have 1 HP left. Beyond that, they get infinitesimally worse each time you try them. Well, not each time you try them. Because they only recover an infinitesimally smaller amount of HP. 50, then 50 of 50, then 50 of 50. Alright, what hour is it? It is the hour of... The hour of bathrooms. Give me a second, I'll be right back.
しないと動作始めないし。ごめんごめん。なのよ。こうでもしないと動作始めないし。だってな。
よろしい。もうズルしないって約束する。
する
また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘。どこどこどこどこどこどこ。親友の二人してないってなって。いいよ、一個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘。どこどこ親友の二人してないってなって。負けないもん。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だな。
あった。
動作の2個目を見つけたぞ。
負けないもん。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの枝くどみじゃないの。
いやいや、イディアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと動作始めないし。ごめんごめん。なのよ。こうでもしないと動作始めないし。だってな。
よろしい。もうズルしないって約束する。
する
また勝負してあげる。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。嘘。どこどこどこどこどこどこ。親友の二人してないってなって。いいよ、一個見つけた。よーし、絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
嘘。どこどこ親友の二人してないってなって。負けないもん。よーし、今日こそ負けないからね。
お、見つけた。戦士点だな。
あった。
動作の2個目を見つけたぞ。
負けないもん。今日こそ絶対負けないからね。
お、見つけた。
あの枝くどみじゃないの。
いやいや、イディアの冬目だ。こうでもしないと動作始めないし。
嘘。どこどこどこどこどこどこ。親友の二人してないってなって。
Alright, short break done with. It is not actually the hour of bathrooms. It is the hour of trumpets when the devils roam the streets. Prisons are forbidden in Pan. Instead, those who agree with other citizens too persistently are branded with the calf sign. Then, during the hour of trumpets, the Brazen Brigade hunt. The core is supposedly only those wearing the calf sign, but when the devil's blood is up, they don't always discriminate. Confine your crew to quarters. 88% chance. Well, if I spy in the hunt, 27, oof, okay, definitely now. Most citizens of Pan stay off the street when the piping is merry and the devil's trumpet sounds. Failure! With 8, that's fine. I'm at the safe minimum at least. You gather in the galley, but some faces are missing. A few of your crew have defied your order and gone ashore to indulge in Pan's liberties. Outside, you hear the exultant peal of trumpets and the wild laughter of devils. You never see your wayward crew again. Oh well, it's what they get for disobedience. Recruit crew station is busy, but finding trained, obedient crew among the individualists of Pan is a challenge. Higher hearts more reliable and cost what? 50 sovereigns? Well, it's a 100% chance to go for it. You manage to identify a handful of crew you're almost certain won't disappoint, abandon, or murder you. Cool. Alright then, Bazaar, what have you got for me? Secrets within Bombazine. Amberly Murgatroyd's assistant flags you down. That tea you brought to Aklis. It was meant to have information hidden in us for traitor visitors. It didn't. But Mr. Murgatroyd can't know that. Help the mistress out. Take 7 rolls of Bombazine to her sister in Lustrum. To her sister in Lustrum, and pack it full of any old secrets you might know. In exchange, she offers a cryptic benefactor. Alright. And Bombazine to the Eagle. 3 rolls to the Eagle? Why not then? Take 3 Bombazine to the Empyrean. Then head back to New Winchester, pick up 7 Bombazine, then off to Lustrum. Sounds like a fantastic deal. Wither, hello. Scored a great victory in the fight against... Oh, congratulations, Wither. I'm glad to hear that. A toast to you. But congrats and welcome. What could be where? Up here is just going to be curators. And nothing's up here, surely. Alright, I'll hook up around this way. Then out to the Empyrean. The, whatchamacallit. Metal Festival this summer. Oh my goodness, sounds amazing. I've only been to like a few concerts, not much at all. And one music festival. But it's pretty mild. Mostly stoners and whatnot. Nothing as exciting as a metal festival. So congrats to you. Sounds like that is going to be incredible fun. Guns or 200 munitions? Because to get out from here, it costs 200 sovereigns. Or what, 2 or 3 munitions? I'll just pay up. The difference in price between the munitions and the sovereigns is just like, what, 20 or 80? It's not a big price. Oh, but I only have the 3 Bombazine too. So I can't actually do 7 thirsty Bombazine for Lustrum. Not yet. Ah well. Still, reason to explore then. Actually no. 4 and 3 should be enough to keep the weight down. It's not critically important, but carrying more fuel means spending more fuel. And the Empyrean is just dead north. You can't miss it anyway. Can I shop with the gentleman? Or does that require being known to them? Having enough villainy or veil to get the smuggling stuff known. Pretty much sounds like a perfect match then. The timing perfect, all comes together, and boom, summer festival for Wither. Shops, bazaar, nothing. Not known enough to them. A coalition of smugglers bound by crimson oath of silence. In the gloom behind the lights of Pan, the gentlemen ply their midnight trade, but won't talk to me. Tales of terror, secrets, crimson promises for sovereign experience? Nah. Though I could use the sovereigns. How many secrets do I have, or not secrets, crimson promises? 1 in all. See, that is the best way to confront it, to defeat it. It'll always say, nah, don't do it. But if you force yourself to some action, and here you are, tickets bought, money spent, and you are committed, well then, what could anxiety do but sit back and wait to say I told you so, and never get the opportunity? It sounds foolish, but sometimes jumping recklessly is really the best thing you can do. Nope, that is not a griever. Was going to say, if I'm lucky, I might find a Griever and get some Navartine gemstones. But instead, a large, giant, upgraded Scribe Spinster. That's a bit too above my pay grade right now. Ginger, haven't heard of them. Gonna make a note. Ginger. To get an earful of them after this. Disturbed Iron Maiden, do know them, but then everybody does. Supplies? Nah, 5 secrets, I'll just observe him. Something still drives them, down here in the dark. 10 terror. Not worth it. For 1 mystery and 100 experience. The hermit finishes carving the little spiral, and takes a drink from a gentle trickle of water running down from the roof of the cave. Their milky gray eyes stare past you. Their mouth occasionally forms a coherent word. Sweat builds on their brow. The word might be the truth, falsehood, or any flavor of madness in between. Pisces, live session. Is that Ginger? That is Ginger. Alright. Got the tab up to check out after. And if it's a good intro, all the better then. I'm sure I'll love it. Pretty flexible when it comes to music. Genres don't really matter. If it sounds good, it sounds good. Which is a bit basic, but oh well. At least it's a large net all the same. And who doesn't like more music? Big one, giant one. That's not a Scribe Spinster. That's a Scribe Spin... Or that's a, what are the big ones called? I forget. It's been way too long. Could you believe, Wither, how much Sun and Sky's knowledge I forgot? It's only been, what, 8 months or so? Since I last played? June, July, so 5 or 6. The big stuff, the main stuff, sure, I remember. Spiders and eyeballs and all that. But the deets? Pretty much all leaked out already. Bespectacled official. He greets you at the customary table in the park, wearing a warm smile so genuine it must be practiced. Ah, madam, would you join me in playing my favorite game? It is clear he is not speaking of Mahjong, but Hanahura. No Hanahura. Though the table is set and ready for polite round. Play a game. The air is warm, the tea is hot, the moon is burning bright. The unspoken business of spycraft can wait. The official offers you 2 teas, one more suited to English palate, the other to that of the Empyreans. There is value in being comfortable with both sides, he says. I spent some time in London myself, many years ago. A fine place, fine people. Alas, my family duties called, as in my current position serving the roads without thorns. I do still like to keep up with the latest gossip, however. My generous Khan is known to value it well. 'Cause what all has been done since Sun of Skies last year. Not just on stream, with 999 and Virtues as Reward and so on. But the prerequisite classes for the teaching credential, and all so many hours of observation, to filter into my head and push everything else out. On the off chance you should be traveling in that direction, what does he want? The House of Rod and Chains? It does. To the east-southeast of Japan, really, so far away. East-southeast, it's not too far away. East-southeast, well, it's close to it. More or less, give or take. Alright, I'll take it. Lustrum can wait. The House of Rods and Chains remains an uncomfortable mystery on our borders. It is a difficult place for our people to remain inconspicuously inside. Perhaps you could be my eyes. The official carefully places a mahjong tout on the board. Your move. Okay, the route is now known. And since I got 3 bombazine to sell to them, it's more spending money. And just crockery, always just crockery. Alright, gonna need. Down to 2 and 2. Mm, 4 and 8. Let's make it 5 and 9. That'll last me. Dude, you gotta. I'm in the same boat. I went to a grand total of 0 concerts in my adulthood. And then went once to a 6 concert. Then got sweet on a girl and she took me out a few times to a few post-hardcore shows. Which are fun. Still a bit uncomfortable for me, but you know, at least the experience was there. It was enjoyed in some capacity. Metallica and Simon & Garfunkel. Failure again. Good shows both, I imagine, weren't they? Eclectic. I don't know about eclectic. They're both quality, aren't they? And ultimately, isn't that what matters? They make good music. A shared bond between the two. Simon and Garfunkel, though. I don't know about eclectic, but aren't they like old? Or is that just my youth showing? Like in my uncultured mind, that falls somewhere in like the broad spectrum of classic radio station. Which now includes how many decades? 90s is classic radio now, so even I'm old. Kind of like that one route in Dream Daddy. Who was he? The awkward, shy musician one with the bakery. The player daddy and him alike, awkward about crowds, but going through it for each other and for the sake of the music. Gotta play more Dream Daddy sometime. Pretty much all the routes went unexplored, except for what, 2 or 3 so far? Got Robert. Got Damien the first time around. Damien, best daddy. And then nothing else since. I suppose Hugo, was it? Could make a solid second choice. But it's all about the Damien. I don't remember too much of Simon & Garfunkel, but what little I do remember was good. Just it's been so long that, you know, all you remember if you're not active in it is like the few things you play on the radio once in a while. So much of what we know and enjoy is informed by what plays, what is popular, what is visible, isn't it? Ah, that is tragic, but at least Dio always lives on in our hearts. The opportunity might be lost, but the music is always eternal. East, southeast. So should be coming up on some broken chitin sometime soon. Don't bother, Bull Cantankery. You're not worth my. Oh. Fine then, if I gotta take him, I gotta take him. It's not worth it though. At best, they give you sovereigns and not much else. Come on then. That second shot just clipped right through it, I'm sure. Extract its heart. 73% chance. You know what? Why not? Sure. He fought it. Failure. It's a messy process. Your cannery flenses away the outer shells until you reach its pale core. Alas, the heart is already broken and crumbled. A curio. Nothing more. Not too bad though. For a failure. Getting an uncanny specimen is a failure. That's a win. But how much hull now? 31 hull. Not too bad. That's a starter engine. Just at above half my capacity. But in comparison to the starter, that's 1 over max. Oh man, there is so much out there. That... Nope, don't. Did he aggro? I think he aggroed. I don't hear him. But yeah, there is so much out there that we will never get to experience so long after their prime. Till some friend or some lover says, hey, have you heard about such and such? And we give it a try, it is fantastic. Fantastic, but long after some group broke up, or no. Or after the deaths of some participants. But that is part of the experience of art. If you're there for it, to experience it in real time, amazing, incredible. If you get there after, and only enjoy what's up behind, that is still an experience. So that horror, I'm sure, is a sun. And if that's a sun, then this should be the House of Rods and Chains. I remember that much. It was the same way with Keen for me. Didn't know about Keen until the previous girlfriend got me into it. But that was long after Keen had already broken up. Hello, son. The attention of the hound falls briefly on your vessel. Your crew wails as its eye fills your window. Can I discover it? No location to discover? Horror game for nothing. Is my headlamp just not touching the right spot? No? Have to come back. Oh, no, I hear something. I hear chitin. Not chitin, but the, I hear the, that's what I hear. The ch-ch-ch-ch of that. And a second, oh, there's too many of them here. Nope. Stay away. Still not as bad as the Devourers back in the Blue Kingdom. Alright, then I'll take the nightmares, recover the body, transport it for burial. It is a good deed, perhaps, to carry a lost soul whole, but not a happy one. The crew are grimly heartened, but your dreams are untroubled, are troubled. The corpse wore a captain's jacket, their face, a memorial. Already, Cryptic Stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in her service. Sure then, attend, deliver eulogy. Success each time. An unstable bitrate now, then excellent bitrate. 2,000 kilobytes per second, 1,000 now. 7,000, then 5, stick on 5. But oh yeah, like, musicians are incredible at that. You wouldn't really ever guess it, but... Okay, safe then. I'm going to assume that those invisible enemies are what killed my bitrate. Dissatisfied not getting me, they went for that instead. Sorry about that, but it seems stable now. See, the dashboard on Twitch is so unhelpful. All it did is go from a happy blue line to a happy red line, no actual numbers. But according to Streamlabs, it is a nice settled 5,000 again, so what's done is done. More Navartine gemstones, but nobody wants to buy it. But I have to keep buying it because somebody might want to, well, they keep selling them, and I keep buying, but I have to keep buying in case somebody else buys them. Which is fine, even if nobody buys them, this is cheap. This counts as cheap, so if I sell it at market value, that's still profit. 6 and 3. How about 6 and 4 for the trip back? The spire of inches. 7 obsidian spires once stretched into the sky. So a metal festival this summer, and Ramsing this summer also. In your hometown, that sounds amazing, Wither. Hope you get to do it. Only this one remains. Dim light oozes through a single window at the top, occasionally flickering as someone or something passes in front of the fire. You know what? I do have one new mister. None available yet. Oh. Ah. A too familiar refrain. Hopefully something opens up. That'd be amazing if you could go. Like it's a hometown. In your hometown, that's like you deserve it. You're owed it. Words spoken by a son. The keeper of the spire be eager to pass his intelligence to his master. Tribute accepted. Behind it, 777 steps wind up the wall, leaving an open chimney in the middle that would be ideal if he had wings. At the very top waits a hunched figure wrapped in gauze. Are you friend, I wonder, or foe? No matter. You may call me Mr. Barleycorn. You have proven yourself resourceful. Let us see if you could also be useful. Continue. You are in a room of sorts. It is bulbous in shape, not unlike a kidney. The furnishings, if that is what they are, look like the work of a surrealist. This straight-backed, many-legged edifice is perhaps a chair. That oily surface. A table. An altar. Behind it, the hunched gauze figure stands looking out at something far away. A black sun. The darkness squirms. Lolrus, hello to you. How has the Crusader Kings been doing? Oh, sold out in minutes. Scalpers, that's what it is. Scalpers and bots. Auto-purchasing right away, then selling it back at a profit. eBay or whatever else. Consider Eleutheria's black sun. The window of Mr. Barleycorn's study frames it perfectly. The sun rise. A flicker of fire escaped its coil, only be dragged back unquenched. My lord, the halved. Once judgments of measures and distance, Mr. Barleycorn bows to it. He knew of London. He beheld it through a wound. Music on, if that is what you wish. He beheld it through a wound in the world. We reached out and set its mark on those who trespassed upon the wound. They became our messages. And when they found their way to the skies, their marks led them here. To the land of do as you please. The creature examines you. Would you care for one? A mark? I have 1 or 2 left. Accept the mark. It's just a tattoo, right? If it leads you here, and are already here, then what is the harm? Nah, nonsense, I'm horrible at voice acting. Only vice I have is tea. Tea and too many snacks. Mr. Barleycorn claps its arm around your shoulder. For a few agonizing minutes, it feels like a hive of bees are at work on your flesh. The creature releases its grip and the pain ceases, eases. You twist to see it, an eye embedded in your flesh. Oh, I stained my perfect soul. I don't know about English. Some of my peers are English teachers, but I'm more of a social studies kind of guy. Geography, history, that sort of thing. Mr. Barleycorn, what do you want? Loyalty. There were 7 of us once. Outcast, bound to this messenger's service. But the messenger defied the Have's command, and the Have slew it. We were free. My colleagues fled. But I remained to serve the Have. The creature sighs. Don't mistake this for more than it is. I am not lonely, it spits the word. But our shaping guests downstairs are poor conversationalists. It has been a long time since I spoke to any of my kind. If you find one, show them this. It hands you a wax seal and printed with a sigil. Collect their stories. Perhaps advise them I would not present a conversation so the wings of fate allow. Aw, Wither, thanks for dropping by. Enjoy your sleep, hope it is fruitful. But wait, there's Mr. Barleycorn, he says 7, right? Mr. Barleycorn, Mr. Pennies, Mr. Menagerie, Mr. Pipes. And now we have the Corruptian Hoarder, but he was a master from Old London. So would he count as a mister for Mr. Barleycorn's purposes? I don't think it will, given the exact wording here, but I could try it anyway. What was his request again? The figure's impatience burns to its gauze. Is my request so difficult to recall? Find others of my kin. As judgments fall, so are contracts broken. Okay, so others of my kin. As judgments fall. So it doesn't matter then if they're his friends or just curators. So that should mean my corruptress hoarder does count, doesn't it? Should? CH, what do you think? Show the seal to Miss Barleycorn. You recall the curator's desolate request. No reason to leave it unfulfilled. Sympathy for monsters. The corruptress hoarder gazes long at the seal, its expression impossible to decode. At long last it sighs. I would talk with Mr. Barleycorn and dig his knowledge of the stars from his heart, but I am not the one he wants, not from his flock. It would only be more morose from our meeting. It pauses. If you meet it again, tell it I understand what it is like to be incomplete, to have what you want out of reach. Oh, so it doesn't count. Oh, definitely, I'm gonna listen to it right afterwards. Have a good night. And the crew's fine, I've been eating through them, but haven't been eating them yet. Oh my goodness, that first day way back in last May. Actually starved, actually did eat the crew. But resources are rich here. So it's not going to be as common as in Sunless Sea. Now, Sunless Sea also did the thing where if you got good at the game, then there was no more danger. But up until that point... Alright, that's 4 minutes of the first song. And music on for song number 2. Konaru. Definitely. Girls Last Tour. Amazing anime. Konaru. Great song. Alright then. House of Rock. No, Spire first. Gotta see what he says about the hoarder stuff. No, doesn't count. Can't give it. Pass on the hoarder's message. You spoke to the corruptress hoarders. Oh, you spoke to the hoarder, Mr. Barleycorn. Now it is time to relay the response. Yes, says Mr. Barleycorn. and exhale a long, long breath. Forever is a septic injury, one that cannot be cured. The only panacea is something none of us can abide. Our animal hearts will not allow us the solution. It falls silent for an ageless moment. Give them my gratitude. It was good to know, at least, that someone understood. Oh well, so do I get something from that? No. Cannot return the word, so I get nothing from it. That's fine though. The air tastes of salt and rot. Up close, the carcass of this ancient crustacean resembles a battlefield. Its carapace is pockmarked from the impacts of space detritus, and cracked open for the impact of 6 spires. Doors of leather, rubber, chitin, scale, fur, flesh, and feather lead inside. Each of them carved and branded with the letter of the correspondence. Explore the shell, there might be something. The surface is desolate. It is littered with obsidian blocks from the fallen spires. Here and there, large piece of space debris has torn up a part of the carapace and exposed the flesh below. What am I stepping on? Even now, that is desiccated and cold as any rock. None of the damage you find looks like something that could be fatal to a creature of this size. Explore the ruins? Just gets back to the start, doesn't it? Barleycorn study, carapace. Alright then, chitin door it is. The other doors are tightly closed or too high to reach. This one is slightly ajar. It takes every last drop of your strength and the chitin door fights you all the way. It is as thick as armor plating and almost as heavy. Inside, 100 rubbery men carefully know your arrival. Refugee Londoners you recognize. The giveaway being the hats on their tentacled faces, and the yellowing copies of the Gazette under their clammy armpits. Such earnest social camouflage never helped them fit in with the society back home, but it seems old habits die hard. The rubbery men have taken over the spiral-shaped atrium. They gather here to trade amber and share songs of loss and regrets. Its shape gives it excellent acoustics. The songs resonate from the walls, doubling the volume of the timbre of their voices. Locate the gland desired by the Chiropterous Hoarder. You could do it yourself, or you could seek assistance. Into the carcass you go. Persuade a rubbery man to take you to the gland. Does that cost terror? No terror, need 50 at most. Oh. This is gonna be awful, isn't it? And 2 out of 3 of my visions of heaven. Or mount an expedition. Forget the rubbery men. You have a crew and a map. But I have no map. Alright then. You have rumors of Axil to trade for directions. Surely, this will tempt one of the rubbery men. Oh, just 15 terror, not too bad. They just don't want to shoot me up to 65. Your guide is an emaciated figure, badly contained in rags, tentacles pocked with scars. It is piteously eager to be of service. And that's over 4.5 minutes. I'll count that as the request satisfied. The path it chooses is convoluted, wetly brilliant, and lavish with parasites. Hours into the descent, you find the gland, live with the parasites, gleaming verdigris in the light. You give the rubbery man his prize, and its broken-hearted crooning accompanies the next part of your labors. There is a gland that the Chiropterous Hoarder sought. Pustulent, tumors with parasites both disc-shaped and filament-thin, blue-gold with the light oils along its membrane. Here it is, cries the Chiropterous Hoarder, rapturous. Extract the gland. The Chiropterous Hoarder will tell you just what you need to do. The Chiropterous Hoarder flings itself at the gland, screeching at the parasites with such volume that some tumble from the organ, concussed by the assault. As you watch it, it tears at the infestation, and then at the gland itself, gouging through tissue matter until at last black fluid leaks. Kill the parasites and gather them too. Those glandular secretions are mine. How dare they drink it? Take them and drain them too, it barks excitedly. I have to prepare. You finish. I am going. The Chiropter's hoarder absconds with a palm full of pulped meat, leaving you and the crew to harvest what remains. Buddy? You okay, buddy? Oh, I can't talk to him here. Not from here, not from this location. Alright then, guess I'll take in the sights first. The lament of the old sun. The rubbery men are gathered. They lower their heads and raise their voices. Words without language, pain without end. They sing of their lost home, and in waves of shared sorrow, they remember how they came to this place. They sing and remember. Silence falls, sudden and heavy. A hunched figure shuffles through the choir, and the rubbery men fall back. This is Mr. Barleycorn, or so it is called by lesser beings. Its form is indistinct beneath the layers of gauze that wrap it, if not from head to toe, then at least from top to bottom. One rubbery dares approach, extending a tribute. Gold and amber. The figure takes it between clawed appendages, tastes it, appears to approve. Offer passes to a rubbery man. It is free gold, free sovereign. The rubbery passenger hurries to your train as it fears you might change your mind. It travels light, a newspaper, a hat, a packed lunch, squirming in a paper bag. To join the rest of my hostages, port to port. The rubbery men show little interest in you as you explore. They shuffle about their own business, polishing and cleaning and preserving the corpse of the house with equal parts elbow grease and embalming fluid. And the rest I don't really need just yet. I could drop off some crew here. But nah, just gotta do what I gotta do. Then back out. Bazaar's got nothing. 6 fuel, 4 supplies, plenty. Onwards to Pan then. And to talk to my hoarder. Investigate his work. The Corruptor's hoarder has cloistered itself within its room since you delivered the fluids. Peculiar scents, wildflowers bathed and bright and biled, radiate from the door. Augurs of its labor, perhaps. You should check on it. You find the Corruptor's hoarder darting between stations, each of them set with glassware like something made by a deranged glass blower, and filled with nacreous reagents. I tried once to hold immortality in a bottle, the cider, but it wasn't the same. My customers were convinced, but I knew the truth. You can't just drink eternity, it goes away, you see. Hold on. That cider, I thought was about apples, but is eternity. Is this even more crossover with the House of Many Doors, with their apples that give eternity? But this is different. I got the idea from an associate of mine. They like spices. I thought, what if? The Corruptor's hoarder jabs a finger at the ceiling. What if? And then I thought, why not? Those massive eyes turn again to you, brilliant as filigreed eternities. Will you be my first subject? Refuse to let it perform tests on you? Absolutely not. Or agree to let it test on you. You took to the high wilderness for adventure, or at least rare and irreplaceable experiences. If I was a smart gal, I would click out, go back to Pan, toss everything I have into the bank, then perform experiments, but I can't. It's yes or no, now or never. Do it. The Corruptor's hoarder is ecstatic with your decisions. Its speech degenerates into piercing, albeit rhythmic shrieking. The experiments can begin when you are ready. When I am ready, so I have a choice. Alright, back to Pan first. Cutter, quit barking! The birds are not your friends, buddy. Oh no. Nor is that undeparted. Crab shuffle away from the crab. Although the front pincers might more of a beetle than a crab. Maybe not all messengers have to be crabs. No! Go away, go away, go away! Alright, this definitely demands a trip back to the Empyrean. Because I'm gonna need a lot more than infinitesimally smaller repairs for all this. No! Depart, undeparted! No, 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 no! No, 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 no. Don't even think, don't even blink. No, leave me alone! I've come too far off this cabin to end it now. Four hull, oh my goodness! This game's gonna be the end of me. Alright, Pana's right up ahead. It's gone now, I'm sure. Just gotta make sure I don't bump into any scribe spinsters or anything else. And now the music is highly appropriate. See what the Reach misses out on by not having this level of ambient music. Eleutheria, fantastic. Not just visibly atmospheric, but audibly too. Dimmer lights, quiet hearts, Grievers are here. I can't do Grievers though, they're easy. But all I have to do is miss once and I'm dead. My finger's on the L. Just to slap the light off on the first sight of an enemy. I'm pretty sure I'm safe, but you can't be too careful. Like Eleutheria, Pan I mean, does tend to have enemies around it. Not even gonna bother, Choco. There could be freehold repair, or it could be an ambush, and if it's an ambush, then I'm dead. The sound of far-off pipes. You near Pan, the unruly heart of Eleutheria. Alright, now their shoddy repairs are worth it. The hour of leaving, aw, so I didn't drop people off, I'm just down 3 people. Why am I down 3 people? Sometimes, when the idol's piping is rhythmic and stirring, this is the hour of leaving, when Wanderlust sweeps the city like a sudden plague. Okay, I'll take more people then. The idol's piping has woken Wanderlust in many a Pan citizens. It is a good time to find crew. You welcome them aboard, seekers, rovers, the lonely and the yearning. Your cabins fill. Soon, the idol's music changes. But the wanderlust it roused will endure. Didn't cost me any sovereigns, too. Neat. Alright then, repair the locomotive. At least it only costs Eleutherian mysteries. Which has other uses, but if they're only going to do half the work, then it's good it's not for money. Engineers can be found among the dockside throngs, but be warned, they are few, of variable skill, and even more variable diligence. Like everyone else here, the engineers want mysteries more than coins. You offer one that purchases several hours of perfunctory repairs, at the end of which the condition of your engine is at least somewhat improved. Afterwards, you split the mystery into a dozen morsels, and dole them out among the avid engineers. See, it's not half your total hull. It's half the damage, so it's always a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller amount. Rubbery enclave, sloppily painted signs point to a normally quiet back street, to her party appears to be in full flow. A cedar grove of Vodapan's less traveled pathways is home to a small, enthusiastically political community. A crudely made poster by the entrance reads both alike in dignity, showing a human and a rubber holding a torch aloft. Deliver the rubbery man to the Enclave. The suffragists will offer sanctuary here, as long as they need. The assorted members of the Enclave applaud over enthusiastically when they see your passenger. A bohemian presses a glass of wine on the passenger and takes him off to a corner to discuss injustice against cephalopods. It glances over its shoulder at you, perhaps wondering whether coming here was a terrible mistake. Aw, he's making friends already. Speak with the rubbery suffragist. She is surrounded by bohemians and rubberies. The live octopus on her head draws all attention. They're both cute. She moves from bohemian to rubbery with rose-cheeked with bonhomie of inebriation. Occasionally, she passes a piece of cheese and fruit on a stick to the octopus perched on her hair. It extends an arm to accept it. Several of her other arms are occupied with wine glasses, gathered from drinks at the table. Wine, red, white, rosé. 8 limbs means never having to choose. Congratulate the suffragist on her pet. What an unusual creature. Does it require much maintenance? No. She's an incredibly clean creature, very obedient and house-trained. There's a pause, before the suffragist speaks. Actually, I think they were talking to me, dear. Really? Says the octopus. How presumptuous. What about the campaign? Her badge is labeled with both the like and dignity slogans. The suffragist takes a sip of wine. It is terrible what rubbery men went through in London, the poor dears. Deirdre said someone should do something. Is that right? She plops a sausage roll in her mouth. This does not impeach her speech at all. In a slightly higher voice, she continues, "The bipedal oppressors, ravagers of the Z. First they open the door for the rubbery man, then the rest of us should squeeze through. 8 torches raised in protest, with 8 arms we rise." The suffragist nods, apparently agreeing with herself. Of course, we have a long road ahead of us, don't we? But what crusade worth fighting for was ever easy? She holds a piece of sausage roll up to the octopus in her hat. Afterwards, something deep with a sighs. It snatches it with the tentacle, and I have got to sneeze again. And where she found is an interesting creature. You've never heard of one quite like it. I met her while swimming, the suffragist and the octopus say in unison. There was an awkward pause. Don't mind Deirdre, adds the suffragist. She always gets a little grumpy when her tentacles dry out. A little wine will pepper right up, you see. They're a cute couple. Alright, back to the Enclave. And back to the streets. What about? Cage catchers appear, Nessie. I have no cage catchers. They only want 3, but I have 0. So what good is that? But I've got 10 Navartine gemstones at least. 10 gemstones, 13 immaculate souls. And no money. Need to sell stuff ASAP. But what and where? Well, I could sell stuff here, couldn't I? $10 Navartine gemstones, 300 each, for 3,000. And the Autonic class cruiser costs what? 6,000 gold? Or sovereigns, I mean? Doesn't matter. Plus all my immaculate souls. It will give me a bit more. Well. I'll have to make that decision tomorrow. 'Cause now it's time to say goodbye to all our family. And get on with other things. Always just on the cusp of poverty, aren't I? Thousands of sovereigns, then no sovereigns, but that's okay. Because that is smart business. Money is meant to be spent, to be made. And all that money spent back to zero means that more and more commodities to set at a higher price. Or at market value if desperate. But for now, who was online to raid? Omega Valerian still playing Skyrim, but that was yesterday. Miss Chibi T playing Subnautica Below Zero. Macaw just came on apparently for Out of Control Gaming. But Macaw and Omega Valerian recently. Is anybody else playing Son of Sea or Son of Sky? Nobody's playing Sea. What about Skies then? One viewer. So technically, you are looking at the most popular Son of Sky viewer right now. House of Many Doors? Nobody? Nope. No streamers for it, sadly. It's an okay game. Alright then, in that case. In that case, what about the smallest of raids to Big John? And more tomorrow, more Eleutheria. Or at least less dying. Or less risk of dying. That was 2 super close calls today. Tomorrow should be better.